All right, last time we opened with the kids on the ship on their way to the assault on Port Nowhere. They had their plan in place, but were quite nervous because this would be one of their first big assaults on a position like this. Back at the beach house, Suletta comforted JJ because he was unable to go with Sam despite desperately wanting to. They had a good talk about him and his potential, as well as his mother's past and the fact that he wasn't walking out on Sam. Davian and Hunk got up not long after him, and they had a wonderful morning together. The kids arrived at Port Nowhere to see that their plan had gone to hell. Ravens covered the outer walls, and the slaves they had come to save were scattered around the area. As they were trying to come up with a last-minute idea to save them, Sol saw a mysterious figure and was transported to an almost nightmarish, dreamlike place. There, that being offered her the ability to kill them all. In fact, it demanded it that she did, and upon her agreeing, she snapped back to reality and took control of the UIR soldiers there and obliterated everyone there using them. Not having time to process what had just happened, the kids ran to get the data from the warlords before they could begin wiping it and engage them in combat. It was long and brutal, but right as it looked like the tide was turning against them, that same mysterious figure appeared and pulled everyone into a twisted necropolis, where the warlords were killed one by the creatures in the realm, with Sol getting the last kill. Given a specific creature seen there, some of the kids had an idea of who the figure was. Upon returning to the Triple Office to report what had happened, it was revealed that the mysterious figure was Icy, and that she had done it to show Sol that she needed to toughen up, as well as get on the idea that she should nurture the strength she possesses. The kids were released for the day after a job well done, to go their separate ways. Back at Clive's, he was beside himself because he was nervous about Suletta coming for dinner along with some of the kids. He panicked until the Stooges offered to get him an entree. In his foolishness, he said yes. It turned out that their plan was a single bucket of KFC, something they didn't know Suletta and Memrianne despise. Ricky and Ellie got to hang out at Carter and Memrianne's ahead of the dinner at Clive's. Scar came to try and get away from the stress, and they all had a pretty good time. Hunk and Davine took Benny, Elizabeth, and Blaze to a small town in Africa that he had saved early in his career. He was surprised how much they revered him, with a literal statue being built of him. As they explored, a very familiar man was crying about being stranded and unable to complete what he wanted. Feeling bad, Hunk and Davine gave him a few credits, and as he embarked on a ferry, he took a picture of Hunk and Davine. Elizabeth and Benny recognized him as the guy they'd failed to kill at the comic shop. The grown-up kids, along with Sol and Colt, went to Sasha's house and had a great time until Sol accidentally crashed Sasha's car into the side of the house. All was forgiven, though, because of how much Sasha loves her daughter, and everyone had a good time. On the frontier, Ash, Ceres, and Kaz were searching an empty facility and found a king xenomorph in stasis. After being terrified, they gathered what little data they could and cracked the planet after leaving. At Clive's, everything that could go wrong ended up going wrong with the dinner. They ended up having pretty much no food whatsoever because the spit Scar was roasting lamb over as a last-minute cover fell over. They tried to have fun, but the sting of defeat left Clive feeling a little out of it. Finally, Suletta joined the Rainfall adults as they sat in the pool house and got high. There, she was actually able to enjoy some dinner and had a great time, and I believe that is everything.
Give it up! That's enough.
All right, Hunk is making Davine a Bloody Mary. Suletta's here. Elizabeth and Benjamin playing games in their room. Go.
Elizabeth, next to Benny, looking at the TV screen, she looks at her computer. What are we supposed to be in school, Benny?
We got 20 minutes.
Well, doesn't it take us, some time to get there and stuff? We should probably leave a bit earlier, don't you think?
Well, we can at least finish this level.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. She looks at the screen. Did they just start the level, or is it close to being finished?
Just start.
Well, yeah, maybe. If you think you can get it through in, 15 minutes, then maybe we could do it.
Oh, I can get it through in multiple ways, trust me.
And she smiles at him. She'll, lean her head onto his shoulder and give him a kiss on the cheek. All right, I'm gonna put my trust in you. If you can get it done quickly, then we can play through this level.
We'll get to class on time, don't worry. And he'll keep playing.
Okay. Davine, up here. She takes a sip of the Bloody Mary. Oh my god, Hunk, thank you so much, darling.
Ah, you're welcome. Good in the mornings. He'll hand one to Suletta.
It is. Whoever thought of putting all that stuff in tomato juice with a splash of vodka would be that good?
Whoever thought our pool house would smell like copious amounts of marijuana?
Davine laughs to herself. Whoever thought that all of our children and their auntie would be getting high in our pool house when Rainfall Lane was first made?
Looks like some of the Jack in the Box scraps are still here. He's looking in the trash.
Oh, yes. She'll lean forward a bit to look at the trash can along with him. You guys ate quite a bit of fast food, didn't you, Letty?
Well, there was nothing to eat at Clive's.
Oh, yes, darling. She sits back down, holds Suletta's hand. I understand. KFC, yes?
Yes. Again, he put the Stooges in charge. She'll take a long...
Oh, I know. And today's the snooker party, yes? You don't think he'll put the Stooges in charge again, yes?
No, we're going to take a more proactive approach for the snooker party. We're gonna all go get snacks or I believe Memory Ann's cooking an apple pie and ice cream and... Yes. Hunk, yep. We plan to go over and make the coney stew.
Yes, and possibly keep an eye on Clive and Scar and, keep everyone a bit more under wraps today, if you can understand my meaning.
It was a terrible dinner. The worst dinner I've ever been to in my life. Hunk will start laughing. And who would have thought Sherion was such a business mogul?
Oh, yes. Owning the business that is owned by Tommy Wiseau, KFC? Very impressive.
Yeah. Hunk will shake his head and take a sip of one he's making for himself. Well, you gotta give them credit. They tried. The bucket does claim to feed a family.
Yes, it does. Davine also just takes a sip of her Bloody Mary. None of them eat that well, except for Krellin, but he eats so little, like a thing of those seaweed chips, and he's full. Why would he think it was a good idea to put them in charge?
I don't know. Maybe he panicked. I wasn't there during the day. And I didn't feel like asking. I was just disappointed.
Well, I too would be very disappointed, darling. Very disappointed in all of that. But tonight's going to be a good night. We're going to actually have some food, and Clive is going to get his ass kicked in the snooker game that he's going to play against Pequod. Everything's going to be very nice tonight.
Yeah, he doesn't stand a chance. That poor guy does not know what he was getting himself into. What was the ante on their bet? He's walking up naked to somebody or something?
He has to wear his boxers and a bathrobe up to Julius, Nicole, Pequod, and Sosha's office and sit down in the chair next to Sosha.
Oh, he must be really confident he can win.
Yes, I believe he is, and oh my god, I would not be surprised if Clive was shot on that day.
Poor guy. Taking a sip of his Bloody Mary. How was the trip to Africa last weekend?
Oh, it was absolutely spectacular. The food there is delicious, and it's a bit of a brag, I know, but I feel like me and Hunk did a very good deed helping someone out there.
Yeah, there was this guy sobbing and cry. Did we ever get his name? I don't think we did.
No, we never asked. But they did call us Princess Diane, and I believe they called you Harold?
Prince Harold, that's right. So let us snicker. Rather fitting, I'd say.
Davine laughs. Yes, the British royalty from the, 1900s and early to late 2000s, yes?
Correct. What was he crying about? I don't know. I can't remember.
I believe he was crying over someone. I cannot remember their name, but I remember hearing a name being sobbed. And then that's when we walked up to him and he told us his plight of needing to get across on the boat, but he didn't have enough credits, and, well, we gave him some credits to help him out.
He had to eat his own horse. I remember him saying that.
Oh, yes, he had to eat his own horse to get there.
Why not just go to a homeless shelter?
That's actually a very good question.
Didn't seem like he was all there. Personally, I think he just took the money, got on the boat, and probably went and bought some alcohol off a bootlegger on the boat. That's my guess.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. She shrugs. But it's always good to have some faith in humanity, yes? Perhaps he really took that money and started a better life with it.
I hope so. How much did you give him? Suletta will ask.
Around 250 credits, yes?
Oh, maybe more? Scratches the back of his head. Yeah, maybe even more. It was just what we had on us at the time in terms of physical credit. Suletta, how kind.
Yes, we thought it was quite kind to help out and do as well. It was odd that he took a picture of us.
Well, next time Clive is hosting a dinner, and you're going away for the weekend, I'll be coming with you. Oh.
Davine will hold and squeeze onto Suletta's hand. I understand, darling, and we will gladly have you with us.
It was so horrendously disappointing. He tried to give us dirty glasses.
Davine sighs.
They live like college boys in that home. Hunker up, bachelor pad kind of vibe. Yeah.
Maybe all they need is just a woman's touch to help them out, Suletta.
Perhaps, but you would think Samuel would be enough. Given the fact he wears the skirt around everywhere.
Davine starts to laugh. I really don't think Samuel understands a lot of things, such as how to do dishes or something like that. Great on productions, mind you, just maybe some of the more traditionally motherly duties he doesn't really understand.
Yeah, we got Perfect Storm production meeting coming up here in a couple weeks.
Davine nods. Oh, yes, we do. We have to present everyone with their characters. I'm actually quite excited to see Frederick's reaction to being casted in the main slot as someone who isn't a Vincent Price character.
It'd probably shock and awe.
Oh, I would not doubt that for a second, but I really want to see the look on his face. It would probably be something like, she makes a surprised look on her face. Really? Me of all people? Something like that.
Hunk nods.
She chuckles. But, we'll have to do that and probably watch the movie a good couple times with everyone, just to get a feeling of the movie, the story, so on and so forth. But yes, I believe it'll be a good time doing that movie.
Some one-on-one time with Grandma, you and Soul. Get her behind the camera, assistant director. Anybody notice how glowy she is lately? Not in a magic sense. She just seems very vibrant. Oh, she shifts in her chair.
Davine bites her lip. Now that you notice it, yes, she has a certain sheen to her, don't you think?
Yeah, and it's not just the light that's hitting her in a certain direction. I mean, her hair, it's...
Davine...
I bet you her and Colt fuck a lot. You know that, right? Suletta laugh.
Oh, I don't doubt it at all. It's Well, it's my granddaughter and Julius's daughter. I'm sure they fuck quite a bit.
So the odds of her getting pregnant is pretty high, you know what I'm saying here.
I don't doubt that they use contraceptives, yes?
Well, if she's smart, she'll wait till after the military. Otherwise, she'll be off active duty.
Yes, she will. You don't think that she's pregnant now, do you?
No. Hold Davine's hand. Well, no, I don't, because she would say something.
She would. She would. She is a good girl, and well, she would tell her parents and us anything, especially if it had to do with something like that.
I could see her keeping it from us if she wasn't in the military, trying to make it a big surprise or something, but since her life might be on the line, yeah. So that, correct, I agree, yes.
Davine nods and takes a big sip of her Bloody Mary. Yes. Let's hope we're all correct in assuming that she would tell us.
She would, Suletta says.
Davine nods. Quite right, Suletta, quite right. And another big sip of her Bloody Mary.
God damn it. He'll kiss Davine's hand. Give me a second. Zap is calling me. I don't want him to see you, dear. He's just gonna say she did something X to me. I think he was saying you crucified him the other day. So I'll be right back.
Davine nods. Okay, honey. And he'll
Standing right here talking to Zap. Suletta looks at Davine.
Davine looks at Suletta. I cannot wait for these championships to be over.
Nor can I. We have the spot picked out where the Mustang will be built. She's watching Hunk walk around. He's gesturing wildly at Zap, trying to get him to calm down. We have the spot picked, but there's no point in doing anything. Scar has bought some parts. An exhaust pipe, I think? Transistors? Yeah.
Davine stroking her chin, nodding. And where is the spot? Is it,
Oh, right under Clive's house.
Oh, okay. Not somewhere most people would probably look.
I know.
Very good. Very, very good. She's nodding to herself. So I would assume that before we really get started on the car, we would need the framework of it first. And once we get that, we can actually start putting the electronics and mechanical parts of it all in.
I believe Mr. Freetooth and Clive have already found a body. It's old, in extremely bad shape. That's why we need Mr. Chirac.
Davy nods.
He's the only one qualified to do that type of body work.
I assume you want me to ask Mr. Track.
No. It's hopeless. Wait till after the championships. Then, I will approach.
Oh, thank you, Suletta. She'll give Suletta a kiss on the hand and nod at her.
I believe I just heard Mr. Track over his wrist computer say something about you attempted to drown him the other day.
I just want to preface, I did not attempt to drown Zap. I did not.
But you heard that? Coming back over, closing his wrist computer.
Yes, he said it quite loud. I hope your ear is okay.
I'm fine. Just sit on my lap, please.
She'll stand up from her seat and then sit on his lap.
He's lost up on Gateway, trying to find the kids. He went up to the apartment, and they're not there. Because, they're probably doing military training things. That's what you do in the military, so... He thinks they were kidnapped by Izzy. Izzy Ghost, I believe as he was calling her. Dargos and Izzy combined. He's really starting to lose.
Oh, yes, he is. Well, at least it's to a point where he won't really even mention Izzy around Julius.
Yeah, I guess he's in on the practical joke that wiped from the mind, so...
Davy nods. It's very useful that... Well, not useful, good, that he's in on that, at least. If you continue to bring it up, I'm sure Julius would be a bit more suspicious of it all.
What's the update on Oz? Suletta takes a long sip of her drink. Doesn't have enough vodka in it.
Davine sighs, takes a sip of her drink. He is still quite tired, but I believe he got a good amount of sleep last night, from what I hear. But he is still quite tired. I believe Lazuli used your advice and, well, drugged one of his drinks to get him to sleep in.
That's good. That's great. Okay. Gotta get that curriculum rolling, Suletta. She'll take a sip of her drink.
Davine laughs. Yes, please, darling, get the curriculum rolling. I believe it'll be quite useful.
I can't take another stint of rainfall drama. It's been nothing but drama since Carter was 16. Alright, so, yeah.
Davine looking Suletta in her eyes. No more drama, please, Suletta. You can do it this for us, please.
I'll try my best. If they're just stupid children, there's nothing I can do about it.
Well, yes, if they're stupid, then there's nothing you can do about it, but this curriculum can certainly be a shield wall from preventing them from being stupid, yes.
I actually used to think the hooligan when I first met him. He seems rough around the edges, but he's probably not IQ intelligent, but very wise, most likely, given his rough and gruff exterior. Oh, here's a promise ring. Hunk. Oh, I should have just punched him. I don't even know if I was there that night, but I should have got up and just punched him, like 40 times.
Davine rubbing her forehead. I am disappointed in myself as a mother.
Did you know Bunker Laz had to buy, I believe it was some type of game man device, to bribe him to stay in the military for her? I wonder if she knows that. Hunk, she probably knows.
Pequot knows quite a bit about everything, darling. I believe, or at least think she would know about that. But if she doesn't, should we bring that up to her?
No. Hunk puts his finger up. No, no, and no. And once again, I don't even remember if I was around back then. I think I was, because that's where I taught the shithead how to drive. I should have just pulled him aside and beat the shit out of him. Yes, you should have.
Davine starts to scratch Hunk on the chin. I would have helped you out with that if I was around at that time, and not a dog. She chuckles, a bit sadly.
He shrugs. Water under the bridge, and we won't bring it up to Patricia. It was a good day, teaching him how to drive. Ash got to drive Nicole's Ecto 1. It was fun. And Julius almost ran over John Kevin.
The fabled meeting of the Saint and Julius Rainfall. She smiles to herself, and it was on that day that the Saint's fate was truly sealed, accidentally killing himself, trying to get an Anovian egg for Carter.
An Anovian egg that birthed a very healthy, cute pterosaur, thanks to Nicole. That was banned from Clive's residence. How rude of him. Huh? Looks confused.
Oh, because Petra was winged and he has a thing with winged animals.
Yeah, but he lets Frederick in the house. I mean, no offense to Frederick. She let her laugh. He's pretty clumsy, you know what I'm saying? He's always been that way. It's part of his charm, I think.
Davine nods towards Hunk and looks at Suletta. You said was, but Petra isn't banned then?
No, not anymore. The kids organized some type of highbrow setup where Frederick sat, coincidentally, on some of Clive's expensive games, and he lifted the ban on Petra.
Oh, wonderful.
I hope she pees on some of his collectibles tonight.
Davine laughs. I'm sure Memory Ann hopes the same exact thing.
Yeah, you gotta get another one of those, so you can have like 20 of those birds flying around. Pterosaurs, whatever they're called.
Davine takes another sip of her drink. I happen to agree. I'm sure Memory Ann would be extremely happy if she had at least just another pterosaur flying around.
They all grow up to slap Carter around.
Well, they would be trained by their mother, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I'd say so. They all take turns smacking him with their tail.
That's how he wakes up every day when they have more and more pterosaurs just getting slapped by them.
Tenderizing the meat for their mother.
So she can eventually bite down and draw his blood out.
Ugh, she grows.
Davine chuckles and takes another sip of her Bloody Mary. Whatever they're into, I'm actually getting sort of used to it at this point.
Yeah, you just see them walking around the lane. You see her grab Carter, wrench his head back. You hear him groan. She slaps him a couple times, and that's it. And they kiss. Really hard.
It will always forever be better than seeing her a bit emaciated and outlaw country.
Yes.
Davine sighs, shakes her head.
Did you know Outlaw Country's banned on Gateway? Completely. I guess because of her. The Ranger General's banned it. Good choice, in my opinion. You can't even play it in like a gym or something, so that no.
I wholeheartedly support that decision. The less of a chance that I hear outlaw country, the better.
What about like a private storefront? You know, they got all those fancy stores on Gateway. A band.
Would they be able to catch you if you're even just listening to it with like some earbuds or something?
Yes. Completely banned. My daughter left her mark on Gateway. And Carter.
I would probably say Carter left the mark there, more so than your daughter. She didn't really do anything wrong in that situation.
Another occasion I should have just taken somebody off to the side and beat them up. Gonna do that with the next generation of kids if they're fuck-ups. Just off to the side, a good ass whooping, there you go.
Davine rubs Hunk's shoulder, and if you didn't want to do that with the females, then I will gladly do that for you.
No, yeah, definitely not the girls. But Jace and the other boys, if there are any more others, which I hope, watch out.
Oh yes, watch out, honey. She kisses him on the cheek. Hopefully they won't need it. And maybe they'll just need a stern talking to or some advice given. But if they do fuck up like that, watch out for Mark Rainfall, and she'll tug on his collar a bit.
Was that Crash fucking Bandicoot? Hunk looks around. Did you hear that? Doesn't that sound like that game? Crash Bandicoot? One that those two... Are they still in their fucking room?
Davine listens out.
She hears Benny cheering.
Oh my god, they are!
He looks at his wrist computer.
Davine looks at it too. They should be at school!
Isn't it nice? They don't have to be doing their military duties on Gateway. They get to come to school, get an education, be home with their parents, and they're taking advantage of it.
Davine groans. We should go scare them.
I'll kick open the door, you mom voice.
Davine nods, wraps her arms around his neck so he can pick her up.
I'll make us another Bloody Mary. As Suletta begins making drinks, Hunk will carry Davine down here. Kick open the door. Benny throws the controller up in the air and bring Davine.
Davine looks at the two of them. You two should be at school by now!
You're just playing this last level.
The last level, you should have set the game down and went to school. You are taking advantage of this opportunity granted to you by us.
Alright, we'll get there. He picks Elizabeth up.
Good! Go to school now! Suletta will be there shortly.
He'll pick Elizabeth up and run out quickly. What a nerd.
Davine starts to laugh. They were just playing this last level, honey.
You know, he'll carry Davine out this way. I wish I could have went to school during my time in the watching them run out of sight from the front door in my time in the military and gotten days off and not have to been stationed in shitty places.
Davine nods. Those two are very, very lucky. She looks at Hunk. Does the SIS not require you to go to any type of schooling for the military or anything?
If you want to, you can. Yeah, absolutely. If you're good at your job, they're gonna tell you, yeah, next quarter you can go. Next quarter you can go. Next quarter you can go. That's what I always got. That's why I have 0 in terms of college degrees.
Ah, I see. She puts both hands on his cheeks. My Mark was just too good at his job. And gives him a kiss.
I would have liked to have gone. I'm not a fan of having the physical fitness education degree that we got afterwards, after we were out, but yeah.
Do you want to go to college, honey?
No, not anymore. Back then, absolutely. Why would I want to go to college when I could do this? Grabs her ass.
Very, very good point. I was just making sure, honey. I understand a lot of people want to pursue further education even after they, have a good career on lockdown.
Oh, I think we got too much to do here around the lane. We got the school, and we got to be in charge of the family. It seems like it's getting bigger and bigger by the month. You know what I'm saying here?
Yes, be it a pet being added or a. Well, it hasn't happened recently, but let's use Jason as an example. A child being adopted or something like that.
Thomas Hale.
Yes, Thomas Hale. Integra. She purposely flips her quite long hair, longest it's been in years, just to show off her hunk.
Oh! Almost ready for the ponytail, huh?
Oh, it is almost there. I want to get it just about here, and she'll point down to like the mid of her back. I want to get it about down to here before I start putting it up in the ponytail. Give you a nice handle.
I think I should inspect it. Privately.
Oh, privately, you say?
Don't you have a class to be teaching?
Davine looks at Hunk.
There's a lot of rooms at Clive's house, honey. We're heading there later today.
There is a lot of rooms at Clive's house.
Samuel's responsible. He can watch the Coney stew as a cook.
I think so. I'll just give him some simple instructions and we can go from there, yes?
Here's your Bloody Mary for the road. Soletta will hand her her drink. Try to keep it in your pants until your class is over.
She'll lift her drink up to Soletta and give her a kiss on the cheek. I will, Soletta, I will.
Hunk, well, alright, time to go to school.
Davine sighs. Let's go teach some children.
Yes, let's watch Benjamin stumble through the English language as she finishes her drink. Flashing out here. The adults of the squad, missing one, are sitting out here by the fire pit. And they've got the kids this morning.
Laz, holding on to Jace, has not stopped pacing for like a good 10 minutes.
Things are getting out of hand, holding Integra, bobbing her leg up in the air, cross legs, looking at JJ and Laz. Zap was outside of our house last night just screaming Dargos at the top of his lungs.
JJ with like visible bags under his eyes. It was pretty difficult getting some sleep.
Quite difficult.
He yawns slightly, starts to pet Snuffles, and Laz stops pacing, looks at the two of them. I just have to ask, is Oz down there right now?
She looks around and shrugs.
JJ shrugs. I didn't see him in the house or anything, so he shrugs again. I suppose.
You should sit down.
Laz will sit down and look at Sam.
He slept last night. You gotta win.
Yeah, I gotta win. I just... I did that so I could talk to him. You know, catch him in the act, have tensions be high at what everyone's been saying this entire time?
Don't you think he'll be very angry if you go down there?
But that's what I'm hoping for. It worked for Soul and Colt, right? Tensions were super high. He was really angry. They argued, and well, look at them now. You can't separate those two.
It did work for them, yeah. Holding Integra, poor timing, but it worked for them.
Lazanons, I would say they did really bad on the timing, but it worked. And I want my husband to be okay, Sam.
You mean you want him to be normal again?
I do want him to be normal again, and I want him to be healthy and not drinking so much caffeine, and I just want him to be normal again.
Maybe you should have just kicked him in the balls. Not your husband, you know.
Yeah, I know who. At the time, I didn't really think much of it. I had shut him down. That's what I felt was right. He didn't do anything too bad as to, warrant being hurt like that,
Ugh. Sitting down next to Laz.
Hi, Uncle Zap, is everything okay?
Done went up the gateway, try to find the children. Can't find them. She just starts snickering.
Oh, okay, well, they're probably on a bit of a training exercise right now, Uncle Zap.
Oh, I need to know where they are. Call Carter.
Sure. She'll look at Sam with a slightly amused expression, and she will call up Carter. Who will... Sorry, let me pull up the character sheet. Answer. Hey, Laz, what's up? Hi, buddy. Uncle Zap just wanted to know where you were at. Oh, we're heading down to the kill house right now. I'm gonna train a bit. He leans forward to the mic. Marianne said she sort of wanted to show off for me. And Sol wanted to test out some of her new moves as well, so we're gonna head down there and try to have some fun.
You be having some fun. You ought to be playing Swotor.
I know, Uncle Sap, I realize that. We have to do this kind of stuff. We're a, military unit. We have to train and get ready for the next mission, whenever that is.
What room number? There's a lot of kill houses up on Gateway, young man. Marianne not understanding the conversation because she's coming into it from behind Carter. It's on ring 4, kill house 402. Uncle, Zap. Oh, good. I'll done be right up. Starts walking off. Oh.
Crap. Carter looks down at his feet, looks at Marianne. It's okay, honey. He kisses her on the head. We'll just have Uncle Zap there with us for practice.
He's gonna dog us. He's been dogging us all week.
Yes, he has been.
I'm tired of playing SWTOR. My hands hurt.
As do mine. I didn't realize how much it hurts just pressing buttons on a mouse and keyboard like that.
We've played, I think this week alone, 400 ranked games. Something like that, yeah. Maybe like 300.
And we have won the good majority of them. How much better does he want us to be?
You have to be the best to beat LD50. She'll just blankly look at Carter and Marianne.
Carter looks at her, JJ with his arms crossed, staring at them, nodding slowly. You have to be the absolute best. There's no room for error. Okay.
We haven't even played LD50. Why can't we play them? I don't understand. It's like they're never in queue. Sam shrugs.
I believe they gave the reasoning of if we both get into a game, that would just be practice that both teams would manage to get against each other. We just happened to luck out and get into a game when it wasn't the entire team. So unfair practice and just being able to learn strategies and everything like that before the actual game starts is the reasoning I was given, at least.
God, he's gonna be up here.
Carter starts to rub his face. You're still gonna show off for me, right?
Of course. He'll just ramble and rant as we all try to do our training exercises. How's Oswald? Sam just shrugs again.
Laz looks down at the ground. We think he's down in the hangar right now.
He at least sleep last night.
He did. I used Aunt Suletta's advice and drugged his drink, but he did sleep.
Good advice it was. Sam nodding her head.
Laz smiles and nods. It was quite good to just see him sleeping, at least somewhat peacefully for once in a while.
Marianne goes to say something, and in the background, I found you! Oh, she grows. Damn, God, that was fast! I know he has the teleporters, but Jesus!
It's like he was sprinting to them.
Oh, you done do some training, then we going back to the PCs. Hang up the phone. Oh, hi, Les, how you doing? Long time no see. She just walks out of frame.
Laz smiles and nods towards Zap. Alright, gotta go. See y'all later. And Carter will hang up.
Zap grabs Carter's shoulder as he hangs up, disappearing. She starts laughing.
Laz rubs her face and starts to laugh.
He must really know his way around Gateway.
Yeah, she said room 402, right? I don't think I would be able to find it that fast.
No, I wouldn't. She picks Jace up and into his stomach.
Jace laughs and puts both of his hands onto Sam's face. And you know how babies just like sort of grab at your cheeks and stuff? He starts to do that to her.
Huh? She lets him. She just looks at JJ with her mouth open, fluttering her eye.
JJ looks at her. She can see a huge blush start to form on his face as he gives her a kiss on the top of the head.
Meow, 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 meow. You should have just let me slit the Walren's throat last night.
We're not slitting the Wolverine's throat, Mr. Snuffles. We went over this.
Zap.
Yes, Zap. He was talking all night about he could just slit the Wolverine's throat and it would all be over with. Everything would be quiet so we can sleep. But I told him no, and it is going to stay that way, Snuffles. It is going to stay that way.
Meow, 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 meow. At least he's the other kid's problem for the rest of the day.
That is true. That is true. He didn't really dog on us at all for not playing sport.
Well, we're playing snooker tonight, or we're at least watching people play snooker. She'll kiss Jace on the forehead.
I think watch is a pretty big term for what we're going to do, or at least watch them play. I think we're going to watch Clive get destroyed in snooker. That's what we're going to do.
It would be so funny if Clive cries if he loses.
Oh, I think I would actually feel a little bad about that.
He's gonna say something like, I will have my revenge at snooker.
Oh my god. Okay, if he says something like that, then I think he deserves the punishment that's coming towards him if he loses. He starts to laugh, just something so corny and out of left field like that.
Did you hear they got KFC at dinner for them?
I did. Carter Memorian told me about it.
Aren't you glad we went to my mother's home for the weekend?
Laz nods. Yeah, I am quite glad that we went to your mother's house.
Even if we did wreck her truck. Well, we'll use the term we loosely.
Yeah. Laz rubs her cheek. I didn't even know. This is gonna sound mean, but I would expect something like that out of Carter, not really Soul.
Didn't he wreck Memory Ann's car or something? It was before I was around the school.
Plaz nods. Yeah, she was trying to teach him how to fly a hover car, and he started to panic up there, felt like he didn't have enough control, and ended up almost exactly like how Soul did it, slamming the car down without the wheels being re-engaged.
Can talk to the moon, can summon ravens, can mind control former UIR special forces. Can't handle a hover car that's made for any idiot. Blind people can even drive those. Braille on the readout displays. Yeah.
JJ sighs. It was, I have to admit, sort of funny trying to see your mom keep her cool during that entire time there.
I think that car is her most prized possession that she owned. Yes.
Well, I believe Sil is going to have a fun time fixing that up once she has the mending cantrip down pat.
It's the first one off the line after Pequod bought the company. So yeah.
It's a gift she probably holds very dearly and close to her heart.
I learned how to fly a hover car on it. So did Colt. She thinks back.
Huh. Well, I think we learned a very valuable lesson there. When and if those kids, the twins I mean, have descendants, we don't let them near any expensive hover cars so they can learn how to fly them.
My God. Carter kids.
Memory Ann seems very up for having kids, and he...
But I mean, what if it's like a bitchier version of Carter? Think about it. Is that even possible?
JJ looks scared for a couple seconds. I really hope that isn't possible. I hope he isn't even the same amount of bitch as Carter was. Or she, whatever the gender may be of their kid, just... I hope they're not as bitchy as Carter was. And Laz nods. I love my brother very much. I hope they take a bit more after Memory Ann than they do Carter.
Agreed. Do you agree, Jace? Looking at Jace.
Jace seems mesmerized looking at Sam, and he actually just slowly nods looking into her eyes.
I think he agrees. Flutter your eyes at JJ.
I think so. He smiles at Sam, gives her a kiss, and then looks over at Jace. He seems to be quite taken aback by you, honey.
His favorite aunt.
I would have to say so. He doesn't do the cheek thing with anyone else.
No, he doesn't. She looks back at him.
Well, I'd say he just quite enjoys your presence and enjoys being close to you. He reaches over and starts to pat Jace on the head.
She'll kiss him on the forehead and look at Laz.
Laz looks at Sam. And she shrugs, stands up, and starts to pet Jace on the head. He quite likes his auntie. She smiles at Jace. I think I need to go down there.
If you want.
She nods. There's only one way that this is all going to be solved, and not only for my sake and Oz's sake, but the sake of the family. This needs to get solved.
We'll be right behind you. After the screaming's over.
Understandable. Very understandable. She smiles at Sam, gives her a kiss on the forehead, and nods. Wish me luck, guys. And she'll move away to go down the elevator to the bunker.
Mr. Snuffles saluting her with his paw as she goes down. Sam will look over at the cat. He's saluting her.
JJ looks at Snuffles. You quite respect that she's doing this, don't you?
Meow, 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 meow. Finally a child of Julius that takes matters into their own hands.
JJ starts to laugh. That is true, yes. He pets Snuffles a couple times, looks at Sam. He's quite happy that she's taking matters into her own hands.
Should have kicked him in the balls. Looking back at Jace.
I agree, just... He shrugs. Well, honey, I don't think she's a whole lot like you in that way. She's not as willing to get physically violent with people.
Maybe she should be.
Unless they really wrong her, of course. And I think she is going to be like that from now on. Don't quote me like that, of course, I'm no mind reader.
After the screaming stops, we'll go down.
Yeah, I don't think it would be good for the children's ears to hear all that.
She nods her head slowly, looking back at Jace as Laz makes her way down the ladder. It's not an elevator, it's a ladder. And she sees the beauty and magnificence of her jet in a what looks to be nearly completed state, but at least from the outside.
Her eyes widen at the nearly complete YF-12 in front of her as she continues to make her way down the ladder and hits the floor. She walks forward and, before she makes her presence known, gets a good look at what the two of them are doing.
Monkey Boy she can see him inside the cockpit polishing the dashboard, essentially, and cleaning the windows with Windex, and Oz is welding back here, welding mask on.
She nods, looking around, takes a couple more steps forward, makes eye contact with Monkey Boy, and Monkey Boy starts going, just making monkey noises as she nods, puts her hands up, and points over to Oz as she starts to make her way around, going to find Oz.
You can see him right up here, welding.
Oswald!
Not now, Laz. He stops what he's doing.
Oswald, honey.
He'll lift his mask and stare at her.
She smiles up at him. What's this, honey?
What are you doing down here?
I was curious what you were doing down here, and I wanted to check on you.
How did you even find out about this?
Grandpa told me. I became aware of it when Grandpa accidentally let it slip a while ago.
Oh, really? He'll turn off the torch.
Yes, really, Oz.
Thank you, Grandpa. He'll get off the jet, or should I say Grandma, because I'm sure his head was scrambled from your fucking idiot of a grandmother.
She rubs the back of her neck. Oz, I don't know. I really don't. I just became aware and I wanted to look at it, okay?
Well, here it is. He'll gesture behind himself.
She starts to walk up towards him.
It's all done. Not really. Not even close. Zap's too fucking crazy.
Well, it looks wonderful, honey. She'll walk right up to him. Thank you for doing this for me.
Saving this, it was supposed to be a surprise at the wedding.
It would have been a wonderful surprise, She looks at him. Thank you, honey. Really.
Might as well scrap the piece of shit and start over in another portion of your ridiculous family's underground bunker.
I don't think you should do that at all, honey.
Pick another jet.
Honey, this is good. I like this. I needed to do this so you would stop going into debt and stop spending all this money.
And how do you know about debt?
Because Tommy and everyone else made me
Oh,
aware.
of course. Mr. Wiseout. He shrugged. Must be nice to have so many friends in such high places.
You also have friends in high places, Oz. He would have just probably given you these parts for free. You didn't need to spend the money on them.
Well, I'd rather spend my own money and earn it than just be given something that's significant. If it's to be something significant, I think I'd rather earn it.
Why do you need to earn it, honey?
Why ask for something for free to build something for your significant other? That defeats the purpose.
That's basically what my dad did for my mom.
Well, I'm not your father. Do I look like your father? Am I that stupid?
No.
Do I look like I'd ruin my marriage?
No, you wouldn't. Not
Do
at
I
all.
look like I'd be interested in a girl from 400 million years ago? Do I look like I have the IQ of a simian, like him sitting up there?
No, you don't.
You see, unlike your father, I didn't grow up in the military where I got handed things and covered for, and sure, maybe he had a hard life, but clearly he didn't learn from that.
She looks at him. But honey, that's what you have now. You're a part of this family. You are a rainfall. You're mine. You are my husband. Even though we're not officially married yet, you are my husband. The only one I ever wanted. Only one. No one else. She sighs heavily. I should have just kicked Ricky right in the balls. When he started to come on to me, I really just should have done that.
Well, I wasn't even there. It makes sense, though. Valorious last name. Unlike that dumbass thinks, it's quite a illustrious name. Too bad he's was too stupid to see it. Ricky, that is.
She puts her hand up.
Plus, he's a Kai fighter like your father.
I could give a shit about Ricky. I could give a shit about the Valorious name. You want to know what name I give a shit about? Oz, Oswald, Ozzy, Honey, any other pet name that I call you. Those are the names that I care about. Those are the names that I care. Ricky is my squad mate, is our squad mate. Will I care if he gets killed in the line of duty or anything like that? Of course. He's our squad mate. But anything past that, anything personal past that, I don't want anything to do with him. Hell, I don't even want him at our wedding.
He's had his eye on all the Rainfall girls, I think. He'll climb back up on the thing.
She follows up after him. He has. He has. And he has come in between every single one of them. Elizabeth and Benny, Soul and Colt, me and you now. Every single one of them he has come between. So I really do not like him, or I'll be honest, even really enjoy him. She walks up to him even closer. I just want you, honey. I just want you. She sighs. I know you're making this to try and one-up Ricky because he was gonna steal the original. She holds one of his hands. I think that's a really sweet thing to do, honey. But something that would give me even greater joy is to... I know I'm stealing the nickname a bit from Soul and Cold, but is to watch my prince be happy and healthy and without debt. She puts a hand onto his cheek.
It's not just he'll stand up. It's not just because Ricky tried to steal it. This is your favorite. This is what you do for somebody you love. You don't ask for things for free and then build something and claim it means something. Maybe it worked for your father. doesn't work for normal people like us. Poor people, I guess. People who actually have to work, or had to work. Normal people is, I don't know how. I'm not going to question your father and how he got parts, but I don't care. I'm just saying it. Who cares if I go into debt a little bit? My family's been in debt since I was born. It's nothing new.
She keeps her hand on his cheek. I do, honey. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. You can do this on your own, acquire the parts however you want. But there's nothing wrong with asking for help. And you're not poor anymore. You're with me, and we will pay off your family's debts and everything like that. I want to do that for you. I want to help you and your family out. Because at this point, they're my family as well. They are also, in my mind, rainfalls. They might not live on the lane or do anything like that, but they're rainfalls, honey. Just like you, and just like how you always will be.
Still got the scarf on.
She looks at him with the scarf. Yes, you do. And I very much appreciate that, honey.
If it makes you happy, then we'll get Mr. Wiseau to get rid of my debt.
It will make me happy. She gets onto her knees and just holds both of his hands. It'll also make me happy to apologize for you, to you, for making you feel this way. Mom was trying to tell me something on the ship that day when, after the Primarch issue, the tea with the Primarch, she was trying to tell me something and I was too stupid to realize. She was trying to tell me that I was failing. And I am. I just need you to realize I'm sorry for making you feel that way.
Well, he'll kneel down with her. I think I'd rather be down here. If you're gonna be down here, I'd rather be down here.
I just want to be with you, honey. And I want to help you out with anything. Help your family out. We can go visit Zane whenever you want, honey. I would like to go visit him.
Personally, I prefer staying here. It's just all the drama.
I know, and I helped cause some of it this time around. She'll hold on to his cheeks. I love you so much. I just want to see that you're okay, honey.
I wouldn't mind sleeping in the same bed again.
And we can do that every single night, honey. And I bet having all that debt taken away would help ease some stress on your mind quite a bit, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it would. But I'm more concerned about getting this thing done. Because Zap is just too far gone, and I don't know how... Engines, not my thing. Electrical systems, Clive's got me covered.
Last sighs. If you want to continue to make it, accepting the help that we can provide, because you are a part of the family, and that's what we do for family, then I fully support you on it. And just imagine I can come down here with a nice big tall glass of lemonade when you're all sweaty from your hard work, and I can refresh you right up.
We could just lay on this thing naked. He'll pull her back down on top of it. It would be fun.
It will be. It very much will be. She smiles at him and gives him a kiss.
Apology accepted.
Thank you, honey. She looks over at Monkey Boy. Should I also apologize to Monkey Boy? I heard he was working very hard with you.
I think I have to too. I called him a stupid simian. I get angry when I don't have enough sleep.
I know. She looks at him. But we're going to be getting all the sleep possible from now on, okay?
Done and dusted. Agreed.
Oh, and I just want to tell you, if Ricky ever does try to come on to me again, I'm just gonna kick his ass.
I would like to see that, yeah, if he does, but I think he's... What do you call that? Gotten over the hump nowadays. I need my rest to watch those kids, him, and the rest of the squad. Oh, God.
Laz sighs. They can be a very stressful group of kids, don't you think?
The most stressful. I got my wrist broken last week because one of them was an idiot. They've come down.
Laz
Still hurts. She'll hold it up, holding Jason her other arm.
JJ holding both Hale and Integra will lean down and give her a very long kiss on her wrist.
That feels better.
Oh, honey, whenever you need it, just ask for it and I'll make it feel better. He winks at her.
Yeah, tell him your boob hurts. She snickers. I was a fan of the girls.
JJ shrugs. I wouldn't mind if you said your boob hurt. I'm just saying.
In private.
Oh, of course, in private, not with the people and especially the kids around, honey.
Is all the drama finally fucking over?
Laz will look at Oz.
He nods his head. I don't need any more sleep today, but back to a normal sleep schedule. It's over. And we have to talk to Tommy. How much debt did I incur? Sam, I think it's in the trillions now.
Laz, I would assume she would have, like, access to that account. She'll look at it.
1.2 trillion.
1.2 trillion.
This thing is all originally shrunk.
I know, honey. That's what I was told. She'll, like, rub the jet with her hand. And that's very cool, trust me, very cool.
Ow. Her wrist. She switches JJ around in her arms and makes that noise. Or Jason.
Oh, honey. He'll lean down and kiss her wrist again. You can't be doing that. Your wrist is hurt. He'll kiss it again.
Is she going to milk that for 20 years, love?
I think she just likes getting her wrist kissed by him.
He nods his head. I'll give your wrist a kiss too.
Yeah? She smiles and will kiss his wrist.
You know, speaking of spilling secrets, I got recruited by Ska and Clive to work on some Mustang or something. Some type of super expensive top secret Mustang. Somebody's favorite car or something. JJ was there, he knows, and Laz knows because it's Grandpa's favorite car.
JJ nods. Yep. I would assume you're talking about the car that my mom is making for my dad. It's like a top secret. It's his favorite car, the Mustang.
I think it's more top secret than anything in the military we've ever been privy to, and we've been privy to some crazy shit. Those xenomorph bugs.
Yeah. Last I heard, it was being built under Clive's house, right?
Yeah. Do you know who's on the team? Sam, let me guess. Scar, Clive, Blaze. Responsible people. Oz looks at Laz.
Laz shrugs. I would also assume Zap's on there, because he's like the best with working on engines and stuff.
Do you know who else is on the team?
She tilts her head. Don't tell me the Stooges.
Who else lives with Clive?
The Stooges.
And Father Goodscar.
Oh, Father Goodscar's on the team.
Dora and Jasper as well.
The creepy mannequin and dolls.
Guess I was wrong about the responsible people thing.
JJ nods. I guess so. He sucks some air in through his teeth.
Does your mother know they're on the team? She looks back at JJ.
JJ shakes his head. I don't think she does, no.
I say we keep it that way.
I agree with that, Oz. The longer it takes for her to find out about it, the better, I would have to say. He starts to chuckle. I don't think she'll have a whole lot of faith in the Stooges when it comes to something like this.
Carlin, Frederick, and Samuel handling expensive parts.
Laz grimaces a bit. I know I certainly wouldn't trust them when it comes to that kind of thing. Frederick is extremely clumsy.
Didn't he sit on some of Clive's games or something? He looks at Laz, Sam. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he sat on the games, and then Petra was thereafter unbanned from Clive's house since, winged creature and Clive, those two things don't really mix well together.
This thing is incredible. They've climbed up.
JJ nods. Yeah, you did a damn good job on this, Oz.
Just meowing to himself, inspecting the engines. She'll set Jace down, but keep an eye on.
JJ pats Oz on the shoulder after setting Hale and Integra down as well. You did good, mate. You did good.
Yeah, almost done. Just need to get these championships out of the way and Zap's brain to come back to normal.
Laz sighs. Am I the only one who's just a little worried that he'll... it's the straw that broke the camel's back sort of thing?
I don't know. What was it? Thursday night he chucked that glass of water back at Ricky because it only had 3 ice cubes in it. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah. I just hope it isn't like a permanent broken back in this situation.
Nothing's permanent with Aunt Nicole around. Hopefully.
JJ rubs the back of his neck. Yeah. My sister, she can fix anything.
Oh! Grabbing her wrist. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Honey, he holds up her wrist and starts to kiss it. You have to take it easy, darling. I think I might just have to carry all 3 of these kids.
You might just have to carry me. They have hover chair.
Oh, honey, you'll pick her up. I will carry you to the ends of the world.
Oh my god. He looks at Laz. Can you make me something to eat? I know we have the snooker party, but I'm starving.
Laz will rub his stomach. Of course, what do you want?
Anything. Just home-cooked meal. Upstairs. And something preferably she doesn't have to use a fork to eat.
Of course, yeah. How about I just keep it simple and make us some nice, Reubens or something?
That sounds perfect.
She smiles at him and will give him a kiss.
He'll kiss her back as flashing up to the kill house. The kids are here and Zap is also here, breathing heavily right behind Ricky. Ricky can feel Zap's breath on the back of his neck.
You doing alright, Mr. Zap? Take that as a no. Everything alright?
How long done we gonna be down here? We just got here. He looks back at Zap and then Kurt.
Yeah, we just got here. We haven't even run the course one time, Uncle.
You gotta let them run the course. They got new weapons to try. You know they're in the military, right?
Carter looks...
He knows you're in the military, right? Looks at Carter.
Carter looks at Okir. I just think he doesn't care.
Go first, Ricky. She walks... I can't focus with that. Show us your new flails. Or some new technique. Get away from him breathing on the back of your neck.
Alright, boy. You can see him look behind himself and kind of shudder. Alright, he will go...
This is actually good training. Staying focused with this going on.
Yeah, you're I'm right, I can barely concentrate on keeping the keyblades out. He's gonna try to go through with his keyblades. Another attack. And continuing to move through.
This is fucking boring.
Carter looks at Zap. Yeah. This is just what training is. We watch them go through, fight the targets, hit them, do what they can against them. We're going to be seeing some new stuff, though, I believe. He leans forward a bit. So, you have that LAR, right? And she'll point to it on her back. I thought I'd just at least give it a shot. Might as well try and learn about it, yeah?
Always good to have options. Watching Ricky continue to just keep going. Tired of watching him do this. He done fucked up my glass of water the other night. He just starts laughing.
I remember, Uncle. I really do remember.
How could we forget? You called him a skinny, lanky motherfucker and threw the glass right back at him, and it almost hit him in the face.
Stupid, skinny, lanky motherfucker, I'll have you know.
He just makes that noise rubbing Soul's back.
Soul laughs a bit. Well, is it okay if I try it out next?
Championship's done next week. Yeah, go ahead, honey.
Alright. She'll crack her neck, hop out of Colt's arms, and we'll walk up to the course.
You walking kind of funny. Squints at her.
She stops walking, looks at Zap. I am?
Yeah, like, it's kind of strange. You put on some weight, honey. It doesn't look like it, but the way you walking, it's like you know you done gonna be front loaded or something. If I had to guess, I'd say she was pregnant. Yeah, okay. You take your meds today, old man? I'm just saying.
I mean,
Colt's standing behind Memory Head.
I mean, if she was, they'd have told us, man.
Yes, looking at her plasma rifle, inspecting it. Think someone just needs a nap. And his medication.
Yeah, we can get you your medication. And Soul nods. Do you have it on you, Uncle Zap?
Mama Land done did that when she first found out she done pregnant.
Soul starts to laugh. I think it's just because my back isn't feeling very good, Uncle.
Back pain is a sign of early pregnancy.
No.
He looks over at her.
I slept weird, Uncle Zap. Ask Colt the sleeping position I was in, how I was like all bent up like that. It felt comfortable at the time, but Jesus, my back hurts now.
She was all contorted. She likes to wrap herself around me.
Yeah, and I mean, given how much we've been training, that can also be a thing that causes back pain.
Just stares at Soul. Almost a knowing stare from Zap.
Soul looks at Uncle Zap, and as like the other kids are distracted, she looks at him with a pleading look, just like, please don't.
He opens his mouth. What we done talking about? Looks around.
We were just waiting for Soul to run the course, Uncle.
I want you to pretend all them targets is Dargos.
I will, Uncle, I will. She'll pull the LAR off her back. Now, just a warning, I'm not, the best in the world with this. I just only started trying this out last week, so fair warning, I guess.
Just take your time, relax.
She will immediately spin around and start just decimating those three in front of her. She'll roll forward, quickly misty step to this corner right here. Looking around the corner, she'll bam, bam. Keeping down low, she starts to run forward, and with these three in front of her, she'll crack her neck, and these black feathers start to form around her as just a murder of ravens fly out and start picking the targets apart. They come back to her. It looks like she's almost re-energized by the looks of it, as she just simply walks forward up next to the last target. Centurion Defender, pew, right through the head.
Fuck you, John!
Soul looks down at it and starts to laugh.
That thing just say fuck you, John. And what the hell was that? I thought you said you weren't good at this stuff. Colt comes over laughing.
Soul shrugs. I just wanted to give a warning in case I messed up.
Oh, done look pretty proficient to me.
She smiles. Thanks, Uncle Zap. That means a lot, actually.
Gets it from her mother.
Carter nods. Yeah, Mom was always a really good shot. Always said she was a rifleman first, or riflewoman, I guess you can call, and then you become something else, especially when you join the Marines.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible, man. Looks like the training is actually paying off, huh?
Who the hell is this guy? He resets the target.
That's the Menace, the Saint John Kevin's son.
Fuck you, John. John Maley. Oh, right. The Nazi guy or whatever, something like that.
Yeah. From what I understand, the targets used are from what he looked like during the first Melee Civil War.
The guy that got trampled by the moose that pisses off Laz. Oh yeah, that's right, that asshole.
She still gets angry about that video if she ever sees it.
The guy that also appears in ghost form during significant moments in Julius Rainfall's children's lives.
Soul starts
Wait, that's a thing? Huh? Looks around.
Soul starts to, like, smack her lips together. Yeah, whenever he's around, the spellcasters, I guess you can call us, we get, like, this cigarette and mohawk vodka taste in our mouth, and, like, cigarette smoke invades our nostrils and stuff. Even though, those things aren't around, it's just, that's the essence John Kevin gives off when he is around in ghost form.
Anybody not a magic user see him? Colt, yes.
Yeah, it looks like big moments he appears to everyone in the vicinity.
When we were down at Palo Alto on that fateful day, where Crackhead or Methhead walked out, Hazel, the Saint, was there, watching over Carter.
Carter nods. Yep.
I didn't see him.
He was there. He was there. Tommy walked right through him, strangely enough.
Probably because you stormed off because you was angry.
That is why you didn't see him.
Oh, she groaned.
But yeah, he was also there when I proposed to you. I don't think you saw him then either.
No, I saw him at Soul's wedding, though.
Soul nods. It was a little hard not to see him. He was right next to that poor guard.
Suppose we'll be seeing him at Laz's wedding.
Oh, I can guarantee it. He chuckles to himself, keeping an eye on all the Rainfall kids. Hell, I'm the reason the Saint is dead.
Oh, done. Big tradition. For the Rainfall family, you go visit the Saint grave with Tommy. Well, Julius done do it.
Carter looks at Memory and Soul. Has Tommy ever offered to take any of us there?
I think he has, but other things have come up. Plus, Anova's not that safe if Tommy's gonna be there with us. It's not safe, period. Well, perhaps more safe in certain areas, but yeah.
Soul nods. It would make sense. Having mana-hungry creatures and a powerful spellcaster like Tommy.
Yeah, you'd be right in thinking that. Trust me. Looks at Carter. We know Carter and Colt. We know from experience.
Maybe he'll dress up in his black fucking random gear that doesn't match.
Carter starts to laugh with the pants that don't fit him at all, even though he has a belt on that's on the last loop.
The M60 firing blank.
The weird Rambo screams.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is that comic book definitely stretches the truth, but it's a good read. I really like the part where he killed the land squid with a combat knife, shirtless.
I mean, the time when he caught a raptor that was jumping at you out of the air and snapped its neck was pretty cool too.
I especially like the part where Carter was losing the duel and he jumped down and fired a rocket at the wizard woman, and blew her up, saving Carter's life.
Carter starts to laugh. That is a very interesting part of that comic book, I have to admit.
My favorite part is he dragged Ricky back to the boat because he got bit in the leg by a raptor.
Yeah, that's probably the second best part of the whole thing for me.
Didn't you done get stabbed by him though?
Yes.
My favorite thing about the comic book is they left in the line about Ashton Kutcher. They said, Tommy at one point said, I'm punking on all these raptors like I'm Ashton Kutcher, and I still think nobody has gotten that line.
Unless you go out of your way to look the guy up, you're not gonna get it.
Yeah, I still don't know who the hell he is, and I actually tried to look him up.
And some dumb loser, he was on a show called That 70s Show. Not a great actor in my opinion.
Huh. I'm not even gonna ask. So I got stabbed in the leg because Tommy was talking about some random dude.
Well, he was trying to save us all from that singular raptor that honestly probably wouldn't have even bothered us if we just all got onto the ship.
I think it was just making sure we were leaving, basically.
Yeah, I think so. And then the thing got nuked anyways.
Carter rubs his mouth. Yeah. It was an interesting day, I'll give it that much. Quite scary in hindsight, but he looks back at Memory Ann. Very much worth it.
Definitely was. She'll hold up the ring hand.
He'll take her hand and kiss it and wink at her.
Suppose it's my turn to run the course.
Ah, I suppose so, honey. He smiles at her, and as she walks away, he'll give her a little tap on her butt.
Ooh. She'll walk over in position. Okay. By the way, your report you filed on the fight with them 4 guys, everybody's after action reports, they all got rejected by the Ranger General.
Carter looks at Okir. What? Why?
I think we're up for after action review. He nods his head. Apparently, Samantha put in a scathing report pointing out a lot of things she saw as bad team play. You done fuck?
Yeah, I think we are.
I was kind of proud of that one. She shrugs. I thought we did fine. Colt is not saying anything.
The soul sucks some air in through her teeth.
I wasn't there from the beginning, so can't really say much. By the time I showed up, I was already half past useless.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I spent the whole fight with either one or 2 big dudes in my face, so I didn't get to see much else of what was going on.
In the moment, no comment. He'll just kiss Soul on the...
Soul shrugs. I was sort of just focused on trying to kill him. It didn't really matter who I was shooting at. That's a big problem on my part.
We should have had a focus target earlier. And we should have stayed closer together. And coordinated our utility. And done a lot better. I read Sam's report.
Soul sighs and rubs his chest. Was it really as scathing as Okir just said?
Well, Benny did run out of heals, honey.
Yeah, I know. And when you run out of heals, you die. You're a duck in the water at that point.
And Samantha ran out of heals.
Carter again sucks air in through his teeth. Yeah, she did.
And those four didn't look like they were going down anytime soon.
After action reports. When you're up for review, it's like being on these things. Zap, like a football team. Done gonna go watch the footage, learn how to be a better team. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Back when I was in U.S. military, we had to do. No big deal.
Alright, then it can't be that bad, right?
No, it just means you gotta work better as a team. You haven't seen enough combat.
Carter looks at Zap. Is it common for Spec Ops to have after-action reports like this?
Absolutely. I'm sure your parents did many a times back in the day with Lorelai.
Carter nods and
I can remember one time, very angry Lorelai Chili got all shot up, and they weren't protecting the wizard, and Sasha had to do it, and something or other. Then she was screaming at people, and yeah, he just gross.
Carter rubs Zap on the back. That actually makes me feel better, Zap. Thank you.
They weren't protecting their wizard, who was also their healer. Well, no.
Well, I guess if our legendary parents can get one, then us getting one ain't too bad, right?
Soul tilts her head. No, I guess not. I mean, that's something that even we all do. She looks at Colt. I may not be the healer, of course, but you and Sam and pretty much everyone, they all protect the wizard, which, me and Memory Ann, I would consider us two the wizards.
Good teams weren't built in a day.
Got that right. And I mean, that was to be honest, that was kind of like our first mission like that at all, you know?
I was surprised at their resilience. She nods her head.
I wasn't really expecting they would be. He bites his bottom lip. As strong as they were.
And if I remember Sam's report correctly, we had them heavily outnumbered.
Yes, we did. It was 4 to, 8?
1, 2, 3. He's pointing around. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
Yeah, that...
9, actually, if you count when I came in to the equation.
Yeah, we really should have been able to put them down.
Carter rubs his cheek. Well, that's why they want us to do this, so we can all grow as a team. Be better at teamwork, I guess you can say, to put it in simpler terms.
Emrian will kill this menace, just shouldering the rifle, running through, tactical, like. She'll do the same, 2 quick snapshots on these two as the discussion continues. Zap, like I said, good teams done weren't built in a day.
I mean, you'd know it given how many SWOTOR teams you've headed up.
Putting the plasma rifle on her back, she'll pull out dual pistols and start shooting them. Quickly, rapidly. Colt, that's underwater.
Carter is watching her. His jaw has completely open, and Okir can see him start to drool just a little bit.
She will ice sheet the ground and jump over these 3 targets and riddle them almost Matrix style with her pistols, shooting them, and landing in front of the final menace target. She whips the plasma rifle back up, puts it to where his chin would be on the cardboard cutout, and blows its head off.
Carter meets up with her and is just staring wide at her.
She blows some smoke off the barrel of her plasma rifle.
puts his hands onto her hips. That was the hottest thing I've ever seen.
She'll put the plasma rifle on her back, gesture down to her pistols, a page out of Samantha's playbook, chuckle.
That was really cool. I was not expecting that. A pleasant surprise, honey. A very pleasant surprise.
She'll put her lips out for a kiss from Carl.
He will lean in and give her a super passionate kiss after what he just saw.
Yeah, that was impressive. Nodding his head. Colt, very.
Soul starts to laugh. Sort of put me to shame.
Memory Ann, I don't know. I can't do the Raven thing.
Oh, well, you know, the Ravens are cool and all, but I don't think I could do that Matrix-style jump over, pew pew pew, destroying all of them thing.
I'm quite nimble. Damn straight, just like a mother.
Yeah, you really are. It was really cool, Memory Ann. Maybe me and you can train together sometimes.
Absolutely. I mean, Samantha taught me how to do it. She shrugged.
Oh, then how about the three of us, then?
Sure. After our scathing after-action review.
It'll be all right. I mean, it's just gonna be, constructive criticism and them teaching us what to do, right?
Soul looks at Colt and... Sure. That's probably all that's gonna happen, and we're definitely not gonna be yelled at for being stupid at times.
No, they're not going to yell at us. Or you, but definitely stern, I would imagine. Because they don't want to see you get hurt.
Carter nods. Definitely makes sense. I mean, still holding on to Memory Ann. We're their kids, after all. I don't think they would ever want to see us hurt.
Speaking of which, kids. Looks around. Did you guys see that guy up on that guy that lives with you guys? Krellin, Samuel, and I know his name is Frederick, but he's like with the hat on and looks like your father's old clothing. Oh, that be Fred Park, yeah. I saw him walking around Gateway like I think he's doing an autograph signing or something. Marianne laughed.
Oh, jeez, it's gonna be a zoo getting to the teleporters, isn't it?
Oh, we won't need to go down there, but he should be well off of Gateway by the time we need to get back home.
Yeah, hopefully. God.
I didn't know he was doing an autograph sign. Fred Pock is the most popular artist currently. I mean, that hashtag on the Enet, it was, what was it? Hashtag finish the song? Or where did Clive put him? That was there for like 2 weeks, excuse me.
Yeah, it was like number 1 on trending, and then it dropped to like number 5 after 3 weeks. But it was there for at least a month and a half.
Imagine having friends that dedicate a song to you about being racist.
I can sort of understand where some of Clive's frustrations come from. But the fact that he didn't allow Petra to come in, I'd say it's fair game.
Oh, I agree. Hands on Carter's hip. Zap, how was the dinner the other Friday night, was it? How was it? I tried to ask Suletta how it was. She didn't want to talk about it.
Well, those of us that got food from Tommy's beforehand had a pretty good time. Can't say much for anyone else.
Oh, that bad, huh? He shrugs.
Let's just say they were very ill-prepared, and they put the Stooges in charge of getting the entree.
Oh, what a dumb fucking idea. Marianne laughs. So does Cole.
You want to know what they got?
Let me guess. Something Suletta hates. Taco Bell.
KFC.
The one fast food she hates the most, actually. Oh, dumbasses.
And, seems Mr. Clive forgot to wash the cups in his cabinet beforehand because they were dirty too.
I can't believe they get KFC. What a dumbass move.
Well, they got KFC because 1, the Buckets feed a family, and 2, they were trying to get a deal from Ricky's father because apparently he owns it.
They take things way too literally. The Bucket does say it feeds a family, so they got it. And Colonel Sanders looks like Major Valorius, slightly. So, therein lie the problem. Zap.
The question I want to ask is why all three of them bit a piece of chicken, and I know they said it was about poison, but really, why'd they leave it in the bucket after they bit it?
Wow. Gee, oh, speak of the devils.
Carter turns around and
What the hell are you even doing here? This is a kill house. Read you mind, find you.
Carter covers his mouth looking at Fudfog and then uncovers it. How can we help you guys, Krellin?
Come down to show you how really done. Fredpock going to run course with his heater.
His heater?
Handgun.
Carter looks at Memorian.
Oh, the handgun from the fucking music video they did. What'd you say on my block, motherfucker? And he shoots whoever it was. I think it was a Blaze playing the guy across the street.
Yeah, boys put the motherfucker on that street, that's mine.
What did he say on your block?
Oh, just something bad about my moms.
Wow, what a cunt.
Oh yeah, for real, what a cunt. Got what he deserved.
Wow, targets of the menace coming up pushing buttons on the computer to reset.
Yeah, pictures of the menace. Carter turns to Memorian. Are we allowed to do this? Like, is this not against the rules and, like, really illegal?
Oh, it's completely against the rules. She's gonna step out of the way, but nothing's going to stop them. And they are your mother's favorite children, so.
That is very true.
Ricky's gonna lean into Okir. Is there any, like, ballistic shielding we can hide behind?
He'll push a button and a shield will come up with slits for them to look through. There you go.
Thank you very much, cause, looks over at Fredpock. Yeah, you get it.
Don't worry about it, just a BB gun. Pequod didn't give him a real gun, they just think it real. Coming over here.
Soul looks at the gun. Oh my god, it really is just a BB gun.
It's high-powered BB gun. You done maybe get a welt from it, maybe pierce your skin and all, but it ain't gonna kill no one. Pequod wouldn't do that.
I mean, yeah, but BB gun or not, knowing my luck, he'd catch me right in the eye or something.
Oh, Dad, I wouldn't be surprised. There's a reason they had Blaze play the guy, you know.
Yeah, makes sense. I wouldn't want to risk it against, well, that. As Fledwig is, like, looking at the gun, pointing it down the range, tilted to the side, and closing one of his eyes.
You don't want to hold it like that. You want to hold it straight up so you can line up the iron sights, buddy.
Did I ask you, OQ?
His head recoils in shock. Fredpock grew up in Harlem. No need you advice. Okay?
Wouldn't want to step on the toes of the master.
Soul starts to laugh. Wait, whenever you're ready, Fledwig, I think all the targets are up. She covers her mouth and starts to laugh harder, and Fledwig makes the motion of cracking his neck, but no cracks sound out. And then he points his gun down range. These motherfuckers on my block! As he will shoot his BB gun at them 3 times, not even bothering to see if they're down. He just keeps moving forward.
His pants are falling down.
He has to, like, hold at his crotch so his pants don't fall all the way down. I like to think this one is still up, and he, like, shoulder checks it almost. He continues to move forward, still facing this way as he slowly turns, switching the hand the gun is in.
What the fuck was that? Who switches gun hands like that? Quiet, Memorian.
Obviously, only the best do it, I guess.
He looks downrange. Oh, I didn't know you guys were here too. What? Shooting at the 2 of them, continues to move past even though they are clearly still up. And he looks at these four grouped up, checks the magazine that he's using, reloads it. I have just enough for all of you. Bam, 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 bam. Shooting at all of them.
He's making the gun noises with his mouth.
Colt sets Soul down gently and starts clapping.
Carter starts to clap as well as Fudwick will start to crip walk up to the group.
That was cool. See? Patting Okir on the head.
Yeah, incredible. We should think about bringing him with on a mission sometimes, ma'am. It could be a real asset.
That was incredible. I especially like the gun hand changing thing. Frederick, if you wouldn't mind, she'll power down her plasma rifle. Hold this, don't. You can't hurt yourself, but take the plasma rifle from me for a second.
Oh yeah, sure, of course. He'll put his BB gun into the back of his pants using the waistband, and he'll hold the plasma rifle for her.
Okay, now change shoulders like you did with the change hands like you did with the pistol.
He'll try to.
Oh my god, you look like that Steven Seagal guy my mother hates. Oh yeah! He points at Frederick! Oh shit, Dad used to love that movie. They made, like, that Malcolm guy made some, and they were somehow worse than the original. But, Sniper Special Ops. Who dis? An inquisitive look.
Some terrible actor from, the 20th century? 21st?
Yeah, and he, like, got brought back to relevance because of Malcolm, basically. Copying his movies, and the Malcolm movies were so terrible, people went back to watch the real source material being Stevens. They've fallen out of favor in recent years, but yeah. You don't say. Just taps his lip.
The only thing I remember about the dude is that he wore a tack vest that only covered the front third of his body because he was so fat.
Oh my god, he was fucking huge, you're right. Especially in Sniper Special Ops. He looks down at Soul. We're watching that sometime.
Oh, of course, I'm totally up for that.
You will laugh your ass off when you see that guy sitting... I don't want to spoil it. He'll kiss her on the head.
Soul laughs and nods. I can't wait, honey. Fudwick, with an eyebrow raised, looks over at Krellin and Samuel. Look like Steven Seagal, huh?
Well, the way you change the shoulders and stuff, yes, you don't look like him. He had disgusting hair, Frederick, and he was just... You don't look like him physically, but the mannerisms and gestures, absolutely. She'll gesture for the plasma rifle back.
He'll hand it back to her. Maybe we should watch this Sniper Special Ops movie. Eh, gentlemen?
Maybe. Want to do action movies later down the road.
Well, I mean, with all the skill you just showed, they'll be fantastic.
And Krellin's wrist computer starts going off. It's a panicked Clive. 1 second, Ricky. Loser calling us. Hello? Answers the phone!
Krellin, you answered it after you said... Anyway.
Trying to talk to Ricky. Loser.
Just said that to my face. I need you guys here. I'm setting up for the snooker party, and I need you guys here. Come on.
Fine, we be down there. Frederick just ran course with Heater, Clive.
Oh, isn't that wonderful for him? Did he win?
Yes, the greatest course runner in history of Gateway.
Clive sighs very heavily. Yes, I'm sure. I am very sure that he is better than the Ranger General, who has probably run that course more times than any of us can count.
Would bring you something to eat, but no teeth.
I have teeth, Krellin. I have teeth. They were healed. I just trying to rile you up, Clive.
Keep you dentures in. We coming. He hangs up.
Clive
Keep you dentures.
Clive was dentures trying to convince everyone that he was healed.
So get in bed with Suletta.
Trying to impress her, but isn't even impressing her because everyone has teeth.
He starts, hands on his stomach, laughing. Samuel doing the same thing. Krellin will throw up some gang signs. Okay, have to go. See you homies at party for snooker. Walks off.
Yeah, see you later.
As Frederick leaves, he throws up West Side and will follow after Krellin.
Samuel's just holding up 2 double peace signs, doesn't realize what it even means as they leave. Keep you dentures. I don't love the Stooges. Colt's cackling, like lightly rubbing the top of Soul's head at the keep you dentures in comment.
They never miss a chance to shit on that poor guy.
They know he got healed, right? Yeah, they do. They just don't care. I don't care.
I think, like Clive said, they just like to rile him up. Especially when something like this is happening, and it's something that, well, obviously he was nervous about, and why wouldn't he? The dinner didn't seem to be going very well, or went very well.
It's a big night for Clive. Stroking Carter's cheek with her hand. He has to impress tonight.
Yeah, doubly so, yeah. Now I gotta ask, given that he's asking them for help on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you think tonight's gonna go?
It can't go that bad. My mother's told me... well, we have to go shopping, actually. Here on Gateway, I have to get ingredients to make apple pie and vanilla ice cream, and you should be cooking something too. Looks at Soul.
Soul nods. I'm gonna get the stuff for tacos. Colt really likes tacos.
Yes, I do. My taco is this, of course, running his hands up her side.
Soul pumps her eyebrows up at him a couple times and leans forward. You like that move that I did with the ravens?
Yes, I did. Kissing her nose. You should get some snacks at the store, whatever you want. We're all just bringing something, because my mother does not want a repeat of last Friday.
Yeah, I'm planning on grabbing some soda, and I already got something made and ready in the fridge to bring.
Your girlfriend's bringing pizza, I assume, to stay on my mother's, or get on my mother's good side.
Yes, she is, and I'm bringing an ambrosia salad that I made.
Good! Smart! Would you like to run the course, Uncle Zap? Oh, no, I'm too old for that. We don't need to go shopping, we need to go up play some small talk.
Uncle, we need to go shopping. We need to make this stuff for the party, Uncle.
Who gives a shit about Clive's party? We all know he's just gonna get his foot up his ass and snooker. That breaks his concentration on Soul.
I mean, yeah, but don't you want some good-ass food to eat while you watch it?
Baby girl done gonna go cook coney stew there. She told me when I was, well, confronting her about trying to waterboard me. This is ridiculous.
Soul will raise one of her eyebrows and look at Zap with a pouty expression on her face. You don't want to try out my tacos?
I'll try and relax, honey. That's fine. You know the SWTOR Championships next week, children. And we done having fuck-ups on the glasses of water.
Won't
We
happen.
know.
Won't happen again, sir.
We're not hydrated during them games. We could die of dehydration. Huh? He looks back at Zap confused.
Completely understood, sir. I'll, make sure not to mess up with the amount of ice again.
I mean, we really should... can we squeeze in some PT before we go run the course a couple more times, and then some PT before we go shopping? Memory End? Yes, that would be fine. Somebody find a chair for Uncle Zap to sit in.
Carter nods on it. He'll go off and try and find a chair for him.
And they will. As flashing to the office, Ash is here on holo call. Towns is off bringing up Agent R. Everybody here is aware. The disk, the hard drive that the kids found, they found a bounty on Agent R, and they're informing Ash of that right now. Sasha just got done telling.
So he had a bounty on him, you say?
800 million credits.
But did it say whom it was placed by?
No.
Well, the fact that it didn't say whom it was placed by is, well, a statement in and of itself, I think.
I mean, there was a... Let me pull this up real quick. She starts typing. Pequod, there was like an initial... I can't remember. Icy. reading Sasha's computer screen. RP! Sasha, we assume Ripper.
That would be my assumption as well. Then it would seem us contacting R was a good idea. He must know.
Yeah,
He must know something important.
800 million credits is an insane amount of money for one bounty. But it makes sense given the fact he was on Earth. Sasha, also makes sense that none of them were dumb enough to take it.
It does. How does that compare to the internal bounties Max Tech had on us?
Blown out of the water.
Julius nods. Oh, yeah. That's like a good, at least 80% increase on the bounties that we had on our heads. Whatever R knows, they don't want us to know.
Either he knows something important, or they're just scared of him for some reason we don't get. Holding Julius's hand.
Julius nods. My guess would be that he's some kind of loose end or a variable they can't control. And they want to take that variable out of the equation. That's just my guess, though.
Given the fact that from everyone I've spoken to, they've said R has been around as long as they can remember, he probably knows a hell of a lot and probably has some real tricks up his sleeve.
I always pegged him for at least 150 years old. I mean, not that he looks super old, but he was in that position a long time at the head of SIS before we even came into the picture, Lorelei told me. So he has to go back to before Rico.
I'd say he could even be older than that. He has a way he walks that just screams experience.
And he's got side blockers in. She shrugged.
Julius looks over her at Icy. Are those sight blockers good enough that even you can't read his mind?
I think they're old. When he gets close, I'll be able to. I can get into his mind, portions of it, but just like right now, he's in an elevator with Towns. That much I can tell you. The closer he gets, I think the more I'll be able to tell.
So you don't have issues sensing his presence, but just actually digging deep or even trying to reach surface level is an issue if he's far away?
She nods her head. Pequod, I don't know anything about side blockers. That term wasn't a thing to me up until Hag Bunker Laz's incursion onto the mode.
I've read about people using them, but I can't think of too many that I've met with them in. What about you, Sasha?
I know they're big in SIS. Or they were. They still kind of are. Lorelei always said Towns would have had to have them implanted in if he wasn't mind wiped. The mind wipe was a blank slate, so.
Julius tilts his head. So, is it common practice in SIS to do it, or do you think if we ask about this side blocker, it could be a connection to Strat that we could try to use?
Sasha will shrug. Maybe, from my limited understanding, it's like side block only if you know a lot of important stuff. A lot of fucking important stuff. So him, Agent O, that guy, if you remember him, they were privy to a lot of important information. Your run-of-the-mill, like your dad doesn't have them, and he worked for SIS for how long?
I mean, think about how...
Integra didn't. She shrugs. Not to bring her up and depress people, but she didn't. So, I think you have to be privy to, like, the stuff we don't want people to know about.
I mean,
Top of the top classified black bag shit.
Like xenomorphs. She's sipping a Slurpee. Pequod.
yeah, I mean, think about it like this. How much do I know, and I don't have them in?
What are we gonna do? She goes back to sipping her Slurpee. How are we gonna run this? Sasha, ask questions. Pequod, yeah. Maybe we should have prepared more.
Julius rips the back of his neck. We ask questions about stuff we want to know about him, about SIS. And then once we get, let's call it the formalities out of the way, We can bring up some of the stuff we found. The Pinta, the assassin that tried to assassinate you, Ash. Just stuff like that. Ask about Strat. Maybe even try to get some info on Old Smokey.
The Ray units as well.
Ray units. Yeah, exactly.
The assassin, I'd think, should be quite high up on the list because, well, remember, our best guess is that it's there to take out the kids. I'd like to see if he knows of any weakness to it.
Pequod nodding her head, writing stuff down on her wrist computer, just copying what everybody was saying. Well, we didn't know we were going to talk to this guy until, like, 4 hours ago, so didn't have a lot of time to prepare.
Exactly. We didn't... 4 hours when it comes to this kind of thing is not a lot of time, so it's pretty okay that we're not as prepared as we probably should have been.
I mean, bloody hell, due to time difference, I only found out a little over 45 minutes ago.
Sasha, you're somewhere where nobody can hear you, right?
Oh yes, beyond. I have gone into my room and, well, you built it. You know how soundproofed this thing is.
Good. Perfect. Yeah, because I don't know what this guy's gonna spout off. Really don't.
Agreed, and the only person I'd let in here is Ceres, but she's busy helping with the crew.
I'm sure EarthGov has done quite a few things it's not very proud of. She shrugged. But it's our job to protect it, one way or another.
I mean, the way I look at it is what government hasn't done things they aren't proud of. It comes with the territory.
Nah. Malcolm's World of Warcraft government that never got off the ground, all they did was kill artists and cause massive amounts of radiate. He starts chuckling. He got, oh god.
Julius starts to laugh, and you know what? Malcolm was probably proud of that. So
Julius Bloodhoof.
They permanently irradiated a continent.
Yes, because of a blood pact signed by Julius Bloodhoof.
And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he also extinct something called, like, a Manaroth or something like that?
Yes, and I think that's the same planet they dropped the T-Rex to film that second shitty movie of the dinosaur takeover or something. I don't know. I was never a big fan of Malcolm's stuff.
It gets hard to keep track of. I mean, what is it, 6 or 7 cities he razed to the ground?
Maybe more.
Probably more. Probably some that even me and you don't know about.
Believe me, I'll probably find one once I get home and get back to exploring the frontier.
Icy coughs into her hand.
But
It is.
Davine wasn't experimenting on them.
Pequod starts laughing.
You even put the rim shot in there. Nice one.
Top
You guys are like children, looking between the two of them.
brevity keeps the soul young.
It's good to keep spirits high here. I don't know. I don't know what this dude's gonna say. I never got to know him very well.
Julius looks at Ash. You met him before even I did, right?
Yes, I met him in passing at, Jupiter Falls, I believe. But, I mean, even working here, I can count the number of times I've actually sat down and really spoken to him on one hand.
I see. Literally, my only interaction with him was Arnakiing him, and he reached for his gun and shot at me, and I disappeared. And the only reason I remember that is because one, he shot at me, and two, Agent O told us that was the first time he shot the gun in like 120.
Julius starts to laugh.
Arnaki! Pequod. Arnaki got everybody on Gateway, yeah.
Oh, at least once. It even got General Lorelei. I mean, Arnaki was a scary sight. No offense, Ash.
None taken, it sure as fuck got me. Still can't believe you waited outside my room for hours to scare me senseless.
Sasha also got you a lot of royalties.
That's why I'm not gonna complain.
Arnaki versus Malcolm, or Cornstalk, excuse me.
I could have put Ricky through the best college in the universe and not have cracked the amount of royalties I got off that.
She laughs. Pequod, the Arnaki miniatures were people's like favorite. Not favorite, but one of the favored factions, I should say.
I mean, they did used to host bad painting competitions with them, so I'd believe it.
Pequod, nods her head. I won a tournament with them when they were the new army list. People said they were underpowered. I won a tournament. Julius was there. He remembered.
Julius nods. And to my knowledge, forgive me if I'm wrong, I haven't been really keeping up with that scene as of late, but you're still the only one to ever win a tournament with them.
Yes, she nods her head. Sasha, not keeping up with the scene because he's too busy keeping up with the scene of her naked. Crosses her arm.
Julius sighs. I'm not gonna deny that one bit, Sasha. It is a mesmerizing sight.
Did anybody tell him about the KFC incident? Gestures that. Pequod KFC. Oh god. Rolls her eyes, squeezing Julius's hand. Sasha, KFC.
Julius looks at Sasha. Oh my god, we haven't even told you. Oh, okay, so you two know how Suletta despises KFC, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I watched her vomit when someone brought it in once.
Well, she went over to dinner with Clive, bringing Memory Ann, Carter, your son Ricky, and his girlfriend Ellie, Ash, and well, he was very ill prepared, very nervous apparently, and in his nervous state, he put the Stooges in charge of dinner.
What? She looks shocked.
Oh, poor man.
Was he just that desperate?
I think so. He was just that desperate that he put the Stooges in charge, and they went to get KFC because one singular bucket can feed a family, because it says so on the side of the bucket. And why would Ash ever lie to them? Oh, by the way, Ash, I didn't know you owned KFC.
And I quote Krellin. My good friend Sherion Valorius work here. Or own here.
I would ask why he thinks I own the company, but I think I have the answer already.
Pequod will send you the footage from the security camera of the store. They harassed that poor girl for 45 minutes, demanding the Asherion Valorius friend discount. And then the girl behind the counter just got frustrated and gave them a bucket of chicken for free.
Please do, I think Saris will get a kick out of it.
It's uploading to you now. It's gonna take a while. They bothered her for 45 minutes. Just saying Ash would give us bucket for free. Help him save universe, little child.
If I owned it, I probably would. Maybe I'll just take some royalties and see if I can purchase a controlling stake in the company.
Why do they even need a free bucket if they have Pequod's credit card?
They
And Tommy's, apparently. I don't know.
I'm sorry, they have both of those cards.
Pequod, they have one of mine. Yeah, it's the Rainfall Productions card. They have it, and believe it or not, they are absurdly responsible with it. They never purchase anything without asking, and when they do, it's only stuff production related. Tommy's card, I don't know what the fuck they do with. If they're responsible or not, you'd have to ask Tom.
I heard that with Clive's card, they left Tommy at 10,000 credit tip.
She laughed.
That sounds like them. Wait, why do they even need your cards? There's a decent chance they're wealthier than everyone in this room.
They are collecting them. They're like collector's pieces to my limited understanding of their comprehension of things.
Think Pokemon cards, Ash.
Got to catch them all.
You know, I wonder why I even ask at times when it comes to them. It's always one of the most ridiculous answers you can think of.
I see, given the fact that they purchased 3 display cases, she's looking at the transactions on the Rainfall Lane company card. I imagine they're going to display them in Clive's house somewhere at some point.
Well, when I arrive back, I'll have to ask for a tour of the Great Card Hall of Fame.
Sasha, do you think they'll have, like, little hammers that hang off the displays so they can grab the hammer and break the glass in case of an emergency? Oh my god.
I fully admit I could totally see them doing it with a little plaque above it that says break in case of emergency, or something like, or if want to ask Tommy to help kill deer or something like that.
In broken English.
Well, Krellin would write it down, I would assume.
That's beautiful. She starts cackling, squeezing Julius's hand.
Given what I've seen written recently on Clive's channel, I would think they'd have break in case of no teeth above his.
Break 4 case of emergency spelled wrong.
Spelled with the number 4.
Julius starts to laugh. I could definitely see something like that happening and having just like a unique message for each and every card they have.
So what ended up happening with the bucket of chicken? Carter punted it into the woods. Good boy.
Good boy. Takes after his father.
Yeah, she hates KFC. I can remember she despised it back in the apartment era days. I see. Which Krellin was around for some of those incidents, which makes you wonder. But yeah.
I mean, he's lived on Rainfall Lane for 20 years now. You'd think you'd pick something like that up in passing with how much she hates it.
Not with Krellin. She grew.
Oh, not with him. You know, you'd think some trickster deity put a blessing on them to make them succeed no matter what, because sometimes their success boggles the mind.
I think the most overlooked portion of Krellin, just my personal opinion, he came to Gateway, scared everybody, he was demanding Ash be arrested, and I think in the panic of an alien being on Gateway, us having to stow him away in our apartment, his disposition, constantly trying to get Ash arrested and put in jail and stuff, we all kind of overlooked the fact it took him 9 months to find one syringe on his ship. I see. I didn't! Speaking of...
You know, I never really thought about that. The thing that was the giveaway for me was him, blowing it up in a volcano.
I even said it took you 9 months to find this dude, and he said, bigger ship than you think, little girl.
You know, there were probably areas of the ship that not even we saw, but I sort of doubt that, honestly.
I mean, it was big, but not that big. It's not as big as the Pinta, the ghost ship, if you will. I see. Yeah, gross.
I mean, it wasn't even as big as, like, the Majestic or the Nova or any of those.
It fit inside a volcano, for God's sake. Sasha laughing.
I mean, also, it took Towns, a couple weeks to find O on Earth with no direction to go on?
She smacks her lips. Just remember that. I didn't overlook the fact that it took him 9 months. Pequod, there is a lot going on. Thank you, Miss Smarty Pants.
She's right. I should have noticed it, but in my defense, I was wondering why he was demanding for my arrest and execution.
I was waiting for Ash to get taken away by military police, so, I mean... He tried to have everybody arrest him. For God's sake, she shrugged.
I mean...
I'm pretty sure he, asked... He even asked, us. He points to himself and Pequod. And didn't he ask Mom to try and arrest him as well?
Yes, he literally asked everybody. Sasha, in the days after he moved in, I might not have been living there, but I showed up every morning to work out, like I said, assuming Ash was going to be arrested by the military police.
He begged Sonny and Jennifer to make a citizen's arrest.
Pequod. Citizen's arrest, look it up on you computer machine.
Seen it before, seen it on TV. You can do, right?
Poisoning smoothie.
Asking Zap to rewire the Torgis 3 to crush me when I booted it up.
What did he put the explosives in? It was some type of old tube, what do they call those things? Pequod. Tube television he was infatuated with, and we thought it was just he really liked old tech, and it was mind-boggling to him. No, it was just because it could hold a lot more explosives than flat screen television.
We had to warn poor Colonel Curtis about that how many times?
Way too many. Nodding her head.
You know, I probably should send him another thank you card pretty soon. I think we put him through a lot.
Well, he might not be the only one. sitting up in her chair as an older gentleman is guided in by towns, but he still looks he can move on his own. He's dressed to the suit and tie, just like he was all those years ago. Just he has a visitor's badge on. Towns found him and will sit down here.
Julius will stand up out of respect and slowly walk up to Agent R, and put his hand out for a handshake.
My, you've grown, young man.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I've been told that quite a bit. Thank you, sir.
I've been keeping up with the current events, the news, but I can't say I ever thought I'd have the pleasure, may I?
Of course. Take a seat.
He'll sit down right here in front of the Hollow of Ash. I never thought I'd have the pleasure of being back up here on Gateway again.
Ash will take his helmet off and bow slightly. Apologies for not being able to shake your hand in person, but it is good to see you, my friend.
Nice to see everybody. No Arnaki. Icy just drinks her Slurpee.
Not this time. I'm afraid it is sadly all business.
Okay. Well, once an agent of EarthGov, always an agent. I took an oath. Same as you. He'll sit back in his chair. What have I done wrong?
Well, you haven't done anything wrong, Agent R. We just wanted to inform you of something.
Okay.
We wanted to inform you that on a recent mission that Spec Ops forces, our kids, went on, we found a bounty for you. What was the exact number? 800 million, Sasha?
Correct.
800 million credits bounty placed on you.
He does not look surprised.
He tilts his head. You don't look surprised about... Did you know about this, Agent R?
No, I can't say I knew about it, young man, but I am not entirely surprised. I was with EarthGov SIS for a long time. I'm sure I made my enemies.
I'm sure, but enemies that can put that high of a bounty must come few and far between.
You would be correct.
Is there any specific person that immediately comes to mind?
Not off the top of my head.
Julius nods. Right. Of course. He leans back. You said, how long were you in SIS, if you don't mind my asking?
Since its formation.
Since its formation, which was, I want to say 500 years ago? Forgive me if I'm wrong.
6, but yes.
600 years ago. He looks at Sasha. Doesn't necessarily narrow it down much.
Squinting at him, shocked at how old he's claiming to be.
That means you would have to have a life elongating spell put on you by Lorelei, I would assume.
No, actually, not Lorelei. But yes, a spell.
Okay. The person who placed the bounty used his initials as their signature. It was he's gonna look back at Sasha. What were the initials again?
RP. Ripa is who we figured. She's still staring at him.
That's what we figured, but do those initials mean anything to you?
No. Crossing his legs, sitting in the chair. Towns will get him a cup of water. Sit back down.
That's fair enough. It was a shot in the dark. If you've been serving since its inception, were you serving in any capacity to any group before then?
The CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, part of the United States government, yes. What? Pequod's jaws hit the table.
Julius just blinks a couple times looking at R.
Well, looks at Julius, that makes 2 people that seem to have that claim.
He'll sit back in the chair, take a sip of his water. Back before the Calamity Wars, wizards. Every nation had wizards. They were a deterrent, if you will, like nuclear devices. The United States government had the most powerful. I got my elongating spell from one of them. When I was deemed necessary. He shrugs.
These would be the same wizards who worked together to create the forge.
Yes, you'd be correct. Yes.
Julius tilts his head. Would you mind if I ask who deemed you necessary? Was it I believe it was the President of the United States, a council of sorts, or the wizards themselves?
It was the emergency council formed by the United Nations during the Calamity Wars.
Julius nods.
At that point, one man wasn't making all the decisions. It was a unified effort. I was old at that point in my life. I started with the CIA in the early 60s, excuse me. 1960. Towns is just scratching his head.
Well, I must say, for someone who's from a previous millennium, you look quite good for your age.
It was a powerful spell.
I would say so. Looked over at Julius. Okay. Should we start placing the cards on the table, sir?
He'll look around. Sure. Whatever you'd like. Start from the beginning, if you care to. The more I know, the more I can help, though I don't understand how I can help.
Julius nods. We came across something, more accurately, a group of headhunters, our descendants. They came across something on a mission to a relay station, a satellite relay station. A seeming ghost ship that disappeared around 20 years ago. The Pinta, does it ring a bell?
Yes. Stealth class vessel. Halcyon class.
Yes, sir. They found it filled with... It dropped a pod on them filled with synthetics, as well as a man named Ripper, whom claimed to be SIS. They held the children at gunpoint until they left, seeming that the only reason they stayed alive was they shared our last names.
I see.
Later, I stumbled, while out on the frontier, stumbled upon a woman running from a bounty hunter. He'll bring up a picture of Kaz. Turned out he was a former Max Tech, but he was contracted partially by him. Points at Ripper. These people seem to be quite powerful on the frontier, to the point that on another mission, the children were sent to a mining facility to investigate a vagrant, and, well, they were attacked by a xenomorph that did come from the Pinta and these people.
How do you know the xenomorph came from these individuals?
Because it came from an escape pod that was launched from the Pinta.
And a survivor who was aboard the pod, named a Dr. Goldenthal, is the one who gave them the first-hand account.
And they showed up, killed one of Julius's men, and threatened to kill our children. He'll take a long drink of water.
Using medical supplies that, even ours struggle to keep up with, to heal 2 of the children from the brink of death to near perfect health in a moment. Later, we found out from the relay that they were out in Zeta Reticuli. We outfitted a ship, which I am currently on, to go out there and, well, try to eliminate them. Our assumption was that because, well, I'm assuming you know what Strat was.
Correct, yes. I'd heard through the grapevine that there was some type of accident, navigational computer accident, lost the Pinta in an asteroid field, something or other. I was gone at that point. Agent O was in charge, transitioning out to civilian life to put Towns in charge. But yes.
Well, our assumption was that they were a combination of Strat and Max-Tech remnants, based off their technological advancement and their use of the xenomorphs. As I continued on my mission out, that was shot in the head, that assumption was. First, we engaged them on a derelict ship where they took a member of my squad, and then, while they were moving xenomorphs and seemingly xenomorph hosts off the ship, then we engaged them on another facility that seemed to be derelict. We were attacked, and he'll bring up the picture of the 5 that attacked them. These people wiped out all but me, my wife Saris, I believe you've met, and the bounty hunter Kaz, who is now working with us. This one in particular is the one I was thinking of when you mentioned you worked for the CIA. As you can see on her neck, it says U.S. Navy.
That would be correct. That is Fortune, Lady Luck. That's her, was, he'll shrug, her code name at the time of knowing her.
You know who these people are?
I don't know the other 4, but her I know.
He's gonna look. Who is she aside from that name?
She's an Orion Project soldier.
An Orion Project soldier. Do you mind going a bit more into that?
Well, in simple terms, I'm not privy exactly, but I believe Nicole is married to Banksy, who was a Spartan, or is one. He does something in that capacity. Pequod, they guard the lane. Sasha cuts her off. Delta kind of took their place, doing experiments on like teenagers not our speed, augmenting bodies and stuff. He nods his head. Well, the Orion Project was the predecessor to that. Precursor, I should say.
So she's like a proto-Spartan.
Essentially. Dangerous, to be sure. A good leader, quick on her feet. The others I don't recognize, but that doesn't mean they're not significant, or they most likely are or were members of Strat, I would imagine.
That would make sense. Each of them displayed in extraordinary capabilities in one form or another. They informed me that me and my ship would have to leave, or the next time we would not be so lucky. We, of course, did not listen and continued going forwards. We were then attacked on another station while investigating it by this, and he'll bring up the assassin.
He looks over at the picture.
Are you aware? I'm assuming you are because you were in SIS, but you're aware of what this is?
Yes. A Grim Reaper of sorts.
Yes. We had heard rumors of it, but you would know better than any of us here the dirty details of what it is.
Phantom Striders. Or, the code name, the actual code name for the project was Midnight Walkers. Deep black cover-up. UIR POWs were used. Yes, experimented upon, grotesquely. Made to counteract the UIRs. At the time this project was put underway, made to counteract the UIR's swelling numbers of magic users. By the time you came around, you probably never saw a UIR trooper that had any magic capabilities. Am I wrong?
Julius shakes his head. Other than, I suppose, the Lightning Count, who truthfully didn't even really used his abilities in the same way I do. I can't think of anyone who channeled magic.
The UIR's tactics were very cutthroat and simple. They'd come into a colony, snatch people up, brainwash the children, usually kill the parents if they couldn't be brainwashed or made to submit, and then they would take those children and put them into their ranks. Every so often, they would find one that had some connection to the mana plane, a magic user, and they had free reign of the outer colonies. And the frontier in general, before we're talking, this was 60 years ago when this project was initiated. So 20 years before you traveled through time.
I would track. In all my time engaging the UIR, I haven't seen any that displayed any magical capabilities.
And that's why you never did. It was a very successful project, and UIR POWs were used, yes. But prior to UIR POWs, some other individuals were sourced.
Teenagers, I would assume.
No, he shakes his head. Not teenagers, but homeless. People that wouldn't be missed.
Anyone they could get away with.
Yes. Experiments had to be done to see if the project was even capable of working. And then, once it was taken out of prototype phase, if you will, we started working on our pool of POWs. And thus, dealt a significant blow to the UIR. And then I believe when General Rico, Patricia's father, or biological father, took office, that all went away.
I would assume so as well, given none of us really ever saw these things.
Well, you wouldn't. You shouldn't.
I would agree. It left me with a rather splitting headache and a bloody nose for quite a while after engaging it.
They're made to kill spellcasters. Specifically, the more spells that are cast in their presence, the stronger they'll get.
Then it is a rather good thing that I don't use much magic.
I don't think anybody here in this room has anything to worry about. Most especially gestures over to Icy. They were made to go after untrained, untapped spellcasters, but a strong spellcaster would mop the floor with them. Sasha, none of the kids are strong spellcasters. Maybe they're going to be, but not anytime soon. He'll sit back in his chair.
Julius crosses his arms. These kids have been a thorn in their side. While Ash has been out in Zeta Reticuli, the kids went to Port Nowhere because the animals that were intubated by the xenomorph were hyenas that were bought from there. Their mission was to get the slaves and civilians out that they could, get all the information that was needed, and then boom, crack the planet or kill everyone in the town, however they went about it. They went, set up the mission, came back, and, well, did exactly that. And even before that, on the mission that Ash was mentioning when they went into that facility, they were protecting Dr. Goldenthal to the ends of their wits. Most of the kids, Ash's son, my daughter's fiance, a few of them almost died, and, well, they almost prevented them from getting to Dr. Goldenthal. If they didn't, if they shot Dr. Goldenthal like she wanted them to, they all would be dead right now. The kids have been a thorn in their side, so he looks back at the picture of the assassin. I would understand why they would want a Phantom Strider to go after them.
How many spellcasters are on their squad? Sasha, 3. And one of them is their leader, the squad's leader. He'll nod his head.
And one of the other spellcasters is the second in command.
And the third is on her way up the ranks, but she won't be, in terms of spell casting, as of last week. But she won't be there anytime soon. I see.
And they're 3 of the heaviest hitters on the squad.
And coincidentally, 2 of them are Julius's children. Pequod nods her head. Right.
It makes sense as to why they chose something like, well, that to go after the kids.
So they went to Port Nowhere. I assume confiscated material, and that's how I ended up here.
Julius nods. I don't think we have the hard drive anymore, the physical one, do we, Towns?
Still have it. He nods his head. It's in my office up in SIS command.
Julius looks at H&R. If it's okay with everyone else, we wouldn't mind you looking through it, just in case if you can find anything that would help us out in our ventures to gain some ground against these foes.
I'll gladly take a look.
Julius nods. Thank you. Any help that you can give us would be greatly appreciated.
Would these things happen to have any weaknesses that can be exploited?
Phantom Striders?
Yes, Phantom Striders.
Brute force. They're sturdy, made to fight, made to last. If you fought one, then I don't think a fighter of your caliber should have trouble with one. But I can see the concern now. I assume these children haven't seen much action.
Julius shakes his head. Truthfully, they had one deployment before Port Nowhere.
And other than that, a handful of more. Other than the mining facility going rather poorly, they've only had a handful of actual combat experiences.
He'll nod his head. Huh? I'll look at the drive. A unified effort can defeat one. At the end of the day, it's just one foe.
Julius nods. Understood.
A unified effort beat Tewaz and his friends back in the day, if I remember correctly. He'll chuckle.
Julius chuckles. Yes, sir. Yes, we did. And as he says that, he gives Pequod a subtle look like, do we ask him about the kids now, or should we do it later?
She'll wag her finger for later.
Julius gives her a subtle nod and turns his attention back to R.
Continuing on the mission I've been on, we've continued to go through other facilities, and we've found xenomorphs, especially, he'll point to the king. One of those. That's a king, and the biggest one I've ever seen, and they had it in cryostasis, implying a somewhat of a mastery over these creatures.
If I remember correctly, Max Tech's Project Stargazer, they screwed with those creatures quite a number of times, and always came back to bite them.
Yeah, they did. To be quite honest, when we first embarked on this, I was expecting to find at least some areas out here overrun with them, but nothing. It's almost like they actually have dominion over them. Did you ever know about these things before we found them?
Those creatures represent a long, sad history of what I would call a game of tag your it between Max Tech and EarthGov. Yes. Where Max Tech found them, I can't tell you. We don't know. We do know about 70 years after the events of the Calamity War, so EarthGov was in its infancy at that point. Max Tech had control of Mars. EarthGov had Earth. And this station being built, which was still a refueling station. A Chinese refueling station at that point. We caught wind that Max Tech was working on some new type of bioweapon. We sent agents in to investigate, infiltrate their corporate headquarters, a town I'm sure some of you here are quite familiar with, Crise, gather information on this new type of bioorganic weapon, and turned out that this bioorganic weapon was some type of ovula egg sac.
Like the one we found when we fought that shrike creature in the Headhunters.
I would assume so, yes. Either way, EarthGov got their hands on it. It was placed, I believe, in a laboratory out on one of Pluto's moons. The egg was placed there under heavy guard. For EarthGov to go out that far back then was significant. The foolishness of that move was nobody was going out that far back then. So it was very easy to spot somebody going out there that far. And if they had something out there they wanted that far out there, it had to be pretty important. So then Max Tech stole it back. And what do you think happened after that a couple months later?
EarthGov stole it back.
Back and forth, back and forth. I was not in the position I was when you knew me 20 years ago. I was an agent. Your father was even part of this game of tag. Look at Julius!
Dad was. I'm assuming he was one of the agents sent in to steal the egg back.
One of them, yes, embryos. Small embryos. A briefcase, if you will. Some catastrophe happened. The Max Tech scientist was shot. The goal was to bring the scientist in. We didn't really care about the embryos at that point. We wanted somebody we could interrogate, have their mind read, figure everything Max Tech knew about these creatures. It didn't end up that way, but either way, your father retrieved a briefcase. I don't think he knew what he was kept in the dark. All good agents are.
Julius nods. I would assume that he was when me, Ash, Icy, and him came across that egg that we found. He had no idea what it was and seemed quite disturbed by it, actually.
I believe when the orders were given to assassinate the heads of Max Tech, when you were part of Malcolm's squad, every military leader that EarthGov ever had was aware of these creatures' existence. What they could do, their capabilities, we didn't know much about up until the time of your squad, Alpha 9. The original one that Nicole led, and then the one that defeated Tewaz. When the order was given to attack Crise, he'll shrug. I think General Rico had hoped that would just be the end of the creatures. Because one way or another, whether they deleted the information or we stormed in there and got all the information.
Julius nods. I would assume that they would start deleting the information as soon as possible, so most info on these creatures is probably lost to wind, i.e. their origin, so on and so forth.
Most likely. But either way, I think the general at the time assumed that would be the end of them. Turns out, it wasn't.
No, sir. Hell, I'm pretty sure most of us thought that it was going to be the end of it when that asteroid was bombed and cracked that had the queen alien on it, Icy?
Empress is the nickname I gave. She shrugged.
The Empress alien on it. We all thought it was going to be done and over with, but he'll just nod over to this picture. Apparently not.
It's fitting that we call them bugs because they're harder to wipe out than roaches. Okay. So Max Tech got a hold of them, and I'm assuming when they got the servers, Strat got a hold of what Max Tech knew, would be my assumption then.
Yes, shortly after the events of defeating Tewaz and the cult, Strat was put in charge of investigating these creatures, their origins, where Max Tech might have had them. My memory isn't the best. I'm an old man, but I do remember Lorelei had to crack one planet that was overrun by the creatures. AC nods her head. And then another one, I think, where you engaged a large one quite like that during your time as a squad. So she cracked 2 planets, and I believe then the asteroid that you mentioned, yes. So we were in the business of figuring out exactly what Max Tech knew about them. I don't think we ever wanted to work with them or have a mastery over them. That was never in the agenda as far as I remember.
I mean, it would make sense not to even bother with that because of how seemingly untamable they looked. But it would seem that Strat found a way to.
Julius tilted his head. Maybe they don't have a way to do it. I mean, they have them in stasis. Even Max Tech managed to keep them in stasis. Remember those on a Gurok ship and the the uh, the facility that me, Ash, and Towns investigated when we had to dive under the water for it? Julius looks over at the xenomorphs, then over at R. Could you think of any way on how you could keep these under wraps to control them at all?
He'll go to say something and stop. No.
Any information can be helpful here, R.
I assume I'm here because of the bounty placed on me by this RP, which leads to the logical question of why would they place a bounty on me? Who's in charge of Strat to order such a move to be made?
Julius nods. We would assume it was someone that you had some kind of connection to.
It's a long, sad, he'll fix his tie story.
Julius leans back. Tell us anything that you're comfortable with telling us at this moment.
May I take control of one of your computer screens over here?
Julius will move out of the way and gesture for him to take a seat.
He'll sit down. So, rub his chin slightly, start typing. I was with the CIA in Vietnam. Is anybody aware of the Vietnam conflict? Pequod, all too much, rolling her eye.
Julius chuckles more than you think probably realize that we know, sir.
UFO was spotted for 5 nights over Hanoi. He'll pull up a picture, and that's the UFO. I believe they were Marines. Eventually, after 5 nights of shelling it with artillery and firing recoilless rifles at it, shot it down and brought it to us, the CIA. Us being, there was 3 of us. One being an Agent Spender, who at the time of the Pinta's destruction was in charge of Strat. Another agent, who there's no file for him here, he's been dead a long, long time, and myself. Agent Spender and I go back all the way to the early 1960s. There was an old saying at Langley, actually, Langley being the headquarters of the United States government's CIA, that you could eat lunch with the same person, the same agent, your partner, for 3 years and never know their real name. I am sure Spender is not his real name. Whatever his real name was, whoever he truly was, is, I'm sure, even lost to him.
Julius nods. Looks at Pequod, then looks at R. Can I ask if Agent Spender smoked a lot?
Yes, he had a nasty habit. Marlboro Reds. He too was deemed necessary to keep around. After the events of the Calamity Wars, can I have your classified access to your computer here? Pequod will just hold up her wrist computer and grant it to him. After the events of the Calamity Wars, EarthGov entered a Cold War with Max Tech. The enemy became Max Tech, not robots or aliens or creatures from the stars, as I think most people would have assumed. He'll chuckle and continue typing.
Julius tilts his head. Right. I don't mean to get you off track here, but did you ever discover what alien race was that UFO?
The UFO had traces of dust on it that we assumed, given the color, the texture, and the minerals, came from the moon. That's what ignited the space race. A secret like a UFO being shot down over a war zone couldn't be kept. Sure, we had it, the United States government, in its ruined state. But every major world government knew, thus igniting the space race. Yes, the alien race, though wasn't identified for a long time, was in fact Starchild in nature, or Krellin.
That would track. Something that advanced sounds like their capabilities. And humanity, well, all of our kinds getting into a war with each other after fighting aliens sounds about right for us.
That's why people like me and Agent Spender were kept around. During the Vietnam War, the planet was in what was called a Cold War, a war of espionage. Sure, Vietnam was a conflict, but it was only sparked by the Cold War, tensions between Russia and the United States, East versus West. When we entered a Cold War with MaxTech, agents like us were deemed of high value. Setting up corporate espionage, dummy corporations to then thus buy goods through stuff like that.
And you and him continued to work together after the fact, I would assume?
We did, yes, for a long time. And we had encounters with, at the time, what would be categorized as the paranormal. But I think now we know it as telepathy. Would assume what I stopped myself from saying was perhaps these creatures could be controlled through telepathy. I see, anytime I tried to read one of those things' minds, all I saw was black, which is what scared me the most about them. Agent R shrugs. It was just a... I'm not quite sure now's the time to discuss it, but, because I have documents at home in my personal ranch house that I would like to bring up and go over details, and instead of giving false details. I'm an old man, I can't remember everything off the top of my head.
That's understandable, especially given the centuries you need to remember. I see. Didn't you say that the druid on the original Alpha 9 beast shaped into one of these and seemed to be taken over by the Empress?
Yeah, she used it to disable Gulchin. Yeah.
Then, other than that, to me at least, says maybe there's some kind of hive mind or telepathy between their species, right?
Casey nods her head. Pequod, I always kind of assumed, given watching that you guys fight the gigantic one while I was flying around in the Nova, the ship, but she'll shrug.
Julius nods. The drones were almost shielding the large one. The large one was probably just commanding those drones to do it.
It almost seems like they get smarter as they get bigger. And if they can communicate with each other telepathically... Well, you know more about this than me, I see. Do you think there's a possibility they could communicate with other species in that manner?
She'll scratch her head. It wouldn't surprise me, but we never encountered one. As he pulls up these pictures. Do these ring a bell?
The prototype units, right?
That's correct. These represented a large victory for EarthGov in our Cold War with MaxTech. These are what caused the Calamity Wars. We always took them as a Starchild's interpretation of a dragon.
These caused the Calamity Wars?
That's correct. MaxTech was not always an evil corporation. I suppose all corporations can be construed as evil, if you will. But MaxTech was the first company, a privately held enterprise company, to make it to Mars. They funded their way to Mars. The United States government made it to the moon in the early 1960s. Yes, the late 1960s. Max Tech made it to Mars. On Mars, they found a store of these things. From what we found out, Starchild technology is, relatively speaking, based around pressure switches, standing on things. Julius and Ash remember having to stand on the statues, or the plates in front of the dragons where Tewaz confronted them a long time ago, on the planet with the mana plane where the dead dragon was.
Julius nods. Yeah, I remember that. We had pressure switches that we had to step on when we were on a planet with the dead dragon that we had to activate.
Their team that made it to Mars, deep within the planet's core, stumbled across a store of these things and stepped on something unintentionally, and that is what caused the deaths of hundreds of millions of people.
These are what
Started EarthGov, but yes.
these are what the mobile suits were built to fight.
Correct. Yes, using their technology. But these represent the biggest wins in EarthGov history against Max Tech during the Cold War. We had two of them. Max Tech, unbeknownst to us, had a large store of them, but could not activate them.
Which is why they stole one of them from us during our headhunter days.
Apparently some failsafe of Starchild making must have been put in place when they inadvertently and accidentally activated the first wave of these creatures. I always call them creatures because they look more animalistic than human to me, but they are not alive, if you will. Pequod looks shocked.
That makes perfect sense because Kaz, he'll point to him, the former Max Tech bounty hunter, said that there were rumors that they couldn't turn them on, that you needed one to turn on another, and that many people in Max Tech didn't believe Max Tech created them.
These two were stolen from Max Tech about 300 years before you came into the picture, traveling through time. EarthGov tried for hundreds of years to interface with the weapons system, the guidance system. The Starchild weaponry, if you will, could not be interfaced with. So, I believe when General Rico took office, he decided to weaponize them with the latest tech that we had. Water jet cutter, seeker missiles, Gatling laser, Gatling guns, you name it, you fought them. And in doing so, we ended up losing one of them to Max Tech on that fateful day on that boat, which I'm sure you would not like to think about. Looking back at Julius.
Julius shakes his head, and then he looks at R. Where's the other one?
The other was stored away by Strat. He looks at the picture.
Yes, on the derelict station where I fought the assassin, I stumbled upon data that said that they know where it is and are currently looking for it, or know an option of where it may be and are currently looking for it.
When Tewaz and company successfully stole the first prototype, Agent Spender was tasked with hiding the second. My limited understanding, he doesn't even know where it is. It was done through proxies, he shrugs. That's how things are done. And whoever those proxies were, or may be, they could be dead by now.
Makes sense.
It was stored on an oil rig, under an oil rig. That much I knew, and he knew. We wanted some general basis of where it was, and the location itself was stored away, he'll shrug, on some facility. We didn't want Max Tech getting... If we can't have it, they can't have it. That was the logic. Little did we know, they activated like 400 more of them, and you and Miss Suletta had to handle them. But either way, back then we didn't know that would happen. I am sure I can find its location, if given enough time. And I suppose some type of reinstatement, though I am not looking for a full-time job again. He'll put his hand up and chuckle. Pequod grimaces when he says,
Julius nodding. We would greatly appreciate that help, Agent Har. We don't want this to fall into their hands, sir.
Wait a minute, did Krellin fucking ignite the space race? He chuckled. I would imagine it was unintentional. I don't know that being very well, but from what I was briefed upon, he was sleeping most of his time. Pequod, that's right, yeah. He said he only had like 20 years to live. The chair was keeping him alive. You remember that chair thing? So yeah.
Yes, he should have known. It does sound like something that one of those three would get up to.
It was his job to, he was the Watcher. He was watching Earth. Remember when he was like fascinated by Malcolm? He thought we worshipped Malcolm. He fixes his tongue.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh my god. Yeah, that was so long ago. He did think we worshipped Malcolm. Julius looks at R. So, it's safe to assume that Krellin wasn't just sending these UFOs down willy-nilly to gather information, or at least to the point that we could see them. So, some kind of cloaking device malfunctioned on it or something?
He'll stand up and point back to the seat so Julius can sit with his wife, and then he'll sit back down over here. That's what our techs assumed. Yes, I mean, granted, these Marines had to pump this thing full of ordnance, explosive ordnance, to bring it down, but even in its destroyed state, we could tell that something was wrong with it. And given how long Krellin had been there, 400 million years, being exposed to the elements, we found more probes like that on the moon. It was one of the United States government's biggest kept secrets. They were taken to Area 51. And they exposed to the elements of space, deep underground. Something's going to give after 400 million years. They weren't like the prototype suits, if you will, stored in a facility. A humidor.
It would be like finding a 21st century tank now.
Correct. Yes. Sitting on a planet, being hit by asteroids and small meteors.
So I'm assuming not too much usable information was garnered from them at the time.
Have you ever seen the old picture of the face on Mars?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
It was debunked heavily by the United States government and other scientific and educational institutions. That face on Mars is the face of a star child, a rendition of it, if you will. And that would be where Max Tech found, we'll just call them the prototypes, stored away deep underground on Mars, and where they stepped somewhere they shouldn't have and cost hundreds of millions of people their lives.
People playing around with forces they can't imagine willy-nilly.
Yes.
Julius crosses his arms, looking at H&R. I just have to say thank you for helping us out with all of this.
Oh, of course I would. I took 2 oaths in my time, one to the United States government and one to EarthGov. He chuckles. But I worked for EarthGov a lot longer than I did the CIA. And EarthGov always paid better, young man.
I would assume they did. Although, it is something we must be thankful for, because you didn't have to come here today. We do appreciate it.
I was quite surprised when Towns showed up at my door. Towns chuckled.
We would have called ahead, but we didn't have your number, I'm sorry.
I was enjoying my time watching my baseball.
Every single time R says something like enjoying my time doing this, doing that, his own ranch house, Pequod can see Julius just gets more nervous.
Pequod squeezing Julius's hand very tightly. We'll come back to the discussion. We will continue the discussion as we swap down to, speaking of nervous, Clive's house. Clive is starting to get incredibly nervous because the Stooges just showed back up. Frederick got out of his attire. Scar comes over here, lights one of the Cubans up. Clive, Please fucking relax, dude. You are making Nora and Jasper so upset right now.
Clive looks over at Scar with just the most perplexed look on his face, starting to rub his temples. Oh god, mate.
You know Nora and Jasper have been through a lot, and they don't like drama, dude.
I know, mate. I know. I'm sorry. He stands up, walks over to Scar, and pats him on the shoulder. It's just, I've really got to impress. All the dishes are clean, right?
Yes, dude, I put him through the dishwasher 10 times. Number 11's coming up.
Alright, I just need to make sure I don't want to give Shaletta another dirty cup now, do I?
No, I get it. I get it, brother, man. Here, have one of the Cubans.
Aye. Okay. One Cuban won't hurt me. He'll take one of the Cubans and, light it up.
There you go, brother. Just relax.
He takes a long drag off of it, holds it in his mouth, and then breathes it out real quick. Okay. We still gotta get snacks, Scar.
Why are you so worried, Clive?
Well, gosh, I'm worried because I want to make a good impression on Shaletta, and I don't think my snooker skills are actually going to impress her all that much.
Didn't make good impression last week, Fudwick?
I thought we made, a really good impression.
The best impression?
We gave her KFC and showed that we could feed a family.
And got Petra invited into house?
Everything went to plan, and we give you a thumbs up from Memorian and Carter so Petra can come into their house and they'd actually be happy.
Yeah, no, we didn't make a good impression. Not our fault you can't clean dishes. Live like pigs. Looks at Scar and Clyde.
They sort of got us there, Scar. They got us on that one. But, just so you guys know, we're never getting KFC ever again, but one bucket could not feed that many people. I'm just saying.
Maybe Song should be years ago tried to put Ash in jail. Or Ash out of business. Hate KFC for no reason. What?
Yeah. Why do you hate on Ash so much, Clive?
Didn't you try to get him fucking arrested? Well, yeah, but trying to get technology and not taking no for answer. Scar shakes his head.
Didn't you tell me that story about him putting a foam in an old CRT television?
Yes, but that went bad, Ash. Now good, Ash. Oh my god, he groans. Slaps his big paw on his face.
Ah, God. Clive starts to rub his temples again, and then he takes another drag off the cigar. Oh, God. Clive looks at Scar. I need to go out and, get snacks for everyone, but I also sort of want to be here in case people start showing up. I know Davine and Hunk, they're going to be here so she can start the coney stew and stuff.
And you need to practice. You need to get warmed up for the game. The big game against Pequot.
I mean, I have faith that I can win, but you know what? He hits him lightly on the chest. That's a good idea. I should start getting some practice.
Look, it's just chips and shit. They can get that. They can handle this. It's just chips. Just tell them to get a wide variety of things. They take things very literal, okay? They think Colonel Sanders is Ash because he vaguely resembles him. This is who you're talking to, okay?
Alright. I'm gonna take your advice on this and trust them, okay?
If you think of it this way. If you tell them they have to find a coney, they're not going to come back until they find somebody that refers to rabbits as conies. Get it?
No, yeah, I'll get it. Clive looks at all three of the Stooges. Would you mind if I ask you gentlemen for a favour?
Always willing to help, good friend Clive, clapping his hand. Need more help with Bill's secret Mustang? Who we can't say anything about that secret Mustang, remember?
Remember, we have to keep that on the down low and not mention anything about that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Would you guys mind going to the store and getting a wide variety of snacks?
Use you credit card? He pulls it out.
Yes, you could use my credit card that you still have.
Keep forever. Cherished gift. White Fudwick.
It is a part of our collection, Clive. We want to keep it forever.
They have mine already. I just gave them a copy and got a new one. It's whatever.
I should probably get a new one very soon. I thought they were going to give it back, but apparently not.
It's a collector's item.
Clive sighs and looks at all of them. Okay, yes, you can use my card as long as you, again, what did I want you guys to get?
Say again, don't remember.
A wide variety of snacks.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm talking about like different kinds of chips and maybe some drinks. Stuff like that, okay?
Can't go. Someone have to feed Nora and Jasper. I'll take care of that. I got the beef stew already heating up from Tommy's last night, and the club sandwiches are still in the fridge. Wow, so good parent. Look at Scar.
Flitwick is going to stand up, sort of like lightly jog over to Scar and give him a tight hug.
I always wanted kids, Fred. This is as close as my sorry ass is ever gonna get, so.
And you're a very good dad. He looks up at Scar. They appreciate it so much. They feel a little less scorned and neglected when they're around you.
Clive sees a tear coming out of Scar's eye as he hugs Frederick, thanking him.
Clive will start to rub Scar on the back. You're doing good, mate. You're doing really good. And in his mind, he's just thinking, oh my god, he's gone native.
Krellin will stand up. Okay, we can go see turtle people down at Woodbury store.
Yeah, we can go to the store there. They do give us a really big discount.
Big fans of our shows.
Frederick nods. Yeah, they say the Transformers episodes were the best.
Let's go, Fudwick.
Frederick will let go of Scar and walk and start to follow after the other two.
They get outside the door together. Close the door. Krellin looks over his shoulder. What the fuck we going to get, Fudwick? Looks at Frederick, then Savage. No KFC, so let her get angry.
True. Frederick looks at Krellin and his eyes widen. Do you remember those snacks that Sol and Colt had at their wedding? What were they called?
Oh, cool Scar chip snacks. Samuel beeping, gesturing, saying Cheetos.
Cheetos, yes, we should get Cheetos. And they have so many different types. That's a wide variety, right?
Make Scar feel better because see cool version of himself.
See a cool Scar all over the place, and then he'll also feel cool?
Totally not let Clive down again.
Totally not. This is a wide variety of snacks.
Time to skip to teleporter. Puts out his hand.
Frederick will take his hand and start to skip with him.
Okay. Should be alright. They're gonna come back with a lot of stuff. Yes, Suletta is picky about all foods. Especially chips and stuff, but as long as they get, she likes plain tortilla chips and salsa. They're gonna get that. That's a given.
I mean, yeah, I would assume they would get like, I'm just assuming they're gonna get like plain potato chips and dip and tortilla chips and salsa, and then maybe a few flavors of chips. That's what I'm assuming they're gonna get.
We got a lot of mouths to feed tonight, but most importantly, we gotta feed the mouths that matter most to us. Time to feed Nora and Jasper.
Okay, mate. Okay, Do you want me to help out with that?
No. Get in there and start practicing snooker. I got the game already.
All right. All right, I'm on my way. He'll pat Scar on the back and we'll go into the snooker room.
As he goes into the snooker room, he sees Scar pick up Jasper and start rocking it.
Oh, poor man. Very poor man. As he'll make his way in there and select easy AI and start playing.
Easy AI. Flashing back up here, Sasha still has all the pictures up. Agent R is fixing his tie, finishing his wine.
Can I ask you a weird question, Agent R?
Of course.
That time you met Ash on Jupiter Falls the first time, do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I was there on business, of course.
You were there to keep an eye on us.
It was believed you were UIR spies, yes. A long time ago, you came across my desk, as well as Agent Spender's desk.
And was it a, forgive the immature term, but like a coin flip between the two of you?
I can't remember particulars exactly, but it was not a coin flip. It was more of a I have better things to do on Spender's part, and you fell to me.
Which I assume we're lucky for?
Yes, I'd say so. Somebody with a more level head was looking into you and at you. But you never ran into me too much after that meeting and a few other passings, if you will. I could tell you weren't UIR spies rather quickly.
Julius nods. I didn't even meet you on Jupiter Falls. Ash did, so I just gotta say thank you for believing that we aren't UIR spies.
Well, Integra had a good intuition. If she trusted in you and saw the potential, then that was good enough for me. Pequod nods her head, but she's holding Julius's hand tight at the mention of Integra.
I would agree. Mom could read someone in an instant.
Did Integra know of you and then Agent Spender?
Agent Spender, I don't think she knew of. But me, absolutely. I trained her.
Of course, of course.
She had beautiful brown hair, much like the Ranger General does nowadays back in her youth.
Julius looks over at the picture of Integra, nods, squeezing Pequod's hand. She was a very beautiful woman.
She was, and finding out you personally trained her, I will thank you again, because I wouldn't have what I have today if you had not done such a masterful job.
He nods his head. Huh? She was a good student. Towns was Agent O, and Towns were the only ones that ever came close. I never worked closely with your father. I never had the privilege, so... Looking at Julia.
Of course. Would you mind taking me through, let's call it the playbook of Agent Spender? How he would go about things and how that might differ from other SIS agents or even yourself.
Agent Spender believes that enough bullets can fix any problem. Brute force is his foray, yes. In our time in the CIA, he pulled the trigger, I did the lying. That's why we made such a good team.
Makes sense. He's someone who believes the best defense is a very good offense.
Again, I'm an old man now. I've lived longer than any human ever would without the augmentation of magic. What I will say is, I know him well. Or at least the him he wanted me to know well. If you would like to discuss him further, personal details, though you may find some of it difficult to believe, we can discuss his past.
If you don't mind, any information on him would probably help us find them.
We are operating with a very incomplete puzzle, so any pieces would be helpful.
Why I stopped earlier. This is as far as I'll go, until I can go home, gather my documentation, have time to think about it. It was a long time ago we met a man. Agent Spender was a different man back then. And this was in the early 1980s we met this man. He was believed to be crazy. Now, after everything I told you, you understand the United States government was aware of the existence of extraterrestrials. Once we became aware that they were real, all of a sudden crazy people saying they were being abducted by aliens or having communication with aliens became quite interesting to us, as you could imagine. He chuckles, because all of a sudden turns out they were real. We just didn't know it was Krellin sitting alone on a ship. Either way, we came into contact with this man in the 1980s who said he was being communed with by some creature that referred to itself as Queen Mother. And thus began Agent Spender's infatuation with what became known as xenomorphs. At least that's my theory.
You think Queen Mother is one of them? That makes sense.
Allow me to gather my documentation and we can discuss it more. I have, you've probably never seen one, but a VHS tape of this man discussing his commune with this creature. Yes.
Of course, anything that you need to get, we can make the time for you, Agent R.
Anytime. I hopefully can make that meeting, although who knows what I encounter out here.
Well, if you're going after Agent Spender, if he's really the one in charge, then I wish you the best of luck. You'll need it. He's a cunning enemy. Yes, enemies that operate on brute force tend to be one-dimensional, but he's been around a very long time. He's wise and a very skilled tactician. He's not the same man I met at Langley hundreds of years ago. And whether you like it or not, much of the intel you went off of back during your days against Tewaz and company came from him and Strat. Who do you think found Gurok's submarine?
Understood, sir.
Sure, it was Agent O and I delivering the intel to you. And that's how it works. We were the faces of SIS. He was the agent at work at large. He found the submarine and many of the clues that followed that led you to find your encounters with them. Up until the end, where Krellin was feeding you most of your information. And that robot, Samuel, came from Strat.
And he probably knows me and my tactics better than I know myself.
That I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. I did not have much contact with him during that time. They were out on the frontier addressing the threat, as you were. Just, you sat on Gateway and waited to act. That was your place. That's what Spec Force operators do. They were out on the fringes gathering information against our enemies. That was Strat's purpose.
Okay, and I'm guessing you can't give any pointers for, any edge I can get on him.
No. Other than don't underestimate anybody that's working for him or him.
What are the odds, sir, that Spender has already thought of everything that we've thought of and probably more?
He'll sit back in the chair. He's human at the end of the day. We all make mistakes. Even the Ranger General, high elven kind, make mistakes, overlook things. Clearly, he's overlooked your children, I'd say. Whatever they did at Port Nowhere, I don't need the details, worked, and you have me here sitting in your office.
And we cut off one of their big lines to animals to experiment with.
And clearly he's afraid of you. Looks around the room. if he's letting your children go, because if they were anybody else's children, or just any other squad of EarthGov Delta operators or a Spartan squad, they would have been dead at that satellite array you mentioned earlier. That is Agent Spender at his core.
And I believe in the kids' debriefing, they said that they were going to let Oswald die until they mentioned that he was with Laz, yes?
Pequod, yeah, that's 110% correct.
They're probably smart enough to realize that if they kill our children, the full force of us 5 here, 6 here would come at them, and I don't think they're ready for it if they're keeping our children alive like this.
An enemy like Agent Spender, anonymity is his best defense. Yes? He may be a tactician, a skilled combatant, hold some of the cards. Nobody ever holds all of the cards. But once he's brought out into the light of day, easily crushed. He'll shrug. He's built his network. That clown, gestures over here, Ripa, is some vagrant, probably murderer, wanted for murder on some bumfuck shitty colony out on the frontier. He picked him up and is using him as a proxy, a tool. He's a loose end that can be cut easily. These androids, easy loose ends to cut. They're not even alive.
And with them, he'll point to her, they didn't come out until we were very deep against him.
And I would assume, given she's worked for Strat for as long as longer than I worked for EarthGov and SIS, she's quite loyal to him. And in turn, the rest of her men and the sniper woman, quite loyal to him. And the soldiers, the human soldiers, probably quite loyal to him, given I would imagine they are former Strat operatives.
I would assume so. The way she sneered at Kaz for being former Max Tech, she seems to be quite tied with those beliefs, yes?
But to say he's thought of everything you've already thought of and 10 steps ahead, don't give any enemy that much credit. If you had given Tewaz and company that much credit, I don't think you would have been able to beat them. Sure, they were ahead, but when the chips were down, were they really ahead?
Not far
Julius
enough.
shakes his head. That is very true, sir.
Epsilon Squad was ahead in every single way imaginable from a technology standpoint. They even disabled your best, most powerful fighter. Gestures over here in terms of magic. The one that could wipe the floor with them, they had no defense. Are they still breathing?
No, sir.
If it's truly Agent Spender involved, then I think you'll see fit that one day he stops breathing.
Julius nods, leans back in his chair. Plus, we believe they're going off information from 20 years ago.
Pequod, that Ripa guy, Carter, our son, asked him questions like, do you know who... Because he was pretending to be an SIS agent. Carter's a smart boy. He asked him, do you know the Ranger General? I don't remember the particulars, but either way, he thought Lorelei was still in charge. Then I'd say he hasn't thought of everything.
Julius shakes his head, especially since they didn't know we had a mind reader, I should say. They know we have a spellcaster, but not a mind reader.
Yes, they wiped the footage off the children's wrist computers and helmets, but didn't know what else was going on.
Is it true that I've heard through the grapevine, even though I'm out of service, I still have some agent friends, old timers, if you will. Is it true that the Moog was Lazuli, the former Lazuli, not your daughter? I think you mentioned her name.
Julius nods. It was we call her Bunker, Lastly, sir. But yes, it was Lazuli.
And I assume her and this organization that she just magically built up with. Because last I remember her, she had gone bankrupt. Sasha nods. We believe she was funded by Strat. Yeah, at the time we thought it was like Max Tech Remnants. He nods his head. Good diversion. False flag operation made you look elsewhere.
It was exceedingly good. Really, we basically had no ability. We wouldn't have found out if the children had not brought one of them back alive. They had
False flag operations are bread and butter of any SIS agent, and more so a United States government CIA agent.
It makes sense. You draw everyone's attention one way, you can do whatever you want the other.
After your children were held at gunpoint, perhaps, at the satellite array?
Julius nods. It would be safe to assume Agent Spender has the same psi blockers you have, correct, sir?
That would be correct. Yes, these are crude. Very crude. He'll tap his temples. In fact, if you press hard enough on my temples, you could feel them. They were crude prototype versions, implanted 10 years after the Calamity Wars, when we really got into our Cold War, he'll air quote, with Max Tech, if you will. And I wouldn't say they're the best, but they do the job. However, get somebody powerful enough close to him, gestures over to Icy, I think you'll be okay if you wanted to read his mind. I'm sure you can read my mind now. Icy's nodding at him.
Is there any possibility he may have replaced them? Is that even possible? I don't know.
I wouldn't put it past him. Given the fact they're making Phantom Striders again, yes.
Julius crosses his arms, looks at Icy. Do you think if you two really put in the practice and everything and you taught her as best you could, Soul would be able to read someone with the psi blockers that R has now?
If she had... Take her off military duty for the next 2 years.
Julius chuckles. Well, I don't think that's happening.
Then no. I created a bridge for her at Port Nowhere. I let her... She linked to those UIR guys through me. A willing connection. For her to be able to do that, read minds, take control of people. I wasn't able to do that. Not until a couple years after training with Lorelei. Do you remember when I would come home like super tired on the weekends and just... For the first like 2 months of it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Training to do that causes like an immense amount of pain. I could read minds after my freak out event, but to get past psi blockers and read from great distances with only a name, it causes an immense... She will have living headaches for at least the first 4 months. Like, just constantly.
Isn't it fitting? We all have infinite time, yet not enough for that.
And besides, I was a freak of nature. I had my freak out and then could just casually delve into minds that were close to me and in the same general vicinity of Gateway. I think that's the Anovian thing kicking in. Unfortunately, Soul's not Anovian.
Julius shakes his head. No, she is not.
But either way, she'll be able to read some bitchin' ass minds once, like, we can ever... When she's done with this mess of the military.
Julius nods. I only ask just in case the kids ever come across Agent Spender again. She might be able to get some information if she was, equidistant like how you are from R right now.
I don't think so. She shakes her head. Unless we take her off and you let me really work with her. But that means separating her from Colt for like 5 days a week. And I don't think that's... Banksy was okay with it, right? But I don't know if Colt would be. And I don't know if she would be.
And honestly, I don't know if the children's squad can afford to lose her right about now, given what they're fighting.
They really can't. She's their true heavy hitter. She will be. She can be. She's going to be as time goes on. But if they lose her, like let's just say hypothetically speaking, she got pregnant or something, we'd have to figure it out.
Julius starts to rub his chin and nod. Yeah. So there's no chance we can take her off active duty at this moment right now.
She wouldn't let us either way. She's too much like us. The
Exactly.
kids are like driven by revenge against this guy. Looking at Agent Ards, they want this guy's head. They killed Bash, who was Julius's subordinate. He was the captain of the headhunters. They killed Bash right in front of the kids, in cold blood, and he was trying to defend Elizabeth, who is Davian's. Here, why don't you just? Sasha will pull up pictures of the current squad, no JJ, because he's not on the team.
Julius nods towards the squad. That one in the mask right there, that's Elizabeth, Davian and Hunk's daughter.
Okay. And I know who's that one. That's clearly Suletta's daughter.
Yes, sir. Carter, Soul, that's Ash's son right there. Colt, and that is Benjamin, who is Elizabeth's significant other at this point.
He has your eyes. I remember your purple eye. Speaking to
Thank you. Yes, he does. Other than that, you wouldn't be able to tell that he's mine.
I see. Most people say it's like, what? He looks like Zachary. Pequod, the name Ricardo's better, though.
The name Ricardo is better, but you have to admit, Agent Hart, he does look a bit like a Zachary.
Yeah. Yes, he does, actually. He's looking at him, but this is you if you didn't go white.
I'd like to think so, yes. I think he looks a decent amount like, when he was very young, he looked a lot like I did at that age, yes.
Towns is shifting the pictures around just so he can get a better look. Well, your children look quite a lot like you. So this is the full squad. Pequod, well, there's our other daughter, Laz, and Oz here. I'll pull up their pictures, but one second. They were there too, stuck in that garbage disposal facility. Oz was the one that, he got impaled by a xenomorph.
Julius nods. There were 2 xenomorphs in this facility. One they had managed to lure into the crusher, I suppose you can call it. I can't remember the exact term at this moment, my apologies, but the crusher. They lured it in there, activated it, and it was disposed of. Then the second one reared its ugly mug and managed to impale Oz through the stomach sternum area.
Yes.
And Oswald was healed by some tech you mentioned, which most likely would be, my guess, Starchild in nature. I didn't want to interrupt earlier, but they healed him with, you said, Starchild, correct?
It would be my assumption, yes. From what it was described as, it was like a spray they put over him that healed him rather quickly, especially when they put it on the wound.
So EarthGov is not in the business of upsetting an alien species like Krellins. We all saw his reaction to you, Asherion. That being said, SIS is not going to sit idly by, and if there's stores of technology out there that we didn't want Max Tech or remnants of Max Tech to find at the time, shorthand, Strat was tasked with finding Starchild, as we would put them, technological depositories. And I would guess they found some. Pequod groaned.
Well, we know they found at least one, because he'll pull up the weapon that she was using. This seems to be Starchild in nature.
Yes, that is no EarthGov railgun, nor any Max Tech prototype I've seen in my time.
Yes, I mean, he'll play the footage of it one-shotting the Marauder. It's stronger than it's even stronger than it looks, sir.
Well, whose son is that? Who is that?
That's Bunker Lazarus and Hunk's son, but we sort of had his mind wiped completely of Lazarus, so he fully believes that Davine is his mother and Hunk his father.
Lorelei. Yeah. Ash was sent down to the bunker to get him, and Ash wanted to talk to Laz. And Lorelei, and I think, wasn't Suletta there? They came and took him away, because she took him down to the bunker. I wasn't there, Ash was there.
Yes, that is what happened. I retrieved him with the help of Suleta and I believe it was Crimson Squad, who was there as well, and then had a discussion with her, but he is their son, but for all intents and purposes he is Davine's son, sir.
And he is not a member of the squad. Pequod, he will be in about 7 months or so. 8 months, whenever his basic date is. Right. He nods his head.
Yeah. Personal drama with the family went on, and well, we want him to earn his place on the squad instead of just being given a civilian contract.
Unpopular opinion, but I would say it's the correct move, actually. Personally.
To be completely honest, I would agree. It's easy to forget how much discipline basic treats you, or teaches you, I should say.
Everyone there had to go through basic, so should he. I assume he's romantically involved with somebody in this picture. He's looking at all the pictures of the kid.
Julius will nod towards Sam. That one. The Ranger General and Towns' basically daughter.
Right. Well, she looks a lot like her basically mother. Sasha snickered.
And I would say, given I helped train her, that she fights a hell of a lot like her as well.
She was very unhappy. Apparently she wanted to be in the ODM Academy. Her test scores were, we're not even sure. I think Tommy stepped in. Anyway, not worth getting into. Youngest Ranger. Very proud of her. And then she wanted to be on Ash's squad. Well, Ash's squad had no openings, but Ash tutored her. And she did go on some missions with Ash, but she was quite unhappy because she knew she was going to be waiting a long time to get on the top not Ranger squad. So we may have made her more unhappy by putting her on the kids' squad. Sasha chuckled. But JJ makes her very happy.
And her being there to help keep them safe makes me quite a bit more happy about having them on missions, ma'am.
Another guardian.
Yes. The kids, they call these two Combat Squad Mom and Dad, and these two just Squad Mom and Dad.
Makes perfect sense to me.
And there's also Mr. Okia, who's on the squad as yet another guardian and trainer.
Okay, I saw on the news the Tortolan species, Brig Tortolans. Pequod, yep, flew down with dragons, asked them if they wanted to join. It worked out well.
I've not met him very many times, but from what I have seen of him, he is a fierce combatant, sir.
He's the one who, I think he delivered the killing blows, implying multiple to the xenomorph that impaled Oswald. But yeah.
Yes, I believe in the debriefing you let me read, it was said that it's one of the few enemies he's ever needed to strike more than once.
So when they went to this facility, there were civilians there. Oswald was grievously injured and healed by, let's just say, Spender and his company. Anybody else life was spared by him?
My son Ricky was grievously wounded fighting one of the xenomorphs, and they saved his life.
It was not an act of mercy, I assure you.
Mercy to themselves, maybe.
An act of manipulation. Mercy to themselves, covering their own sixes, of course, being that they're afraid of the last names, but also a good way to manipulate.
save someone's life, and even if they know they shouldn't, they may feel indebted to you.
Agent Spender was excellent at pulling the trigger, but he was also a master manipulator. To be a good assassin, one has to be able to manipulate their way to their target.
Julius nods. Just like how you, sir, are perfectly capable of killing. He was perfectly capable of lying, although you both had your preferred outlets.
I think he came to truly enjoy it, the act of killing. I think most of us, unless you're lucky enough to fight the most heinous of heinous as you did, Tewaz, cultists bent on killing hundreds of millions of innocent people, you don't enjoy it. I never got to kill many people like Tewaz and company.
I would believe it, much to Sasha's chagrin. I still would prefer not to kill if at all possible when working on the frontier, yes.
He nods his head, looking back at all the pictures of all the kids.
Pequod can feel Julius's grip tightening around her hand.
Ask.
Sir, I have... He stands up. An even larger favor to ask of you.
Mm-hmm.
He'll walk over to him, gently put his hand onto Agent Art's shoulder. I would like to ask you, and there's nearly nobody else I would trust to do this with. Could you please keep an eye on these kids?
Keep an eye on them. You want me to train them?
Julius shakes his head. In a more subtle way that someone of your caliber can do, keep an eye on them, sir.
Sasha, deep sixth, full clearance, reinstatement, whatever you want in terms of pay, we'll give you. If they're making assassins, they're in the big leagues now, and we don't think they're quite there, all of them. Samantha is, absolutely. The rest of them, and JJ, whenever he joins, the rest of them are not yet. He sits back in his chair, looks at Julius, then Sasha, then back at Julius. I am an old man.
I understand, sir, but an old dog can teach new dogs new tricks, right?
And whom better to be the sentinel for those children than, well, probably the most experienced man alive.
I won't speak. Sasha looks at the pictures of the kids for all of them. But I know Julius has mentioned in passing he kind of hopes Carter helps out at the Headhunters one day. And that means Memory Ann. And the Headhunters are really important. I know Ricky has shown interest in being a ranger as his father, and rangers are very important. The ODM Academy is very important, and he is the face of that academy, and one day, probably the head teacher, so Hunk and Davine can just bang all the time. He starts chuckling.
And from my understanding, I see you think Soul could be someone you could train to be a successor to you in a way, yes?
Not necessarily me, Pequod. I wouldn't mind her being powerful in magic and stuff like that. That I want. But I would like to take her under my wing to be Vice PM with me someday. It's just I want to see her show a lot more maturity before we have that discussion with her. She is nowhere near ready for that yet.
Of course not, but the day you say she is, she has my vote.
I want her to be up here with us, and then I could use a break every now and then, and I think if she's anything like me, but she and the rest of them are never going to get there if they're up against a foe like this, not alone. And they won't let us help. They're driven, Pequod gestures to Julius. Tell him, Julius, we tried to get them to quit.
We've tried to get them to quit 2, 3 times at this point.
Sasha, and it's always a hard no. That guy killed... Christ, I'm terrible. I should remember this. He killed 2 innocent people that worked at the facility in front of them. an orc. He shot him dead in front of Ash's son, Soul, and Colt, and Benjamin. And then they killed the warden of the place, the caretaker, the guy in charge, in front of all of them, in cold blood. Then he killed Bash.
And the orc had just saved my son's life from the xenomorph who had wounded him. I believe I was given the grog tags to give to Ricardo, and I believe he still does wear them around
They
his
keep-
neck as well.
They keep Bash's motorcycle down on Gateway, or down at Woodbury, as if he's still there, and they have that man's picture hung up in the apartment we were all based out of.
Julius looks at the kids. I won't speak for all of them, but I know for a fact Bash would really help out Elizabeth. Elizabeth was terribly shy, but he would help her out whenever she would need it, and he would give her encouragement, and he would do a lot for her, and she saw him die right in front of her.
Ricky thought of him rather fondly, and from my understanding, saw him as a role model, sir.
So they need a devious trickster to look after them, to counterbalance the devious trickster that's going to be gunning for them.
Someone who is familiar, at least with the old playbook, and can pick out the moves before they really start to happen, sir.
Sasha, we'll keep you aware of all their movements, except training exercises. You don't always have to follow them. They don't go on missions that often. They truly don't. But when they do, even if it's like mundane, we would like you to be there in some capacity. Pequod, that is like secretive from them, so they don't know we're interfering because they'll get angry. He chuckled.
Yes, if you are ever caught and they start to question you, do not tell them that you are working for us, okay?
I'll tell them I'm an old man that lost my baseball tickets.
There you go. That sounds good, sir.
I do appreciate this, because even Samantha, they are all very young. Even Samantha doesn't have the experience yet to truly deal with what's going to be coming down on their heads. I appreciate having someone as wise as you looking after them.
Then we'll call it a deal. He'll look back at Carter and Soul's picture and put his hand out to shake Julius.
Julius will shake Agent R's hand.
Money isn't an issue for me, but I noticed in the news a couple months ago, your father got banned from every sporting event imaginable because our mother is a dipshit. He looks right over at her.
It's a long story, sir. Story of heartbreak, idiocy, immaturity, so on and so forth. But yes, he was banned because he would try and get on those teams to get steroids.
And impress her because she walked away and stuff, and then he wouldn't listen. Right. Well, the details I could have been spared. However, if you have that type of pool that you could ban somebody from sporting events, do you have the pool to get season tickets to any park in the league?
Any park, sir.
We'll settle on that. Any park I want. How about every park? Pequod done.
We'll get you season tickets. What do you think, Pequod? Dugout tickets as well? Best seats in the house?
Dugout and boxed if you'd like. We have boxes at most of the stadium for EarthGov troops at like a big discount. Sounds fine to me.
Then you'll get just that, and you'll get the best seats in the house for every single World Series.
I believe I still have my plasma defender at home. I'll need a new stealth field generator, and I'll request some other tech from towns, but count me in. He'll look back at the picture of Soul and Carter, because they're twins, so he's just somewhat shocked at how much they look like one another, but different at the same time.
Julius looks at the picture of the two of them. Isn't it strange? They look so much alike. But everyone will always say she looks like a young Pequod, and he looks like a young me, if I had blonde hair.
Well, I just I just remember General Lorelei always ranting about how, and most people did, that you and your wife would make very beautiful children, and everybody was correct.
They really did get all the best from both of you.
Pequod nods. A couple more years, little more maturity, and yeah.
Yeah, I would have to say so. Get him some more maturity. He starts to laugh and rubs the back of his neck.
She really walked away from him, Pequod, multiple times. She's gritting her teeth, squeezing the table. It's starting to snap.
Julius puts his hand onto Pequod's and will start to caress it with his thumb.
I always found, when I looked, your mother was a looking glass. I never got to know her, but through the looking glass, looking at a Davine Rainfall, I always assumed she had her act together. Sasha, you would be wrong looking at it.
Let's just say that Galilean genes make it very difficult for us to have our acts together until we hit rock bottom.
He nods his head, not saying anything because he doesn't want to insult anybody. Not that he has anything insulting to say, he's just a polite man.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with what Ash just said.
Alright, well, get me an office on Gateway. Somewhere I can hide away, and I have quick deployment to follow these children around. Sasha, done. I already have a place picked. We've been planning to ask since Towns was looking for you prior to them even finding this hard drive, so yeah.
And if you need anything, any specific weaponry, my private armory is open to you at any time, sir.
Duly noted. Well then, he'll get up and fix his tie. I'll leave you to it. I've dropped a lot of information on you. I'll be back up here at, I'm too old to come up at 0600. We'll call it 01000 tomorrow morning. Towns nods. See you then. He'll bid everybody farewell and walk out. And we'll come back as he leaves in a bit. But down here, Laz, Oz, JJ, and Samantha have been called to Suletta's classroom where she's just finishing upgrading some paperwork.
Laz holding onto Oz's waist area. She does the shave and a haircut knock on the door.
Come in.
She'll open up the door and step in.
Oh, good to see you. Oz coming in, Sam and JJ coming in. Benjamin, you've passed 100% on your English test. Well done. Benny gets up. Nice.
Elizabeth stands up as well, puts her hand up for a high five.
Nah, he kisses her.
Her eyes go wide in surprise for a second as she wraps her arms around his neck and begins to kiss him back.
Sam crosses her arms and laughs as Suletta. He's making excellent progress. Looking up at Laz.
I can tell. Past 100%, Benjamin. Very good.
Thank you.
Laz chuckles and looks at Suletta. You wanted to call me for something?
Yes. Take a seat.
Of course. She sits down. I haven't done something wrong again, have I?
Oz will sit down. She's looking at Oz. You're quite touchy-feely with him. Is everything fixed? Benny, really? Is everything fixed? Pulling away from Elizabeth.
Yes. Yes, everything's fixed, ma'am.
Thank God. She puts her head down on the desk.
Laz chuckles. I would have to agree. Thank God, ma'am. Thank God.
Had a talk about it. Called Monkey Boy a stupid simian. I had to apologize to. She looks up shocked. I was angry.
He was quite offended by it, but hey, you know what? He loves us very much and understands tensions were high.
Sam picks up a pencil and then grabs her wrist and winces. Oh.
Honey, you must ask me to do these things for you. I will help you no matter what. We'll take the pencil from her and start to kiss her wrist.
She flutters her eyes at JJ and licks her lip.
He looks at her, licks his lips, and gives her a kiss.
Being naughty in the classroom. Hand up his shirt.
JJ's eyebrows go up. I can think of no better place but the classroom.
Settle down.
Sorry, Auntie. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I wanted to call you here today. I called you here today. I can't focus with that over there because she's just grabbing her wrist.
JJ's kissing her wrist, and Laz looks over. Sam, uh, could you?
This wrist got broken protecting your dim-witted brother.
Yeah, as I was gonna say something, I realized that, and then I did not want to say anything.
Benny burn on Carter. Nice.
Elizabeth chuckles. Big Ben on call.
So anyway, I wanted to ask you your opinion on something. Your plans. I would never twist your arm into anything. But one day, there will come a time where I'd imagine you don't want to be in the military.
Glass shakes her head. No,
And I know there's a band, she'll air quote, but band, it's a full-time job, I understand, but eventually all bands come to an end. You stop going on tour, and then you do a reunion tour years later and make more money. That's how they function, besides record deals and labels and, I can't think of the word, but royalties, that's the word.
Yes, ma'am.
What are your plans after?
Well,
And during, if you're just a band manager, you have free time.
Well, I have a college degree in mathematics, so general education. I was thinking, she gestures about herself, I would help you out and teach at the academy.
I would much prefer if you just take over. We develop the curriculum together, and you can be the principal here. You can be the principal of all general education. I somewhat miss the days of teaching pilots, marauder pilots. I grew tired of it on Gateway. It was my goal. It was all I had left in my life after my husband died and Memory Ann. Those are the only two things I had. I achieved my goal, and I maintained my goal being in charge, but I got tired of it. I got sick and tired of doing it because instead of teaching pilots, I was in charge. I was a principal. There was little time to actually teach pilots. I was more so focused on general education. I would like to teach pilots again, and I know a ranger general or two that I'm sure would allow us to do that down here.
Laz nods, especially if someone like me or Soul asked her.
Exactly. However, somebody has to take over the education of this academy and perhaps an addition to this academy. You have to be quite intelligent to be an ODM applicant, and you have to be even more intelligent in different ways to be a marauder pilot.
Laz nods. I would gladly take over to help you out, Auntie. I would love to.
I think you would be the perfect fit, and if you would be so kind as to help me, there's a lot of ridiculous amounts of pressure on me to create this curriculum. And to be fair, it wasn't my child that caused these issues, so I think it's undue pressure. It should be on somebody else. Not that I'm putting it on you. We'll take it together. We'll develop the curriculum together. I will assist you in teaching the first couple of classes.
Laz nods. And I would gladly help out with the curriculum, ma'am.
And she would like to teach a class as to why to dodge a moose, you know. There's that. Kissing her hand. Sam snickered.
Yes, I would like to teach that class, please. Why it's always smart and how to dodge a moose.
Soletta puts her hand over her head, like, holds it over her head and runs it down her head. This one's just going right over my head. Benny starts laughing. Pull up the video, honey.
Elizabeth will pull up the video.
Oh, that's that John Kevin fella. The Saint. He looks different, like younger or something.
He is.
That video quality is horrid.
This is in the early 2000s.
Oh! Oh, look at him. He's ranting at the camera about his neighbor.
Yep, yes he is. Here we go.
The Saint turns, looks off camera. Huh? Then he will fast forward it a little bit to the point he knows Laz really hates. Yep, it's definitely a moose.
Laz breathes heavily, puts both her hands on her temples and starts to rub them in a circular motion.
Oz will take her hand off one of her temples and interlock fingers very tight with her.
It's just so stupid.
There he is! Takes a drag off his cigarette, looking at the moose. Did he say moose?
Yes, he said moose.
Oh my god, he's fixing his crotch in those sweatpants.
JJ covering his mouth as to not just have his laughter burst out and distract people from the video.
Motherfucker! As the moose tramples him, and the video cuts out. What? Soletta looks back. What was that?
It was a moose, Auntie.
He stared at that moose that long as Benny blows up the image of the saint's shocked face as seconds before the moose collides with him.
Yes. And he didn't move 2. I've said it so many times, but 2 steps to the left, and he would have been fine.
So you want to teach a course based around this?
Let's call it a common sense course, but Moose Dodging 101. Yes, I would like to teach it.
She'll look at Oz. Oz is shaking his head up and down very quickly. Done. You really wish to? Then it needs to be some prerequisite that all students have to take before they can even be accepted. How about that? Or, well, once they're accepted, but before any general education, they have to have a course like this. That face is just so weird. Look at him.
JJ looking at it. He looks so perplexed, surprised, and angry at the same time.
Bro, if a moose just showed up out of nowhere and busted moves all over you, you'd be making that face too. Oz, but he watched it run through 14 backyards, before it got to him, Benjamin. Then he starts laughing.
He saw it jump over some of the fences, Benjamin.
Okay, fair point. He does look really stupid.
Elizabeth has not stopped laughing. She's actually crying at this point.
Well, fine, then put that picture away. I can't stop looking at it now that I know the context. Benny will close Elizabeth's wrist computer.
Blaz just staring at her wrist computer. She shakes her head and looks back at Soletta. You were saying, Auntie?
I was straight to the point. You would be a much better fit to be the head teacher and principal here at the academy.
She gets like a happy smile on her face. And she starts to tear up a bit. She'll stand up, walk over, and hug Soletta.
She hugs her back. Well, today is a good day for you.
It's a very good day for me, Auntie.
You know you're going to be crying more tonight.
Oh, yeah? Why? Because is something happening at the party?
Tears of joy when Clive gets defeated in snooker by your mother.
Oh, yes, he's going to get absolutely destroyed.
Called him earlier. He's practicing, kissing her on the head and letting her go. Practicing snooker. He's getting warmed up.
Glass starts to laugh. Oh, yes, on the Easy AI.
Yes. Sam plays Easy AI. Snooker.
JJ's shaking his head. He is going to get his shit kicked in.
He's gonna eat shit, dude. Picking Elizabeth up.
Elizabeth nods. Oh yeah, absolutely.
You two are dismissed. Would you like to come to the store with us, or do you want to go with your mother and father over to Clive's? Benny, up to you, honey.
We're gonna go to... with Mom and Dad, I should say. To Clive's, honey.
Okay. They're in their office. You guys can head there. You're dismissed for the day. Thank you. It carries Elizabeth out.
Laz watches them walk out, and she looks back at Soletta. You're doing a good job with him, Auntie.
It was a slow progress. I remember when he spelled, I think it was Memory Ann's name, Murmury Wren or something. I can't remember exactly, but yeah.
It was a slow process, but you stuck through it. She holds her hand, and he's all the better now for it, Auntie.
She nods her head. The rest of you should come to the store with me. We'll leave here in a little while. Shortly. We need to go down. We can just go to the one down in Woodbury. We need to get food, snacks. I don't trust Clive to provide for the guests tonight.
Yeah, of course. Of course, Auntie. We'll come with you.
Yeah, I missed all that because of Sleepy and all this stuff. What exactly happened as Norbit follows Elizabeth and Benny out? Sam chuckling at the thought of KFC.
Les looks at Oz. Auntie hates KFC, and, well, Clive decided to put his trust into the Stooges, and they just so happened to get KFC because Colonel Sanders somewhat looks like the Major Asherian Valorius.
Ricky's father, Samantha, yes. Welcome back to the world of the living. You're missing all the fun. Oz laughs.
Les laughs. He's not gonna be missing the fun anymore.
Okay, alright. So they got you KFC. What happened then? Clive tried to give us dirty dishes, dip that had been eaten out of, like 3 vegetables, and then I had my son-in-law get rid of the bucket. I think he punted it out into the woods or something. It was a disaster. So tonight we're going to be proactive and just go to the store, and you can either buy ingredients to quickly cook something at Clive's, or just get snacks. Just get something to feed yourselves. Because I don't trust Clive to feed you.
Les nods. Yes, ma'am. We'll get ourselves some stuff.
I could go for a candy bar. Maybe like 5 candy bar. Hershey's bar. I'd been dieting too. Well, I really hadn't been eating. So.
Well, honey, she'll rub his stomach. That just means we're gonna have to eat quite a bit tonight.
JJ will buy us stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
grabs her wrist.
Yeah, of course I will. He'll pick her wrist up and start to kiss it again.
Oh, that guy really did a number on my wrist. Thank God I was there to defend Carter!
Laz looks over at Sam and nods. Thank you again, Samantha.
Poor girl. Looking over at her.
JJ nods. Very, very poor girl. As he'll start kissing her wrist again, staring up into her eyes.
Did Carter thank her as she's staring back at JJ? Was he appreciative? I can spank him, you know.
He did. He was quite appreciative. Isn't that right, honey?
Yeah, he was okay. He was fine, yeah. Looking at JJ.
JJ smiles at her. Did he need to be more appreciative? We can hurt him if need
Oh,
be.
no. He was fine. I was just lost in your eye.
Oh. Well, honey, get lost all you want. I'll get lost in yours.
Not in the classroom. There's that private pool house at Clive's where Mother Goodash is hidden sometimes. You guys know not to bring up Mother Goodash in front of anybody. You know about Mother Goodash? He looks at her. Yes.
Les nods. Yeah, Aunt Saletta knows about Mother Goodash.
I was invited to their the wedding, actually, but I was busy.
Yeah, we all know. I mean, we all know how much all of the parents and everyone despises Mother Goodash, so we all know not to bring her up.
Personally, I prefer Mother over Father. Saletta, if you had found Mother Goodash sitting in your private restroom on Gateway, you would feel different. It happened to all of us a number of times. Actually, if I recall, Mother Goodash was in my shower, because I had moved in full-time to the apartment with Memory Ann near the end there, and one morning I pulled my shower curtain back at 6 a.m. to get my shower, and there stood Mother. I'm sorry, sat Mother. She was waiting for a bath.
Laz rolls her lips together. That's very understandable, but isn't Father Goodscar like a little creepy to you, Auntie?
No, it's just Scar, basically. Scar if he had served in the fake conflict that is Space Vietnam. She starts laughing.
Laz starts to chuckle a bit. I suppose that's fair. I think all the kids always just felt really uncomfortable about Father.
Personally, I think Jasper is the creepiest, though. Yes. She nods her. Jasper has eclipsed Mother Goodash. Easily. Nora is fine. She's been traumatized by Davy. Mother Goodash.
JJ rolls his lips together and nods. So neglected, it made him mute.
Well, your mother did fancy that gym.
JJ sighs and rubs his face. That she did.
We're never gonna do that to our kids.
No, we're not. And if we do it, Auntie, full permission to flash freeze us.
Oh, I know it won't come to that.
It won't, because it won't happen. He chuckles to himself and will start to kiss Sam's wrist again.
She holds her wrist up for more kisses as Snuffles makes his way in. He was using the litter box. As down here in the office, Hunk's staring at a picture of the statue, and then back at a picture of himself, what looks like sometime around the time he met Julius and Ash.
Davine, sitting next to him, holding his hand with her head on his shoulder. Do you want to talk about it, honey?
Oh, he looks over at Davine. Benny and Elizabeth aren't here yet. They're coming down. Oh, it just sucks. You know, Lorelai taught Sasha everything she needed to know, but also how to twist the knife, which I think might be the most important thing. When we tried to sneak up there, or not sneak, just walk in there, and she was like, "Didn't you willingly quit?" Boy, that one twisted hard.
Davine sadly chuckles. Yes, it really did.
I mean, Patricia has a way of twisting the knife, and Julius might have, but that one hit the hardest for some reason. And I think back then now all the time, it's like, we were so ready to get the fuck out. I think because of the hell that we went through, fighting those freaks, the stakes, the amplified stakes of our children, are the potentiality of having a family. And then all the drama that just got washed under the bridge caused by Ash, it's like, some days I wonder if we made too hasty of a decision. But then I come to realize we would just be sitting in an office on Gateway in living hell that our kids now have to do. Because they sit in that office and have to send our grandchildren and our children, Elizabeth, and soon to be JJ, out on missions. So, triple-edged sword, maybe?
I don't think there was any right way to go about it. Darling, we wanted to get out. I mean, think about it. Would we have been able to do the ODM Academy as a whole if we were in the military still?
No, we wouldn't have.
Davy nods. Exactly. We made this place. And, that doesn't mean eventually we can't join in with our children and possibly crack a few skulls. She smiles at him. I don't think there was any right way to make that decision, honey. We went about it in probably the best way we could have, because we had this plan. She gestures about herself to the ODM Academy, basically. And she looks at him. We had each other, and we wanted to have both of those things at the same time.
We would not have the time with the grandchildren we have. There would have been no movie productions, at least us doing them having fun. Ultimately, I think we made the right decision. It's just, what a fucking conundrum. Because even if we'd stayed, I think we'd be in a worse spot. Julius and Patricia, Nicole was all fucked up because of us, but they were watching, we would call it kill TV, kill cam. They were watching the events of the Moog unfold. That day. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I could do that. But that's what we'd be doing.
Davine shakes her head. I don't think I could do that. Truthfully, I don't think I would have the stomach to be able to see my daughter and my grandchildren doing some of the things they probably did, like Carter sliding under an APC to disable it. Did you hear about that one?
Oh yeah. Listen to Scar, apparently. He chuckled. He listened to him.
Davine chuckles. Exactly, but I don't. If Carter was my son and I was in Pequod's or Julius's position, I don't think I would have been able to see that. And, well, to put it bluntly, not have been, like, shitting my pants seeing that.
I think it's just with all the risen stakes recently. You've got the Xeno creatures running about, chasing our children around, shadowy group of dudes threatening to kill our kids. Ash is out there trying to find them. They made an assassin. It's been on the back of my mind a lot after we went there.
Davine looks at the picture and nods. Sometimes I think about how my life would be if I was put into a similar position that Julius and Ash were. You know, being just popped onto a military base and jail or join up, that kind of decision. I think I would not have nearly as much as I do now. She puts her hands on his cheeks. I think everything that we always do has a reason. Be it destiny, be it everything being, already foretold in a way. But everything we do has a reason. I think us doing what we did, doing this wonderful academy, being with Suletta as much as we can to keep her happy, and having all of our time to ourselves and our grandchildren, and our children, Julius, Pequod, Icy, even though they work quite a bit. I think it was the right decision, honey.
You know just what to say to hit the spot.
She smiles at him. I try my best, I really do.
I think it's the perfect face, too. That helps a lot.
She winks at him. I think this perfect face needs a kiss, then.
I think it needs more than a kiss. Hand up her shirt. Then there's a knock at the door. Mom, Dad. God damn that kid.
Davine sighs a bit.
God, the next 20 years we're gonna hear that fucking kid.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Now we're in here! He starts putting the pictures away.
Davine helping him put the pictures away. She slides a bit closer to him. Yes, darling. We're in here. How can we help you?
You guys ready to go over to class? We're done with class for today. Passed my test with 100%.
Oh, darling, I'm very proud of you. That's a wonderful job.
Good job, Benjamin. You guys want to head over to Clive's, and you want an early viewpoint into the wreck that's going to be tonight.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I'll sort of do, actually.
Can't wait to see Clive get his shit pushed in.
Oh, I can't wait to see the video footage that's going to be taken of him walking up to the Ranger General in his skivvies and bathrobe.
Your mother and I saw the Stooges skipping through one of the teleporters that would take them to Woodbury, so we can only assume they've been tasked with getting some type of food. And he chuckles.
Oh God. Well, I mean, trust the Stooges once, shame on them, I guess. Trust the Stooges twice, shame on you.
Clive's desperate, I'm sure. He picks Davine up.
Davy nods. I'm sure he's very desperate. She looks at him. We should get to him and try and keep him calm and stuff.
Yep, pick her up, Benjamin. Don't pick Elizabeth up.
Elizabeth will wrap her legs and arms around him.
Alright, let's move out, kids.
Yes, sir. Gives him a bit of a salute.
Flashing up to Gateway, the kids stopping off to grab some smoothies. With Zap still dogging them. And Memory Ann, they've got bags, food ingredients. Memory Ann sits down, Yuri gesturing as he sees them coming in. Sits down next to Memory Ann.
How's it going, Uncle Yuri?
Good, that is good. Who is ready for the snooker party tonight?
We're very ready, Uncle. We just have to cook some stuff and then we're probably gonna be heading down.
What are we cooking? Memory Ann, homemade apple pie and homemade vanilla ice cream. Good.
Soul nods. I'm making some hard shell tacos.
Good, that is good, Soul. Memory Ann's looking at Yuri. Is he drunk?
Carter leans over. I seriously can't tell the difference if it would be drunk him versus normal him.
What can I get for you? You don't want to come with food, do you? I'm sorry, what did you say? You don't want to come for food, do you?
Oh, no. We're here just for some smoothies right now, Uncle.
Oh, good, that is good. I will make you some. Everybody gets strawberry. I think he's drunk.
Carter leans forward. Uncle Yuri, are you feeling okay?
Had some drinks, Carter.
Why are you drinking?
It's Friday. What other reason do you need?
Fair enough, Uncle. Just letting loose, right?
And Tom not there. He busy doing things, buying planets, so I can indulge in the good stuff. I go make the smoothies. He drunkenly walks back into the kitchen. He fucking toasted.
He's on another planet, man.
Drinking Thomas fine wines and spirits.
I mean, wait, how much did he have to drink to get that blasted?
Big guy like him, you gotta drink a lot.
He's gonna peek behind the counter to see if he sees any empty bottles.
No. He's probably drinking Tommy's private stash.
Oh boy. Tommy's gonna be mad.
Carter nods. I think he will be. He tilts his head. He did say that Tommy was buying a planet, right?
Something like that, yes. I assume he'll be back in time for Snooker. I can't do the Clive voice.
Snooker.
Oh my god. She sits back in her stool.
That's uncanny, man.
Snooker.
See? I'm not the only one who can do it. He gestures over to Colt.
Yeah, but you do it way better. Okay, I second that, yeah.
Yeah, Colt's is good. Yours is spot on.
Carter starts to laugh. Alright, scale to 1 to 10. How devastated do you think Clive's gonna be when he gets his shit kicked in by my mom today?
What is the stakes of their bet again? It's like he has to walk up nude to the Ranger General or some shit?
Not necessarily nude, just in his boxers and a bathrobe. No shirt. I think they said he could wear slippers, just so, he's not barefoot on Gateway, but like slippers, nighttime wear, basically.
I would be mortified. So, I mean, she looks around, looks over her shoulder, then looks at Zap, and there is a little part of me that was like, I was horrified lying to the Ranger General's face about Hecker. Huh? He looks over at her.
Yeah, I get that. And thinking about what he's got to do, 15 out of 10.
I mean, I'm sure Hecker was killed, but we did lie to her, You guys didn't kill that guy?
No, we didn't. We didn't kill Tessin Hecker, no.
Why not? You were told to kill him. Memory Ann, He was riding his horse away through a heavily trafficked highway, and if we had shot and caused damage or, God forbid, hit a civilian, and I was not chasing after a horse, you could have got on the ship and run him down! She looks down at her hand.
Carter's,
He's dead. I informed the local authorities. I'm sure he's in some jail or dead. That's why you have a futuristic military ship!
Soul's eyes are wide. Holy
You
shit.
couldn't just get on the ship, chase him down. The ship has weapons.
I didn't,
He can't run forever. Horses run out of energy. Oh, you done fucking idiots.
why didn't we think of that, Colt?
I mean, I personally think I could have got him with my... I'm a good shot. Maybe I'm not as good as my mom, but with single-shot weapons, I am better than Samantha. She will even tell you that. And my M4 was on semi. Lancaster was shitty. I wanted to get out of there. It was hot, and there's smelly people in the parking lot. The parking lot smelled bad. Smelly people go to comic stores like that. It smelled like shit there, and that Del Taco smelled like shit. And that fat guy that I froze that still somehow farted smelled like shit.
In my defense, I was stuck under that fat dude, and I think he weighed more than you, sir.
Whatever. Hear no evil, see no evil. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that. I don't know who this guy was, but if he was just some normal guy riding a fucking horse, I am sure local PD got him.
Carter puts his hands up. We haven't heard word about this guy in how long? 6 months at this point? From Tommy, from Dad, from that kid, Nick, at the comic shop. We haven't heard word from any of them on him. I think we're okay, guys.
Marianne, that's correct. He was terrorizing an employee at the comic shop, and he has not said a word to Tommy about this man. So this man is either in jail or dead. Probably dead, I'd imagine, because he was riding a horse through traffic, causing accidents, and high-speed chases tend to end with somebody dead.
And I mean, on top of that, even if he's not, I wouldn't come back after seeing my buddy get almost cut in half, would you?
No! I just... You know you shouldn't lie to the Ranger General, right?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I was mortified at doing it. It's a blemish on our record that we can hide with some makeup, okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like dude's ever gonna come back.
It was just some loser ranting about SWOTOR, and he couldn't even call us the right names, Okir. I don't know what he called me. I think he called Carter Cancer. Zap points at Carter and laughs. He called Ricardo Martis.
Mortis. I mean,
He called him Mustang. It took Zap a second to get it. And he called her Soul.
Soul raises her.
He laughed.
Soul raises her hands up. I don't know why I'm the only one whose name he got right.
it was something else, man. Honestly, if we didn't have to kill the guy, we could have brought him and put him on the kids' shows with the Stooges. He probably would have been a riot.
So, either way, he's just some loser enacting a vendetta about SWOTOR. That's awesome game. She looks over at Zap. I know he's the best. He rubs her shoulder.
But not worth committing murder by, drawing and quartering someone.
Nah, if you want to beat someone in SWOTOR, you just beat him in PvP, shit talk him. That's worse than death for a guy like Dargos. Was he a PvPer? No, I think he said operations team, rating, something like that, right, Carter?
Soul leans forward. Me and Carter had, met him? More like bumped into him years beforehand while walking up and down the street. And he said something about making an ops team with this Nick guy. And yeah, so we assume it was still the PvE kind of thing, not PvP.
Don't fucking call them borders. Look at Ricky.
Yeah, completely wrong, but I guess at least it's a cool sounding name, right?
He called Elizabeth Eliza, and he called Benny Bernard, and I vividly remember I was like taken aback by the man, just the situation. He had this man bound and gagged in a horse carriage, with horses in there. The man was calling out for help, as you would. Colt and Soul had went to retrieve the man, this Nick character, if you will, and the Hecker guy, Benny said. Benny had introduced himself. Because he was asking for our names, and Benny said, "I'm Benny," and his response was, "Yes, Bernard, good to meet you."
So, not only was he just like some random old guy, but he was an old guy who was losing his mind. Like
Other people we know, looking at Sam.
Yeah, like other people we know. Okir.
Sounds like a dumbass.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to kill that random kid over Swotor, man. I mean, even if he does come back, what harm could the dude possibly do? He's a dipshit who wanted to draw and quarter someone in broad daylight.
If he does come back, we'll just kill him.
Solnance. Yeah, we'll just kill him. Problem is, how will we find out about it unless our parents find out about it? And our parents find out about it, Sasha's gonna find out about it.
Tommy complains to Julius that Hecker's threatening the comic shop again. Julius calls us, we explain. He's understanding. We will apologize, and then we'll go kill Hecker. That was his name. Tessin Hecker, I believe, right? Something like that. Malthus Hecker. I think he introduced himself as Hecker.
Carter nods. Yeah, I think so, actually.
I think you're right. And I mean, if your dad's there, maybe the Ranger General won't get too angry at us.
Yeah, probably not. He might be able to attempt to calm some people down, but I won't speak for her at all. I know how she can be when she's a bit angry.
Besides, she grabs Carter's wrist, starts rubbing his hand. That comic shop is the same one our parents had to defend years ago. That place causes problems. It should just be torn down. I agree.
I mean, yeah, we've had to have a Spec Ops team deal with something there twice in 20 years. That's a bit much.
It's a civilian installation. That's the local PD and SWAT team. If they can't handle it, then they're as bad as the, what was that place? Garden City PD, Carter.
Carter starts to laugh.
And apparently Washington, D.C.'s police department, too. I don't remember that. Capitol building done set on fire.
Honestly, I'd say they're somehow worse. At least the menace was immortal.
That's true. Either way, that comic shop and that person in there, that Nick individual that causes these problems, intentionally or unintentionally, is not our concern.
I agree. Maybe if Hecker does come back around and we do deal with him, we could just recommend that to my dad that he should just, say to Tommy to tear it down.
Yeah,
I think that would solve a lot of Tommy's issues and quite a bit of his stress.
and I mean, was that technically even a mission? Weren't we just helping Tommy out with something?
I mean, technically speaking, it was an official military deployment, yes. But we didn't even get our orders from... We got our orders from Mr. Wiseau because Carter's parents were screwing in the room behind him. So...
Carter shrugs. We're gonna be fine. He's not coming back, and if he does, How is the Ranger General gonna find out unless my dad doesn't keep it under wraps, or my mom, or someone like that? We're gonna be okay. Putting his hands up.
You know who's not gonna be okay? Yuri comes out with these smoothies, handing one out a piece. A blueberry, just the way you like it. I thought they were strawberry.
Soul looks down at it, looks at Colt. He doesn't think I'm on icy, right? Her favorite is blueberry.
He starts chuckling. I think he's that baked, yeah.
Oh my god.
Ricky's gonna take a drink of his. Yeah, that ain't strawberry.
That is good, Ricky. He turns the TV on, goes back to watching TV.
Just Soul just looking at him. Yeah, he's really drunk. Oh my god. She'll take a sip of it. Smoothies are still good though.
Pre-made. He nods his head.
I see, Uncle Yuri, of course. You still did a good job though.
And I make one for Uncle Yuri. With some extra juice in it. He starts sipping one. The best vodka money could buy. 80 million credits a bottle. Oh my god.
80 million credits.
When Tommy away, Yuri will play. He turns the volume of the TV up watching a sports game. Now I can see why Tommy says he's a fuck up. He says low enough to where Yuri doesn't hear.
Carter,
He's like a lovable one, but yeah.
Carter in like the same tone. Yeah, no, Tommy's gonna be so pissed at Yuri if he's drinking this much of his personal stash that costs apparently upwards of $80 million credits a bottle.
And if you... Same hushed tone, and if you think about it, he probably drank multiple. By the end of the day, he'll probably ring up a tab to rival what Oz is in debt for that jet.
For a dude his size, at least 2.5 bottles. Probably 3, given the size of that smoothie cup.
Soul just clicks her tongue looking at Yuri. Well, he just wants to have a good time.
Over under on how much money he's gonna spend? Or drink, I should say.
Way more than any of us would ever spend on that. Watching him just chug the smooth.
Shit, that's more than I'd spend on anything short of, like, a house.
I'll make an apple pie just for him. Apple pie, warm apple pie, is very good when you have a hangover.
Carter nods. I'm sure he's gonna greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe leave him some Tums alongside it, because I think he'll need that.
Yeah. Probably give him some water as well, maybe some ibuprofen, anything to help take the hangover off.
Perhaps we should bed him.
Carter leans forward. Hey, Yuri, how tired are you feeling right now?
I'm getting there, Carter, but I got money on this horse race I want to watch.
Carter looks at the screen. Is he watching the horse races?
He is watching golf.
Carter opens his mouth, closes it. That's golf, Memory Hand. That is golf.
Here's your orders. Boys, get him on that couch in there.
Carter stands up, nods.
Oh my goodness, actually, back there. Is that a snooker table? She'll get up and start walking quickly.
Oh boy. He's gonna limit break. I'll get his arms. You want to get his legs out here?
Yeah. Come on, brother. Come on, Ricky.
Come on, Uncle Yuri. It's nap time.
Got my arms full. He carries Soul. Look, honey. A snooker table.
Oh my god, a real life vintage snooker table?
Back up this way, come on. Like he's like a truck backing up. Come on over here, got this way. Sharp turn around the corner, Carter. You got him?
I got him.
All right, over here, Carter. Put his big ass down on the couch.
But once he gets laid down, Carter props a pillow up so his head is against a pillow, and he covers him up with a blanket.
I don't think he'd be making it to the snooker party. Sits down.
No, I don't think so. Jesus. He's gonna shake his arms back and forth. He's so fucking heavy, Ogier.
Yeah, he's a big dude. I don't understand how you had that guy on your lap, Carter.
Carter shakes his head. I don't understand that either. Cause he wasn't like squatting over my lap or anything. No, he was actually just on my lap.
Groans slightly and puts a blanket over him. And when we leave, we should probably lock this place up.
Yeah, shut the lights off too.
I don't know if Mr. Wiseau's coming to the snooker thing or not, but something tells me he ain't coming back here. At least for the day.
Where would Tommy keep, like, the dishes and stuff in this place?
The kitchen, I assume.
Alright, he's gonna walk over to the kitchen and come back with a big mixing bowl and set it next to, Yuri. Just in case he, feels a little queasy when he wakes up.
Good thinking. I cannot do a Clive voice.
Good thinking there, Ricky.
I just, didn't think Tommy would want to clean up the remnants of whatever Uncle Yuri's had to eat off the floor in here.
Snooker, the game of kings. He's looking at the table.
His soul starts to laugh. Snooker, the game of kings that I've only played on Easy AI on a video game.
Jesus Christ, I suck at most video games, and I done beat him when we were practicing last week. Marianne grabs Carter and laughs.
Snooker, the game that the Primarch's going to devastate him in.
I saw Krellin, Samuel, and Frederick. They, over the weekend, I saw them making, like, homemade, banners of your mother, Carter. I think one of them said, like, Snooker Queen. They are totally not in Clive's corner. He laughed.
They live with him.
No, they are definitely not in his corner. And honestly, why would they be?
He sets Soul down on the table and goes on his wrist computer. Kinda like I expected. Clive's newest video from a couple days ago. The newest and rising to the top comment, "You fucking suck at snooker. You going to lose, big loser," from Krellin Rainfall at Not Rainfall Production.
He's learning. The burner accounts are getting better.
Not Rainfall Production.
As the soul starts to laugh, I can't even tell who that is. I thought it was Krellin at Rainfall Productions at first, but that at Not Rainfall Productions? Whew. It boggles my mind as to who that could be.
I done wasn't really interested in making fun of Clive in comments, but then I done see even the Ranger General doing it, so I done jump on board.
Honestly, I still feel bad about doing it, but I mean, if everyone else is.
It brings his videos a lot of attention, Carl.
It does. And I'm happy to bring some attention to his videos, even if we have to go about it in a not so nice way, let's say.
You'd think that he'd run over the Stooge's dog or something with the way they make fun of him.
They merciless. She chuckled.
Carter starts to laugh. They really are. And I mean, in my opinion, they're even worse in person. Like, have you ever heard them, Uncle Scar, like talking about Clive, like right behind his back?
I done heard him. Heard him today when they tell him keep his dentures in and sometimes hanging over at the house watching some sports with him. They ruthless. Except when hockey on the TV. They done like hockey.
Huh. Wouldn't have pegged them for liking any sport, to be honest.
Long time ago when the kids was all still young and little, even Sasha done come down, they play sports. Scar always pick Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel for basketball. Team Scar versus Team Hunk. Julius done play on it. Banksy play too.
Oh yeah? Krellin seems like he'd be at least good at that. I mean, he's huge.
Yeah, they don't really get basketball though, so they always lose. And then eventually Scar just get tired of trying to coach them. So We done haven't played in a long time.
Carter nods. Yeah, I remember when we were younger, they would like start to kick the ball and stuff. They were like confusing sports together. That was quite common between the three of them, and that would frustrate Uncle Scar to no end.
I remember one basketball game quite vividly where they scored. Frederick made a free throw, a 3-pointer. Excuse me, into Grandpa's basket. So the point counted for Grandpa's team, and that's when Uncle Scar got very frustrated and walked off the court.
Soul starts to laugh. Oh my god, I remember that. Because afterwards, Frederick was like, where's he going? I guess he's just jealous now because I'm better than him?
Yes, Frederick. Well, I don't know a lot about sports memorabilia, but Frederick, Krellin, and Samuel had bought with their money a bunch of vintage basketball gear. He was Freddie Bird. I don't know what that means though. Larry Bird, basketball player. And Krellin was Krellin James, LeBron James, if memory serves. And Samuel was Samuel Jordan. Or Shaquille O'Samuel, excuse me. Shaquille
Samuel. If that's original, they probably spent an unimaginable amount of money on it if those are as old as I think they are.
Original shoes, socks, jersey, shorts, wristbands, the full get-up. It's one of the few things they've actually purchased with their money, oddly enough. But yes, nobody's seen them in that attire since that fateful day where they... Freddie Bird made the 3-point shot that made Uncle Scar quit playing. Because you have to understand, Carter, if you remember, Uncle Scar was begging Frederick to shoot in the other direction. He dribbled the ball. He dribbled the ball to Grandpa's side of the court and shot the ball into his own team. And Uncle Scar was pleading with him, but he didn't listen. I think he said something like, Freddie Bird don't need yo advice or something like that.
Exactly. Scar had managed to take the ball away from, I think it was my dad. And, just to get the ball away from them, he passed it over to Frederick. They were right next to the basket that he needed to shoot into, and Scar yelled at him, shoot it into the basket, and Frederick turned around and started, I had to use the term, but fat kid running, while dribbling the ball over to the other side of the court, and he shot it into that basket.
It's the only shot that was ever made by the three of them.
They spent enough money to probably buy a small country, so they could give your Uncle Scar a stroke.
Shaquille fucking Samuel grabbing her leg.
Soul starts to laugh. Why wouldn't he just use, Samuel O'Neal or something like that?
That's a question we'll have to ask them.
I guess so. She starts to laugh. A very interesting set of people the Stooges are, and an interesting set of basketball players that they chose.
Shortly after that, we, as a family, attempted to play golf. Oh God, oh God, fucking Tiger Frederick, here we go.
I mean, they had to have been decent at golf, right? It's like the simplest sport there. You hit the ball and get it in the hole.
You would think that. Frederick spent, and this was, I do believe, on Carter's mother's credit card. I think it was 90 million credits on an original set of this man named Tiger Woods golf clubs, and his attire, and a golf cart. And Frederick came to golf! And, well, he swung the club so hard that the ultra-expensive golf club went flying into the lake, and that Scar, who was his caddy, the guy who he was on his team helping him as his caddy, got very frustrated and stormed off the golf course yet again. Oh, Frederick, fucking Tiger Frederick, Jesus Christ.
Did they at least get the club out of the water?
Yes, but it was already in a very. It's super old. It was done for. I think Aunt Nicole offered to use restoration spells on it, and Grandpa Hunk, just to get everybody off the field, the course, and stop the drama, told her no, just throw it back in the lake.
Carter nods. That was the first hole, mind you. That wasn't like halfway down the course. No, that all happened on the first hole.
Fucking Krellin and Samuel, because, oh god, I'm trying to remember. But they fucked up too. They spent a lot of damn money that day too. Because it was like Krellin Palmer, because Arnold Palmer, and Samuel Nicholson, or Nichols, or something like that, and they bought all their stuff. And they do this with every sport. Before we done built the baseball field, we had fucking, for God's sakes, Frederick fucking Jeter at shortstop. Only thing he gonna stop is his fucking heart from a heart attack if he was human.
Carter starts to laugh his ass off when he hears that.
Krellin done fucking playing catcher. Jorge Posada, if you will. Couldn't even fit in the fucking batter box. And then you got fucking Samuel on the goddamn pitching mound. Samuel Martinez. Pedro Martinez.
God.
Jesus fucking Christ. Samuel, ancient fucking robot, can't even throw a ball straight. Hit Scar in the fucking leg and he raged off the field.
Just imagine.
What? Wait, wasn't Scar on their team? Yes!
So he drilled him from the dugout?
Yes. We didn't have a baseball field, we just made a makeshift one. Nowadays we got a field, but I think Scar is hesitant to pull the trigger on playing sports again.
No, that's fair. Just imagine him playing football and Fred Brady walks out.
Football be an okay game, man. Actually, no, I don't think so. It was always led to drama, and Pequod fucking shocked at how much money they spent on authentic.
His soul just shaking her head. I don't think they get sports as a whole, honestly.
Well, maybe you could play hockey. Could you have an ice rink down at the lane? But they just like hockey because people get in fights. That's all they like about it.
Then wouldn't they like something like boxing or UFC?
Well, yeah, there was a brief stint of boxing. Have you ever heard of the great boxer Muhammad Ali?
Of course, he's a legend.
Shortly after we all moved down to the lane, Frederick squared off against Scar, Muhammad R. Frederick, Crail Tyson, yes, and Samuel the Money Mayweather.
Carter starts to laugh again.
I remember Muhammad R. Frederick. Yes, it was a short-lived fight. I think Uncle Scar punched him once, and he was knocked unconscious.
Tell me Samuel at least did well. The dude's a fucking robot.
No, boxing was banned at Rainfall Competitive Sports after that.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, we've never had any like want or need or to do boxing, but we all know that it's banned. I never knew that was the reason why. I was too young to even begin to remember something like that.
Oh, I remember. I remember my mother's laughter as Frederick lie, eagle spread in the ring, and Scar just standing there shocked. Because they had challenged Uncle Scar to the match. It wasn't Scar wanting to do this. They had watched the actual Rocky movie, not the Malcolm ones. They had seen, because they had seen the Malcolm ones, and then they had watched the actual first Rocky movie, and Frederick based himself off of Apollo Creed, his fighting style, but took the name of Muhammad R. Frederick.
Right, yeah, because Frederick would be the best and Muhammad Ali was the best.
Yes. But he danced around like Carl Weathers did, if you've ever seen the original Rocky movies, as the character Apollo Creed. Is there footage of this? Unfortunately not.
That goddamn shame, because that I would pay good money to see.
Yeah, goddamn shame. Working hard all week, doing things, all this stuff, looking forward to the big fight Friday night, and it's over in 13 seconds.
Yeah, and 10 of those seconds were probably the count up to 10.
Yeah, and then 2 more of the seconds of Frederick fucking dancing around in front of Scott.
I bet he didn't even do a good job at dancing around. He just stayed in place and was like shuffling his feet around, wasn't he?
Basically, and everything was done jiggling.
Oh, God.
Oh yeah, people do box shirtless, don't they?
And I vividly remember Carter and Sol's mother being distraught at Frederick being knocked unconscious.
Well, to be fair, I would be quite worried if someone was knocked unconscious after a single hit from someone who, in all reality, was probably holding back quite a bit.
Shit,
I think he was, yes.
Shit, I'd be worried if an android got knocked unconscious in front of me at all.
Hit him so hard he went into sleep mode.
Hit him so hard it jostled his CPU for a second.
Hit him so hard he won't be able to win Snooker. Picks her up, kisses her.
Soul laughs into the kiss and then kisses him back.
Goddamn, he didn't even hit the knockout button. He's gonna tap his chin. He hit the reset button.
Maybe one day we'll be graced with another boxing tournament. However, until that day, I have apple pie and ice cream I need to make. Let's lock the place up and get out of here.
Carter nods, stands up. Yes, ma'am, let's lock this place up.
And they will. Flashing back to the office, Sasha's staring at some pictures here on the computer screen. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I don't know what Ash is doing. Well, he's staring at a picture of the Pinta. Towns has left. He's coming back. He's not back yet. He was seeing Agent R back home. Pequod's sitting, looking at her cupped hands at the desk, just not saying anything. Icy's over here, just rubbing Pequod's shoulder.
Ash has got his helmet off, is smoking a cigar, and just rubbing his chin, looking at the picture of the Pinta.
Julius is rubbing Pequod's other shoulder while just shaking his head to himself, thinking about all that they just learned.
You know, every time we get an answer with these bastards, 5 more questions pop up in their place.
Arms behind her back, staring at the picture of this, the prototype unit. Uh-huh. That's all she says as she stares up at it.
You're trying to think of where we might be able to find it, I'm assuming?
I'm trying to think why they want it so badly. It can't just be to kill xenomorphs.
Well, I mean, it's a hell of a weapon. It's what the mobile suits were built to fight, and... well, I can't imagine there are that many people alive who could pilot one successfully against one of those. It's a nice trump card.
Star Child tech, maybe? Reverse engineer it, turn it into different things that they can use.
So we don't have it. I see. Or I think more of what Sasha's getting at is maybe they found a way to interface with Star Child tech. Therefore, they could find a way to interface with that thing. And that thing, with the Star Child weapons on it, is way more dangerous than the ones her father made. Rubbing Pequod's shoulder.
Wait a minute. I don't think we have to wonder if they did. If that cannon that the Fortune woman was using is Starchild, then, we know our answer there.
Great. Looking over at Julius.
Julius leans back onto the chair and shakes his head. That just means we're gonna have to do our best and help R out as much as we can to try and find it before they do.
Yeah.
Need to get this cocksucker. She points back to Ripa. I mean, really get him. If those kids could just capture him alive, bring him in here. If he's got side blockers, find a way to take him out, or just do your fucking ridiculous baby rage wizard stuff, Icy. looks down at the ground and read his mind, or suck his brain out, or better yet, just eat him so you consume his knowledge. Isn't that how Nevermore works? Yeah, she nods her head.
If I get the chance, I will bring him in alive, ma'am.
That guy ain't the type to go. He's not gonna be taken alive. I mean, I don't know him. Can't read minds, but I doubt it.
I do too, but if I can, why not try, right?
Yeah, if the opportunity presents itself, she'll shrug.
I don't think I'm gonna get the chance, though. If it's a widespread engagement, he'll either try to slither away or my men will bring him down.
Julius looking over at the picture of Ripa. I highly doubt that we're going to be able to bring him in alive. He bites his bottom lip. I just don't see that guy doing it. I mean, he had both Ash and another of your rangers shooting at him in the scuffle that we lost Clay in, right? And he was just standing there, injected himself with something, and then boom, continued to fight, right?
We'd need to completely disable him very rapidly, and given that injection, I'm good. I know that, but he's gonna look over at Julius. I don't think I can completely disable a fighter like him like that quickly.
Towns sits down in Sasha's seat. Let's out a big sigh.
Julius looks at Towns. Did R say anything else that we need to know about, or was it just a pretty silent walk?
I drove him down, or I flew him down to Earthside, back to his home. Just more questions about the kids, their experiences in combat so far. Covered everything. The Moog, their specialities in combat. Most of it he kind of seemed to already know. Figured Colt would be a crack shot. You mentioned Samantha was trained by Ash, but just trying to get to know his subjects, who he's going to be tailing.
He wants to know what pieces they are on the board. Yes, he's a smart man.
Out of everything that guy dropped on us, which on my chest feels like he literally dropped 80 pounds of bricks, what do you take out of this town? Towns, looks confused over at Julius and Pico.
Julius looks at Towns. What do you take out of it? What's your takeaway? What should we do? That kind of thing.
I mean, my thing is, if you look at the one that you found in stasis, and you said that means they can control them, or maybe they're complicit. He said something about somebody from 1980 talking to a Queen Mother, and then that's where Spender's infatuation with them was. That I think was what caught me off guard. Can those things talk to people like us? And if they can, that implies that they're working with them.
That's what's been swirling around in my head, yes.
If Max Tech couldn't get things like that under control, a group of people that are working with limited amounts of manpower, limited amounts of resources, because they're out on the frontier. They're not coming back to refuel. They're not coming, and they have somewhat of an edge with who knows how much Star Child tech they have on their hands. And Krellin's already told us he didn't even know those fucking things existed or where they came from. And if he doesn't know and no Star Child did, then there's no Star Child tech made to specifically deal with them and bring them under control. That's kind of disturbing, don't you think? I don't think they have them under control. If Max Tech couldn't get them under control, nobody can. Especially people in a limited capacity, gesturing to the hologram of the ship.
The more I think about it, the more I agree with that. And if they are working together, it would make sense, because I don't think Max Tech ever were the ones to open a dialogue. They seem to try to force everything to bend to their will.
Why would anybody want to work with those fucking things? I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, It's on the table. I just don't understand what benefit would you gain? They can't give you tech. I don't. I see. Shrugs.
Julius looks at Pequod. Why did Max Tech want them?
Weapons. Bioweapons.
Maybe, and this is just a theory. Maybe this is a plot for him to try and overthrow EarthGov for whatever reason.
But if that's the case, and they're working together, what are they getting out of it?
Julius puts his hands up. I don't know.
The xenomorphs?
Yes, if they're working with him willingly, they'd need to be getting something rather significant out of the deal, wouldn't they?
We don't even know if they fucking eat. That's icy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, honestly. Assuming they are intelligent enough to make a deal like that. Like I said, it's more questions than answers.
Always is. Sasha looking at the picture of Integra now.
Gods, I wish we could ask her her advice. She'd have the answers.
But she always did.
She always did, and yeah, she probably would right now. Looking over at Integra.
Given our capabilities, Icy shrugs, and our technological advantage, I really don't think a large-scale battle with these creatures is that bad. For us. But, I mean, you get them running amok on multiple planets and yada yada yada, there's going to be a lot of collateral damage.
That's the thing. I know for a fact if we brought Alpha 9 back together and engaged even an infestation that we could probably eventually win, but it takes time to clear these things out. And like you
Lorelei didn't even try, dude. She just cracked planets.
Exactly.
So we could default to the same thing, but the amount of collateral damage. Imagine if they got just a third of the outer colony fringes. That's millions of lives.
Or, imagine if they went after a planet like Phoenix, where most of our food is grown. Would be a logistic nightmare for us, even if we could clean them off.
Pacing back and forth. Just Talons watches her and
We could win a full-on engagement with them, no problem. Well, not no problem, but you see what I mean. But they are the perfect distraction, because no matter how hard we try, it will take time to beat them, or we lose an important world by having to crack it.
I wonder if my father knew about stuff like that. Like what started the Calamity Wars, this and that. I'm sure he was made privy.
Julius nods. Oh, I'm sure he was. I'm sure he knew. Well, not everything that we just learned, because how would he know everything? But I'm sure he knew quite a bit of everything that we just learned.
She shakes her head, and that's why he is not my father, and Hunk Rainfall is my father. That cocksucker was always married to his job.
He was, and the confusing thing to me is, if he knew all of this, why didn't he tell you when you were taking over his position?
Well, Agent R said they hoped that was the end of Xenomorphs. They figured it was the end. Well, turns out it fucking wasn't.
Never does seem to be the end when it comes to those things.
I don't think we may ever find the end of them. They found them out in space. I mean, who knows where else they may be hidden away in the galaxy.
Hopefully, not many other places. He just chuckles awkwardly. But if they are everywhere, he just bites his lip. Well, I don't really want to think about that right now.
When we get back, we're gonna have to rewrite the book on how we check planets to make sure they're allowed to be colonized.
That's not the only thing we're rewriting the book on. She's walking back and forth. Those kids, look at this wall. She gestures up here. Has anybody read Samantha's after action report? Oh, you see, it was not kind. Chuckle, Speakwad. No, I haven't read it. Sorry. Towns, you probably don't want to.
Would Ash have had the opportunity to?
No, but it can be sent to him, for sure. Just no reason for Ash to get her report out of all the way out there, but if he wants it, and it's a small document, so it can be sent quick.
I have not, but I'd like to read it to get an idea of what the kids, where the kids are right now.
Pequod, I have it here. Let me just... She'll send it to Ash. I haven't gotten around to it, honestly. I haven't. I didn't know it would be bad. I see it. I mean, it's not mean, but she did kind of get her wrist broken. And Elizabeth had a bad... Anyway.
On a scale of working under Malcolm to working under Alpha 9, how bad was it?
Sasha sits down. Well, she has no basis to base off Malcolm besides the movies, but let's just say she's the reason we're gonna sit those kids down, study their footage, I see, and then have them fight a Hydra.
Oh, so that bad.
That bad.
Julius just clicks his tongue. Yeah, that bad.
I'll be there. Nothing bad can happen to them. I can stop time if I shouldn't, but for them I absolutely would. But they're gonna fight a Hydra and learn how to fight as a team. And not get spread apart and picked apart, because that's what was happening to them.
They're still fighting as individuals, not as a team.
They started to, but too late into the engagement. And they were... Ash can read the report now. It's just as scathing as he expected from a high-class soldier like Samantha.
Yes, I can... This does sound like Samantha, especially if she's that irritated. This is not too dissimilar from a few times she got pissed under me.
Oh, Pequod's reading it! Elizabeth panicked and a bomb on her blew up. Fuck.
Carter got rooted by an enemy that he should not have been standing still against.
If you look here, Carter and Ricky had to kite one of the guys around or something, and I guess Samantha has a mana amp gauntlet. Icy, yeah. And the enemy force had, and I quote, After multiple minutes deep into the engagement, the enemy force displayed they had no AoE capabilities, yet no orders were given to stack up and maximize healing efforts. Benjamin was quoted as, after the fight, I have AoE nanobot capabilities, but I could never actually use them because we were too spread out. End quote. And then Samantha ends this with, one of the sloppiest engagements I've ever seen. Stop patting these children on the back. I see.
That sounds about what I would have written.
Jesus Christ!
I mean, looking over this, there's a grand total of one of them that should not have been bunched up, and it's the one who was kiting the... what was this? Sunder was his name? Whoever was kiting him is the only one who shouldn't have been bunched up with the group, based off of this report.
Sasha, that's the problem with Memory Ann. She's a good leader. She has the capability. She never had to do anything that really put her in a position like this. They're just... She went out and killed some Autizane UIR grunts. There wasn't much for her to do. There wasn't much for anybody to do.
I mean, it's true. They did.
Anything important was handled by the Rangers, and that's just how it goes.
Agreed. I mean, there was no reason for them to do what we were doing.
We can't police civilian stuff. We're the military. So, Sasha shrugs. Her chance to grow as a leader is... She looks at Julius limited, and that's not her fault or ours.
Julius shakes his head. No, I don't think it's Well, if you think about it, it is our fault for, giving peace to the galaxy for as long as we did.
Oh, excuse us for saving the universe.
I know, how terrible of us.
What more
Either
do we-
way, I agree with Samantha's report. I do. Uh, Benjamin runs out of heals. You die. That's what happens about, depending on who you're fighting, 6 or 7 minutes after.
And based off what I'm reading about these men, they were no easy customers, but logically they should have carried the day pretty quickly.
Especially once Okir showed up. He shrugged.
Yes, I could understand them struggling with only having 2 melee fighters to swap between those two, but once he was there, that one weakness lifted.
We're going to rewrite the book on how they play engagements. We're going to have an after-action review of the combat with them, point things out, looks over at Julius. You will point them. We all will, but coming from you, I think it's best. Point things out they could have done better. I see. Then we're going to Anova to fight a Hydra. And follow in the Saint's footsteps to find another pterosaur egg so Petra can have a friend to fuck.
Okay.
Julie slowly looks over at Icy. Well, okay. Let's focus on the Hydra part first, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an Anovian Hydra, the same thing Lorelei made her fight, gestures to Sasha, the Spartan kids fight, and me fight. It'll be fine. They'll be fine with me there. Pequod, okay. I see, but I'm gonna teleport them apart, across wherever we end up finding one, apart, and scatter them and see what they do. See if they can, because you'll have to work together as a team to bring something like that down. I'm an adult Hydra. Sasha, so multiple heads, multiple different types of magic. Hit the lightning head with lightning magic, you heal it.
Julius nods. Hit. I'm not that familiar with Anovian Hydras, but hit the ice head with ice magic, heal it, so on and so forth, right?
Pequod, when they reach maturity, she's counting on her finger, Ash knows. When they reach maturity, it's always fire one head, electric one, poison the other, and ice the other.
Yes. Always. And those kids will be in for a very fun time.
It'll be a good test for them. The poison, Benny will have to cleanse. That's why Lorelei made us fight those things for a reason.
No, of course. I've been considering asking if I could take some ranger squads to fight them as a form of training, but well, I guess the kids are getting that first.
Well, there's still kind of a pest on the planet, so there's plenty to kill. Either way, after that, it gets even better. Because then, I think we should put them into the VR training sims down in JSOC. Sasha, yeah.
I think that would be delightful. I would, well, I think a good idea would maybe be making a couple extra simulations where they have to fight, well, us.
Sasha groans slightly. We have a lot of simulations made, pre-made ones. I'll show you a quick screenshot of one. Let me pull up my wrist computer.
Julius looks over at Sasha. I wonder what this one's gonna be.
Hang on, let me find it. She's going through her wrist computer frantically. Here you go. Look familiar?
Oh my. And this looks like a completely different setup.
Oh! Sasha will quickly close it. It's unfinished. An unfinished product of the simulation. This combat sim machines. But Sasha closes it. It's a simple objective, really. All I gotta do is get the guys in hazmat suits are Earthcuff scientists being held hostage, and then they get ambushed.
So they gotta. Not only do they have to defeat an opposing force, but also protect the hazmat suit dudes from dying.
And it's really nice we have somebody who consumed their souls, even though she didn't know. Icy nods her head. It's like you could just read their minds and figure out exactly how they'd play, and then I tell the geeks who'd make the AI programming, and boom! They get to fight Epsilon Squad.
How does this simulated one compare to them and to the real one in terms of power?
Sasha, relatively similar. It'll never be 100% because, well, you can't, exactly recreate that stuff because it's dumb AI. It's not smart AI. But it'll be. I expect them to fail the first time for sure.
I would assume so. Reading over the document, one thing I would say is to, since he doesn't listen to me, maybe hammer it into my son's head to be less reckless in battle.
Sasha nods. I'm thinking when we take them down for the VR sim, we give them something easy, then something medium difficulty, and just like the game of Snooker, then we hit them with the real difficulty so they get their teeth kicked in and see that no amount of training is enough. They need to train harder and harder and harder if they want to be on this, gesturing over here, caliber of mission.
Agreed.
I get that the SWTOR World Championships are a thing. After this, if they're not focused, they're off of this because they're going to die.
Good. I would ask that of you if my son is not focused as he should be.
I fully agree with you, Sasha. If they can't focus up when it comes to this kind of thing, then you lose focus for 1 second, you fucking die in these kinds of fights.
I cannot wait to see Carter's fucking face when Epsilon Squad rolls up on those kids.
I mean, we've told them about Epsilon. We've shown them some videos and everything. I would hope those kids are scared shitless.
They even have the RC drones. Pequod, oh, you guys are bad. Looking at Icy and Sasha.
That's just mean. I love it.
Julie starts to laugh. Are you gonna make those kids throw up like how you were?
Yes. Well, in the simulation, they'll just lose their magic capabilities. They won't have to be totally useless like me.
You see him rubbing his beard. They're gonna need it, because if their enemy is well, they're fighting an enemy that's that cunning.
Pequod, before talking to Agent R, I'd say maybe it's a little too much. The Hydra and the Epsilon Squad VR, but after talking to him, I agree 100%.
Yeah, no objections from me whatsoever.
None from me. After hearing that, I almost worry that it's not enough.
Besides, Sasha shrugs, this is the only way there's no Epsilon Squads to go fight now. And the UIR is run by literal idiots who copy terrorist names from the early 2000s. This is the best we can offer them right now.
And let's be honest, we need to drop them in the deep end because they need to learn quickly. We had to be dropped in the deep end to become who we were, right?
Most of all, Memory Ann. Because she's their leader, and she's who they're going to look to. She needs to make quicker decisions on her feet. I attribute most of their failing in Samantha's report, not blaming Memory Ann, but to the fact that they didn't pick a focus target till late into the fight.
And in my opinion, they didn't choose the right one.
So, Sasha shrugs.
I mean, you see him rubbing his face. They did about as well as someone with their experience could be expected to. They need more.
Yeah, so we have to. The VR will be a good way. And maybe they can each take a Hydra skull or something. You're really going to follow in the footsteps? Is that why you really want to take them there? Kind of.
Please, if my son is the successor to the Saint, keep him away from sharp rocks.
Oh, nothing. Yeah, no. We're just going to follow in John Kevin's footsteps to the jungle where he found, apparently, there's a a pterosaurus skeleton deep under some lake or some crazy shit like that. I got the whole path, the coordinates from Tommy. Pequod, that's ridiculous.
You're going on the pilgrimage of the Saint.
Literally, after they kill the Hydra, we will follow in the man's footsteps. Maybe even stop to see his grave.
Good.
Julius chuckles. Well, those kids are probably gonna have to catch a sight of John Kevin since they're going to be following in his footsteps.
Well, he appeared at Soul's wedding, so.
Yeah, he did. Do you know if that Anovian guard had any idea that the saint was right next to him?
No, that dude was totally clueless. He was looking at Scar, who was having a panic attack, kissing Julius's hand.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh, yeah, that would draw my attention as well.
I mean, it drew pretty much anyone's attention. Hopefully I can finish this out here right now, so that the kids don't need to fight someone like that, but they should be ready.
And Agent R can go back into retirement.
Because he does deserve to go into retirement.
Agreed.
Was I the only one who was, like, surprised that he was, like, 600 plus years old?
Yeah. Or no, she shakes her head. I was there with you. I was stunned. I mean, I knew there were powerful wizards long before my time. Well, Master Yen did make Tommy that old, but still.
I thought he was old, but I didn't think a year over maybe 200?
I can't believe fucking Krellin caused the space race. What a fucking doofus.
Krellin, of all people, caused the space race because a cloaking device was malfunctioning.
Sending probe down here. Going to sleep now. See you later. Talking to himself.
Have to stay alive. Good night.
Should we tell him?
He probably won't even care, honestly.
Oh my. Well, it really does sound like him, doesn't it? They probably would have caused an even worse national incident if it was the three of them together.
I don't think we ever made him privy, though, to the prototypes. I don't think he ever saw one of them. Like a picture of them. We never explained those things to him. This is why we have a mobile suit to fight prototype robots that Max Tech has. Okay! Like, I see. Imitating Krella.
I mean, there was never a reason. He was never going to encounter one if the plan went correctly.
Oh my god. If Lorelei had just showed him a fucking picture. Wow! Star Children tech?
That looked really familiar.
If anything,
Made these to fight void monsters, store them on Mars.
if anything, if he'd known that those were what we were up against, he might have outfitted us much more thoroughly.
If he could have gotten to the cockpit of one, probably interfaced with the weapons. Pequod grimacing.
Oh, gods, that would have made mine and Miss Suletta's job so much easier.
Lorelei. Well, they were classified, guys. Look at them.
I know, but still. Would have probably made a lot of things a lot fucking easier.
Towns, all I'm saying is when it came to Krellin, it was like, if he wasn't trying to poison a drink for Ash or some type of inanimate object filled with Semtex, I think we handled him the best we could back then.
I mean, yeah, we were in territory that had never been crossed before. We were literally talking to a star child.
A star child who wanted one of us dead.
Or incarcerated.
Or incarcerated, although I think it was preferable that I die. I think he was arguing for the death penalty should I be incarcerated.
He did always used to cheer when you were getting shot in Chance's platoon.
It's what started their ridiculous love of Vietnam movies.
And
Yeah.
I think it was Star Child tech that caused the Calamity Wars.
Town shrugs. Yeah.
Do you think Lorelei knew that those rays were what were fought in the Calamity Wars?
Oh, she had to know. Yeah. I mean, the EarthGov variant is literally... It's painted camouflage colors, that's it. And it has retrofit weapons.
Imagine her surprise when, all those years later, she saw the Tolgeese 2 fighting one on TV.
Maybe that's why she wasn't surprised.
Maybe.
Julius just clicks his tongue and shakes his head. That was a lot of fucking information.
So much I wish we could drink, but unfortunately I need to stay sober for snooker.
Yeah, you have to kick someone's ass tonight, honey.
At least you can drink after snooker. I can't drink at all. I'm trapped on here. I mean, this is pushing it as is.
Do you have a snooker table aboard?
We might. I'd have to check down in the crew quarters. They most likely have something like that.
Well, it'll be it'll be delayed and all, but Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel are going to be streaming the snooker game, so
I'll have to watch. I think Saris will enjoy it.
it's not going to be a long game, I assure you.
One turn, Max. We're even letting Clive go first.
My. Maybe he'll get one shot in, but if he's only playing against easy AI, looks at Pequod. Break him gently.
I'll try. I see, I've been reading his mind lately. If he loses, he's going to start saying things like, something like, it always comes back to snooker. I can't do his voice, Julie.
It always comes back to snooker.
Pequod laugh.
Oh. You know, it never is a dull day on the lane, is it, for you guys?
No, she shakes her head. It's never a dull day up here.
Hey, it's a lot better half the days out on the Artemis Atoll.
Won't be forever.
No, it won't, although you see him stare down at the hologram of the Pinta. I am far less confident than I was earlier today.
She'll shrug. He's only human, like Agent R said.
He is, but I mean, he's gonna chuckle. It's not often that I fight an opponent with more years of experience in battle than I.
That is fair. Especially a agent.
An agent with possibly Starchild technology at his disposal.
I much prefer the way we do things nowadays. I don't think any organization should have, like, a deep black impunity. One of the first things I changed when taking over from my father.
I agree, because, like with this, all it takes is one person who wants to abuse it.
Julius, still having his arms crossed and nodding. Makes things a lot more simpler when we could just access anything that we need to access. No matter what. Julius sighs and looks at Pequod. You know, if you were in charge back then, this probably wouldn't have been happening.
Yeah, but I don't think I was ready to be in charge back then. She chuckle. But no, yeah, it wouldn't have been happening.
Yeah, of course, but just like as a hypothetical, if you were in charge type thing, it would have been nice. Very nice. He holds her hand and kisses it for her.
We could have just arrested them long before this.
Oh, 100%. That would have been preferable to, well, he nods over to the xenomorphs and the ray and everything on that wall over there.
Before the apocalypse of snooker. What? She looks over.
I don't even know.
Before the apocalypse of snooker is what I said. Say it, Julia.
Before the apocalypse of snooker.
I cannot wait to see the apocalypse of snooker.
Nor can I. But before that, I think we should go get at least one drink. Just one. I need one drink after that.
I think we at least deserve one drink, yes.
Have one for me. I sadly cannot.
We'll save one for you when you get back.
That I appreciate. He's gonna look down at the report. Permission to show this to Saris and Kaz and send any notes they have up to you?
No, go ahead. Absolutely.
Thank you. I want to make sure that the kids get as many notes as they can, because I think they're gonna need it.
Samantha has a way with words. Pequod paging through the report on her wrist computer, scrolling.
She really does. A disappointment of the highest measure. Quite eloquent. Quite eloquent.
I'll drink to that.
I would-
Julius chuckles. Yeah. Sounds a lot like her mother, doesn't she, honey?
Yes, she does. Sasha, check back in 5 Ash. I need a beer.
Will do. I'll let Saris know everything that we found out today, and I'll get back with you in 5, if not sooner if something goes wrong.
We'll be at the snooker party.
Will do. He's gonna salute and bow slightly. May the gods watch over you all.
Pequod salutes back as the communique shuts off. They're gonna go get a quick beer, flashing to the store. Suletta, okay, so, snacks. Lots of snacks.
JJ nods. I can think of one thing, two things actually, that me and you can get. He looks down at Sam. Would you mind if I pick you up, darling?
Absolutely. Please.
He'll pick her up. Meet back here, or do we all want to go as a group?
Meet back here's fine. Just
He-
don't get naked in the turtle store.
No, not in public, Auntie, we swear.
Tex Mix.
Chex Mix, okay. I was thinking ice cream sandwiches as well.
That sounds good. I guess we could get a bag of Cheetos or something.
Julia, or JJ, sorry. JJ nods. Yeah, he looks up at the little signs. Where would they keep those?
Sam points back here, I think.
Could you ping that again? I didn't see.
Back here.
JJ nods. Alright, let's go get those first and then, like, wrap around.
Sure. Carry me.
He picks her up and he'll start carrying her down there.
Zuletta coming around with Oz. Well, I imagine she's wrapped around Oz.
Oh, yes, very much so.
Well, that's a pleasant sight to see. I'm glad you fixed everything. And you had your little spat, not on a mission where a xenomorph was running around.
Laz starts to laugh. Yeah, a very good idea for us not to do that, I think.
Oh, would you look at this? Little Debbie snack cake and Twinkie. Oh, I love Twinkies. Oz really looking over at her.
Laz looks at Suletta and smiles. Twinkies, really?
And Rice Krispie treats, actually. I would stress eat them back when I was in charge of the academy. I like Rice Krispie treats too. Especially the ones with the chocolate chips in them. Well, they have some right here.
Laz is going to grab like 3 boxes worth of those Rice Krispies and look around, reach over to like a you know how at checkouts they have little boxes of candy and stuff. She grabs like 5 Hershey's bars.
And since I'm cool Suletta now, she pulls up Tommy's credit card. The Stooges give me the credit card when I feel as if I may need it.
Oh my god. Laz smiles at Suletta. That is so cool.
What made you cool, Suletta? I think just being willing to hide Mother Good Ash, and I guess that's all. I really don't know. She shrugged.
Laz starts to laugh. If that's all you need to do to become cool, Suletta, then yeah, I would consider that pretty cool.
And zebra cakes.
Ooh, zebra cakes. A lot of good little snack foods here.
Look at the amount of credits those people are counting.
Laz looks behind herself. Oh my god.
Back here, Sam and JJ see all these shelves completely empty. She jumps out of JJ's arms and stands shocked. Somebody fucking likes Cheetos, dude.
JJ, with his hands in his pockets, standing next to her. That's a lot of Cheetos to buy. You could fit, like, let's say, 4 bags deep into here. And, like, 12 bags across. There's 4 rows. So that's 48 times 4 worth of Cheetos
Even-
people bought.
Even the crappy lime-flavored ones are gone. Those never get bought. Have you ever seen a shelf of those empty at any store?
No, never. I can imagine like normal Cheetos, like the normal like cheese Cheetos, but not the like lime flavor or anything like that.
What in the hell? She's looking around. There's nothing left. She goes around. It's even cleared out over on this side.
He'll run over and join her. Oh my god. Well, whoever bought all these Cheetos is bound to have a good time with them, I would have to assume.
Thankfully, they didn't buy any of the Chex Mix. She starts grabbing the bags.
JJ nods. Yeah, at least that's true. And he'll walk over, pick up just some tortilla chips. Hey, got some tortilla chips. Suletta quite likes these, believe it or not. So I think I'll get these for her.
Does she like Cheetos?
No, not to my knowledge. I've never really asked her about the Cheetos, though.
She'll push her lips together and then push them to the side. She looks very cute and looks up at JJ when he says that.
He blinks a couple times, takes a big step forward, arm around her waist, and starts to kiss her.
Don't you think it's strange she hates them, but they're gone?
JJ nods. I feel like this is going to be another KFC moment.
Uh-oh. She starts snickering.
JJ starts snickering. Partially the reason why I got her the tortilla chips, which is like the only chip she actually enjoys.
Does she like salsa or just plain tortilla chips?
Salsa, of course, but you know, there's no salsa on this lane.
Let's go over here. Come on.
He'll follow after her.
Here we go. Salsa. He'll reach to grab a jar of salsa, pick it up, ow! And then drop.
JJ will catch. It's very, very quick, and I would have to say it's impressive to Sam that he catches the jar of salsa while at the same time taking her hand and kissing it.
She'll raise her eyebrows at JJ. Twice. Pump them.
He smirks at her and shrugs. When my lady's in need, I'll get there as fast as possible. What can I say?
Are you going to speed up time for 6 months of basic training?
He clicks his tongue. That I don't think I can do, honey.
You sure you don't want to take my mom's deal?
I'm sure. Can you imagine the shit I would get into? Either of us would get into if Pequod found out that I was blowing off basic.
Yes, but technically speaking, this is your mom's fault.
Well, I know it's my mom's fault. But Pequod wants to see me earn it. Because she doesn't want me to end up like my mother. Which I can fully understand.
Why couldn't your mother just be normal?
That's a good question for a lot of the rainfalls. He smiles at her and shrugs. But it's going to be okay. The 6 months are going to go by. You're going to have my family to help you out with it. And then I'm going to see you. And we are going to be better than we ever were before.
Your aunt is regrowing the hair the second you get back.
Oh, yes, not even a question. I don't want to have a bald head or barely growing hair for longer than I have to.
You're lucky I'm so Ow! Grabs her wrist, standing.
Oh, honey, he'll give her wrist another kiss. I am very lucky you're so understanding, my love.
As she flutters her eyes up at JJ walking by Oz, they're just walking by. Yep, that's the wrong wrist.
Oz starts to laugh, looks at Oz. Do you mind if we get some stuff for like a charcuterie board, just so, you know, people have a selection of things that they could pick up and snack on?
Oz has a basket, a shopping basket, and I think we're in the right place coming over here.
She'll follow after him and just, you know, start putting some deli meats and fruits and cheeses on into the bag, that kind of stuff.
Pepperoni, salami.
Crackers, you mustn't forget the crackers and some pretzels.
What the fuck? Who would buy all those fucking disgusting Cheetos? She's looking at the shelf. Look, regular Cheetos gone. Puff Cheetos gone. Flamin' Hot or something gone. What in God's name? Those
Laz,
Delta guys are the only ones that could do that down here. The Delta detachment. Oh yeah. Shit. I can't remember the man's name. I feel like an asshole now, but their commanding officer. Fuck. We went to the Moog with the guy. I've been through a lot recently.
Laz nods.
Sergeant Satterley. That's his name.
Yeah, Satterley. She nods. You're okay, honey. She pats him on the cheek. You have been through a lot. You haven't been sleeping a lot lately.
Well, it's gonna be rectified tonight.
Yes, it is. Good long sleep, okay?
Get some peppers for the charcuterie board as well. I just can't believe somebody would buy all of those things. I hate Cheetos.
Yeah, fair enough. I can understand that they're like an acquired taste almost. She'll walk over and start putting some peppers into the bag.
But nobody bought any of the combos. I actually like combos.
She tilts her head. Oh yeah, what's your favorite flavor?
Just the plain regular one and the pizza one is pretty good too.
Oh well, here let's grab a few bags of them. Why not?
Yeah, sure. On Tommy's dime.
Laz sort of chuckles to herself. While Tommy's away, the kids will play.
That is true. Lay's chips. I like Lay's sour cream too, so that there's some over here. Grabs a bag. It's like the biggest fan of Cheetos in the world came here or something. Oz is looking back at the shelf.
Laz starts to laugh. The biggest Cheeto enthusiast in the world.
Get a couple bags of Cool Ranch Doritos. Those are Nicole's favorites.
Laz will definitely grab a few bags of those and put them into the bag.
She can munch on her favorite chip snack food as Clive is embarrassed at Snooker.
Laz chuckles to herself. She'll walk over, grab a few bags of dill pickle chips, and put them into the bag. Looks up, and shrugs. I like sour things.
They go good on a charcuterie board. What do we get regular pickles? Sour Patch Kids?
Oh, Sour Patch Kids and regular pickles. I wouldn't mind that.
They go good on a board, especially with pepperoni and salami.
And salami, yeah. We should also get like some French bread and cut it up into like little slices so people can use it with the board.
Over here, they see Sam grabbing her wrist as she very intentionally grabbed a cucumber for no reason. She's just doing that to try and guilt trip him into staying, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Don't think it's gonna work.
She shakes her head. No, he has his heart set on going through basic.
The sins of the mother. Poor boy. Yes, nodding her head.
Laz putting one hand onto her chest and one hand onto Soletta's shoulder. I actually do feel sort of bad for JJ, but I understand.
Oh, I do as well. But there's nothing he can do but take it on the chin. And use it as ammunition to guilt trip his mother in the future. Hey, remember the time I had to go to basic because you were a fool?
Laz starts to laugh. That is some pretty damn good ammunition that he can use against her.
Ah, picking up another cucumber. She's good.
She is. She really is. She looking at JJ again, holding her wrist, kissing it, and starting to rub it with his fingers.
Oz, your father's favorite grapes. What color?
My dad's green.
Yes. Green? Got him.
She nods and opens up the bag so he could put the grapes in. Yeah. She looks at him. Is there any fruits that you specifically want?
Peaches.
She'll nod and grab a couple of like good size, baseball size peaches and put them into her bag.
I actually hated Peach until the first time we kissed. You had that peach lip balm on. She laughs.
When he says that, he can see that she starts to blush. You really remember that?
I will never forget that. Trust me.
She gives him a kiss.
Oh, he kisses her back. Suletta coming over here. Oh, what are these olives called? They have the little red thing in them. These are good.
I always just called them green olives.
Oh, let's get a jar of these.
She nods and will put them into the bag. Did you know that green olives are just like the more ripe version of black olives?
I did not know that. Suletta, I didn't know that either. I wasn't much of a food connoisseur.
Les nods. I think I read that somewhere at one point. I was bored in college one day and I was reading through little, you know how on your wrist computer feed you'll get like little news stories? I was just reading through those one day.
Well, that's why you'll be taking over as head educator at the academy. After the band thing, of course.
Yep, I do want to help out my little siblings with their dream, which it is their dream.
They're coming up this way with their food. JJ's basket is filled with just snacks Sam likes. Yogurt cups. I see you've bought enough for everybody. Mostly yourselves.
JJ looks over and clicks his tongue. We like these snacks, what can we say?
Yes, we're all a fan of Pokemon fruit snacks. Sam shrugs.
I don't bash eating a Squirtle until you've had it, Auntie.
Suletta will come up. Ahem. Oh, sorry! This lady comes up. Hello. Older guy coming up.
JJ will come up as well. Oh, yeah, okay. You're counting a lot of credits. I assume it's from the Cheetos back there?
Yeah, we close early today, young man.
Oh, I assume so. I would close early as well. Do you know who came in and bought those?
Oh, big tall fella. Demon Wing. Oh god. She almost takes a step back into the shelf. Large tubby fella, seen him on TV, and it's some of the feature lengthers, and Robot.
Laz just pinches the bridge of her nose, pushing her glasses up so they're touching her forehead. She just shakes her head.
Did they say what they were doing here? They said they had a big party and somebody named Clive put him in charge of getting snacks. He is such an idiot. Under her breath.
JJ breathes in deep and exhales. Well, Auntie, this is why we all decided to do this, isn't that right?
Hold the phone, please, on checking out. Let's make one more trip around the store and get more food.
Yes, ma'am, let's go do it.
And they will, as Sam, hand over her mouth, trying to fight back laughter as Suletta looks very furious. Speaking of Clive, he's in here playing Snooker, losing to the... He's trying to play on normal and he's getting his ass kicked in. What's he doing?
God damn it, why did I go for the 8-ball? I know that I'll lose unless I get all them.
Clive!
Huh?
How you doing in there, brother? Frederick Crellin and Samuel are back. They got the snack.
Oh, okay. Here, let me go help out with that then. He'll stand up, looking at the snooker game. I'm coming back for you. As he'll make his way out. He's like fixing his shirt, brushing it down, so he's not looking up just yet as he reaches the living room. Alright, gentlemen, what did you? Oh my god.
Cheetos. Krellin's setting up a picture of Pequod.
Clive leans onto the chair in front of him. Cheetos?
Yeah. Turns over, right foot.
Flitwick nods. We got a diverse set of snacks. Holding up two of the different bags, the Lyman and the jalapeno cheddar.
Benny and Elizabeth enjoying them. Benny's feeding Elizabeth.
Well, I'm glad they are. I just have two things I need to ask you, Krellin.
Of course.
What part of thy first set of snacks says 4 different types of Cheetos?
It's diverse. Turns around 4 different type. Why you be greedy?
And did you not know that Shaletta hates Cheetos?
No. Looking back at Clive. Cheetos have cool Scar on them. That's why we get. Make Scar feel better about self. Look this picture of Pequod.
Clive, okay, let me look at the picture. He looks at it.
The best rainfall. Has teeth.
Well, she is a very good rainfall, but why the hell did you need to make the teeth comment? Everyone has teeth. I have teeth, Krellin.
Samuel. Turn around. Look, Samuel. Samuel steps out of the way like a game show host presenting this.
As he's doing that, Clive can hear Fudwick doing like a little B Tufus Clive, B Tufus Clive.
And pista resistance. This way. Snooker Queen. Holding it up in front of Clive.
Clive looks at it. So I take it you're all on the Primarch's team.
Who else? Looking at Clive.
Well, you could be on my team, mate.
No, Pequod the best. Give us credit cards, money.
Well, I gave you my credit card as well.
Always on Pequod's side.
Oh, that's fair enough. She deserves it. But I'll have you know, don't count me out just yet. I can beat her. As he takes one last look at the Cheetos. I'm gonna go. Oh god, they can almost see him start to cry. I'm gonna go check on Scar.
Okay, sitting down next to Benny, patting him on the head as Samuel takes Krellin's seat. Clive is granted a brief moment of brevity, if you will. The smell of the delicious coney stew hits Clive's nose.
Clive takes a deep breath in. Oh, that smells delicious, Miss Davine.
We got your 6, huh? We got your 6. Don't worry, buddy.
Oh yes, darling, don't worry about it. She walks over here, grabs a cutting board full of some like veggies and walks over, dumps them into the pot. Well, I'm making this, and some of the others are making their own dishes and getting their own snacks. So, we have your back, Clive, don't worry.
And lucky for you, hands on his hips looking at Clive, most of the kids like Cheetos, so I don't think these will be around very long. Benjamin and Elizabeth have already busted into them.
Yes, no, I saw that. Clive spins the chair around and sits in it. You do know that Shaletta hates Cheetos, right?
Yep. And I'm not surprised that they showed up with a bunch of Cheetos.
I mean, it's just Murphy's Law at that point, you know?
You gotta stop putting them in charge of things. I was wrong, okay? Here, Jasper. Feeding Jasper. Huh?
Clive looks over at Scar. Well, yes, okay. We were both wrong on this one, let's say. It wasn't just you. Or I should have said something. We were both wrong. This is not happening again, okay?
You got the coney stew and whatever else other people are bringing. Food ain't gonna be your problem. You gotta focus on Snooker.
Clive nods. I wasn't doing half bad against the normal AI on that game.
He steps back against Davine's back when he hears him say that. That's good, Clive!
Davine, looking down at the pot, Hunk can see that she's just trying her hardest not to start laughing.
How you doing, Jasper? Frederick, he talking to Jasper.
Oh, crap! Fudwick will run around and, hit his back against the wall. I doing pretty good, Scar. How are you?
Doing okay. You want to come see, be a part of the production sometime? Like the show when you went up on stage with your dad.
Oh, I would love to. What exactly would I be doing, though, behind the camera with you?
If you'd like, I could teach you how to be a cinematographer. Hunk is looking shocked at Scott.
I wouldn't mind learning that from you. Being around you makes both me and Noah feel really good about ourselves.
You feel safe with me?
We both do. We know you won't scorn us or neglect us.
You want some more stew?
Of course, I love beef stew.
Bottoms up, big guy.
Bottoms up.
Here, let me cut the sandwich for Nora. He's chuckling to himself, looking at Elizabeth. Frederick, Scar talking to Jasper.
Elizabeth starts to laugh to herself. He's quite good at impersonating my brother. She leans forward. I don't really think he is, though. I'm just trying to be nice to Krellin.
Oh, looks over his shoulder at Frederick up against the wall. Krellin can sit down now, Frederick, feeding Jasper. Maybe get voice box in Jasper?
Frederick nods. I think that's a good idea. Something that I can access whenever I need to. He'll sit down on his seat.
After Clive get destroyed and Snooker be depressed and then make one for Jasper?
I think he will. I mean, he does like Jasper. He really does.
So you guys didn't know Suletta hates Cheetos? No! Looks at Ben!
What? No, we didn't know that.
He say diverse set of snacks, therefore 4 different types of Cheetos. Plus, make people at store very happy, pay in cred chits.
Elizabeth tilts her head. So did you guys go to like an ATM?
Yes, went to bank.
Oh, okay, so you went to the bank. How much did you guys withdraw, if you don't mind my asking?
4 million credit.
And you guys paid them those 4 million credits?
Yes.
Elizabeth blinks a couple times, looks at Benny. Oh, we're lucky if they stay in Woodbury.
Clive get paid more very soon, besides overpaid like everybody here.
No, I understand. As long as he has some money in the bank account, you know?
Not anymore. Smiling over at Elizabeth.
Well, Frederick starts to laugh and he starts to do like almost a seal clap.
Besides, make people behind counter very happy.
I'm sure you did. I would also be quite happy if people paid in credit chits for 4 million credits.
Where'd you go? Woodbury grocery store? Benny, might not be a grocery store there tomorrow. They'll probably retire.
Elizabeth shakes her head. No, yeah, I think so. There's a good possibility of it being gone.
Benny pulling Elizabeth on her lap, feeding her more Cheetos. Hunk gestures for Clive to come over.
Clive walks over to Hunk.
When did this start?
Okay, mate, so he started to go, as I've been putting it, native about a week or 2 ago.
Okay, and he spends a lot of time with them?
Oh, he spends probably the most time with them.
I wish I could laugh, but honestly, I think this is kind of depressing. Because I think he wanted kids.
He did want kids.
He sighs.
Clive looking at Scar. I don't try to make comments about them being dolls anymore. Whatever makes him happy, you know?
Yeah, him and Nicole were pretty close there when me and the wife were coming together, so I kind of picked up on the fact he probably wished he had a daughter back then. Oh, God.
Davine looking at Scar, Jasper, and Nora, nodding to herself. He probably wishes that he could be doing that with her. She looks back at the pot, not to bring her up again, but Integra and his children, even if they adopted that kind of thing.
You hit the nail on the head, honey.
Davine just clicks her tongue and starts to stir the stew in the pot.
Would have made a good dad, I'd imagine.
Oh, I mean, look at him. He would have made a damn good dad.
I hope uh Ricky understands his reach was long.
Davine breathes in heavily and exhales. After his discussion with Julius, I believe he does. Hopefully, he realizes that her reach was quite long, and she touched a good number of people.
Hunk blinks at Scar. Okay, distraction time. Not to Scar to myself. Reaches into the stew. Just want to bite.
Oh, go ahead, please. Tell me if it needs more seasoning, darling.
Maybe a little more salt.
No, some more salt. She'll turn around, stand on her tippy toes to reach up for the salt, turn back around, and start adding some more salt to the stew.
He smacks her ass when she reaches up.
She jumps a bit, looks behind herself, and winks at him. I knew that was going to happen.
That's good. And you know what else can happen? Call Samuel in here. He's very responsible. He can watch over the stew.
Oh, yeah, sure. Clive will walk over. Samuel, can you come in here, please?
He walks up to Clive.
Okay, those two want you to keep an eye on the stew so they can go off and copulate.
Samuel walks up to them and shoos them away with both of his hands. Thank you, sir. Picks Davine up.
Lead me to wherever you want to go, my love.
The pool house. I think we're gonna go out there, grabbing her ass. Clive has a mini panic attack because he thinks Mother Godash is out there.
Clive will walk up to him, put both of his hands onto Hunk's shoulders. Why don't you just, hole up in my room? I wouldn't mind. It's okay. Plus, the bed's more comfortable in there.
Well, I don't know. That pool house looks cozy.
I know, but don't you want to make your woman as comfortable as possible?
He'll look at Davine. It's up to you, dear. The pool house is looking very cozy to Davine.
Davine turns to look at the pool house and she bites her lip and looks towards Hunk.
Secluded.
Yes, I could be as loud as I want.
Alright, pool house, see you later, Clive. He takes her out in a hurry. Scar, Mother Godash is down in the bunker. I took care of it.
Oh my god. Clive walks back around to the counter and he just walks over and hugs Scar.
Good looking out, though. Good looking out. I like the initiative.
I really didn't want them sleeping together on my bed, but you know what? I was about to take one for the team.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You're gonna have to get used to it if people are around here more often, which I think is gonna be the case.
Oh my god, I almost threw up, mate.
Scar slightly chuckles as he holds up a club sandwich to Nora's mouth. Flashing up here to a very hot kitchen, Memory Ann is pulling out multiple apple pie.
Soul starts to sniff in the air. Oh my god, that smells so good, Memory Ann.
Thank you. The tacos, are those chicken tacos or beef?
I'm making a variety of them. So these ones are like chicken. I think I'm gonna go with beef for the next one.
Memory Ann nods her head. Excellent. Cutting a slice, setting it down next to Carter. First one to Carter.
Carter leans forward and looks up at her, takes her hand and gives it a kiss. Thank you, my goddess.
She'll wink down at Carter as that would my chop liver. She starts cutting him another piece.
Carter will chuckle, take a piece off and eat it. Oh my god, honey, you have a skill in this, I have to admit.
Let's be honest, nobody's gonna wait for that fucking stupid party. Slide a piece to Ricky and then Colt and one for Soul and OK.
Thank you very much. Here, he'll get up, walk over to the fridge and grab the big bowl he made of ambrosia out. If anyone wants any, take it. No one's gonna wait.
Yes. Colt, why don't we just eat here? I mean, come on.
There'll be plenty to eat there. Here, he'll get out a couple bowls and start handing out little bowls of it to everyone.
Thank you.
Carter will nod at him. Thank you very much, sir.
If you guys could put your cooking skills to use to your SWOTOR level skills, you'd already have beaten LD50. She just groans, eating the salad.
I know, sir, but sadly I'm not there on the team to help more than just getting water.
Need my carbs. Reaching for a taco from Soul.
Soul was just making a plate for him, and she sets a plate down in front of him.
We done basically having our own party. Kind of, yeah, she shrugged.
Yeah, just with less Clive getting humiliated.
Yes, well, that is the true, I don't know. I'm not sure of a word right now, Carter, but the true peak of the party, I'd say. We don't even need alcohol.
It'll be the climax, the real entertainment of it all. And Carter chuckles as he'll take another bite, close his eyes, and just lean onto Memory Ann's shoulder.
What's better, the pie or the ice cream? The pie. The ice cream. The pie.
I will have to say the pie, honey.
Personally, the pie.
Yes, I never really had a taste for ice cream like my mother. But I can make it. The pie, on the other hand, I even prefer the pie.
Soul walks over, takes a taste of both, and she shrugs. I personally like the ice cream.
The only time I really like ice cream by itself is root beer floats. But then it's not really by itself.
Yeah, you have the taste of root beer. Modifying it, I guess you can say.
I remember being a little child, being down at that restaurant and having Mr. Wiseau making me them.
Carter chuckles. You know, it's weird to think about that Tommy is one of the richest people in the universe. And yet he serves us smoothies and root beer floats and sandwiches and shit.
Then he mysteriously vanishes for times.
Does weird stuff like buying every TV station.
My mother told me he most likely just vanishes to get away from us because we've caused him so much trouble. She starts chuckling.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Want to get away from drama, I can get that.
I just remember that fateful day down in Palo Alto where we saw Hazel and then Eric came into the shop and we were at the diner eating and I saw him just glaring into the diner window.
Soul starts to laugh. Yeah, he was.
Carter and I went for brunch at Amy's Saturday morning. That weird, creepy pedo white van is still just parked outside of the restaurant.
They haven't moved it at all.
The bumper is completely fucked because apparently Krellin was tasked with driving it and drove it into a local business that Mr. Wiseau had to pay for.
That's where that came from?
Yes, she nods her head, putting some of the pie to Carter's mouth.
Carter takes a bite of it, and he puts his hands out. Not only is it the fender is completely fucked, the entire side of the van where the light is, the front headlight, is completely dented in, and the light is broken on the right side.
Yeah, old Miss Martinez, the lady who owns that store, was angry about it for weeks. That explains it.
I would be angry too if a creature that can pilot an advanced spaceship like nothing EarthGov will ever have can't pilot a simple basic box van.
Think of it like this. Someone crashes into your store in a van, and then what looks like a fucking demon gets out.
Fucking Krellin done, fucking goofball.
Carter starts to laugh. They're certainly fun to be around. He takes another bite of the apple pie.
I done never would have thought they'd be making us so much fucking money back in the day. We done thought, oh, they gonna come live down Rainfall Lane, just fucking stay in the house, be useless. I was wrong. They originally supposed to done work at the academy. Frederick done go man the front desk, I think, Krellin answering phones, and Samuel security. Then they showed up for work the first day and never came back.
That sounds like those three.
Carter shakes his head. Well, you know, nowadays you barely even see us there, but every single time we're there as well, you barely even see him at the academy anymore.
No, you don't. They're not even hiding out in the men's restroom as they used to. They're always with Clive, or at Clive's house.
Do you guys think, like, the main area they used to sleep was the academy?
Where else? I would assume so.
Yeah, the academy, or I guess somebody's front porch.
Somewhere out in the woods, probably.
That too. That would make sense for them. They've probably got a couple little shacks scattered around the wooded parts of the lane.
He snaps his finger and points at Soul. I think that's exactly what they said. They had a shack out in the woods where when we first got to meet Mother Goodash, she lived out in a shack in the woods. Is that what they said? Look, it's...
Soul nods. I believe so, yeah. They said something about her living in a shack, because the entire family doesn't really like Mother Goodash, but that she was moving over to Clive's house pretty soon.
So they showed up to work just one day at this academy. That's right. He nods his head. Did Frederick ever take any phone calls? The test call that General Lorelei did down there to make sure the phones was working. He starts laughing.
Soul starts to laugh. Oh yeah, and how'd that go, Uncle?
I guess pretty well. I don't know. It was a brief conversation. Frederick looked very frustrated.
Frustrated?
I think Lorelei had trouble understanding him, with that fucked up lisp of his.
Oh, right, yeah. All I gotta say is, thank God I don't have a lisp like that.
And Samuel just done walking around like a nutcracker. You know how nutcrackers hold their guns to their side. He just walking around the halls like that. And there Krellin just fucking sitting there in the office playing with some paperclip.
Yeah, it's probably for the best that they didn't show back up to work. Sounds like they might have been liabilities in that position.
Shortly after that, Pequod gave them the TV studio.
Yeah, I think that was the right decision. They're much better when they're able to do their own thing, i.e. make their own movies and TV shows.
Is it true they came to her with the original idea for Samuel the Tank Engine? That's right, they don't get these little trains come up to her say we want to make this show. And that's when she gave them the TV studio.
Now, that was back when they still had to, pass ideas through her, and I'm sure even then my mom had a bit of a... oh god, what's the word for it? Hesitation when accepting that idea in the first place.
Back then, I believe, yeah. Well, I think they had to actually pass it through all of the... Because the heads of the studio is, your mother, of course, Davine, Chile, and Suletta, and Julius. And Hunk, too. But Hunk just always go along with what Davine say, because good husband, so they had to present them, I remember seeing Frederick in his tuxedo. They did this gag one time where they tried to pretend Krellin was sick. Some type of ridiculous show they don't want to put on. It was, I think, Mr. Frederick's Neighborhood, and the original pitch for that got declined because they all thought, well, Frederick a little too creepy to be, something like, Mr. Fred. Think about it, Carl.
Yeah, he might be a little too creepy if he started acting like Mr. Rogers.
Colt puts a taco up to Soul's mouth, waits for her to bite it.
She does.
He looks over at Zap. So the original pitch for the show failed. Yeah. And then they do this ridiculous thing where they go to Sonny, get a neck brace, put it on Krellin, put him in a wheelchair, and wheel him in and try to sympathy their way to it. After that, I think that's when Pequod just said, okay, do what the fuck you want.
Carter starts to laugh. And they did, and goddamn did they make us some money because they did it.
Crone says, so I was in the room, I was there at the time. Crone says something like, oh, to Mr. Fredgers.
Mr. French. Jesus. I mean, I don't think I could have said no to that.
I was not privy to that one.
And Carter shakes his head. Yeah, no, neither was I.
What other sporting events did they play around the lane? Oh, well, don't try to play soccer, you know. It was interesting. Samuel done the goalie, but he always walked away from the goal. Frederick Messi was his name.
Frederick Messi.
Carter starts to laugh. I'm guessing, Krillin was Kronaldo.
You would guess correctly. You must have seen the jersey hung up in your house for a while.
I did. I was always confused by it, and eventually it was taken down. I have no idea where it is right now.
Probably somewhere in storage.
So wait, what was Samuel? Samley?
Yeah, I don't remember actually. I don't remember. I just remember the soccer game was very short-lived because Hunk ain't big on soccer. Julius didn't seem like he was too big on it either. But I think most of it was just like it was just too easy since they didn't have a goalie because Samuel just kept chasing the ball around.
It's basically like how in hockey, if your goalie's in the penalty box, you can have 5 attackers instead of just 4.
That's right. And they lost like 14-0, then never played soccer again.
Jesus Christ. I can only imagine how bad bowling with those 3 would have gone.
I always thought we could have used the bowling lane on the lane, but maybe someday.
Carter looks over at Zap. Maybe that can be Scar's next project on the lane. If he has the time, of course.
Yeah, well, he busy taking care of Jasper and Nora.
Carter clicks his tongue. Yeah. He looks over at Marianne. I'm actually starting to get a little worried about Uncle Scar.
Yes, he's quite particular about how much pepper you put on Jasper's beef stew. Colt, we saw him riding Nora and Jasper around Sunday morning in a golf cart, and he was definitely talking to them, which means he was talking to himself.
Wait, is he like full on lost it or something?
Colt looks at Soul, scratches his head. I don't know. That's the thing.
Soul looks over at Ricky and shrugs. I think that he is projecting his own want for kids onto those dolls. Don't quote me on that. It's just my opinion. It's just from what I can gather. But that's what I think is happening.
He done always wanted kids, but then you killed your grandmother. Patting Ricky on the head.
Never miss a chance, do you, sir?
Never do. Eating another piece of pie, Marianne just puts her hand over her eye.
Well, if he wants kids that badly, why doesn't he just adopt?
I don't know. Shrug.
It's not like you guys aren't friends with, you know, the former Ranger General who runs an orphanage or anything.
You see Laz adopting a kid when she was single?
No, but...
Maybe part of it is having that significant other to have it with, Grandma Killer.
Mm-hmm. I get that point.
Soul looks at Ricky. Taking care of a child is a lot different and a lot harder by yourself than it is with a significant other, because with your significant other, you can have 2 perspectives, 2 ways of teaching, 2 ways of giving advice to these people that will eventually allow them to grow into their own person as a combination of you 2, with your advice, with your knowledge, with, everything, so on and so forth.
Plus, he and your grandma was close. They had a very good time together. They was very nice together, very sweet couple. They was good for one another. You don't meet that person many times in your life, you know. Just like you, girlfriend. You never gonna meet another Ellie.
Makes sense, sir. I get that. I'd rather not meet another one. I'm happy with her.
Plus, it come late in Scar and Integra's life, you know. So that's what sucks the most about it.
It's completely fair. Jeez. You see, he's just gonna take a few more bites of pie.
But either way, you'll always have Jasper, well, Chucky doll and Nora.
That Jasper thing is the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
You could say that again. Eating another piece of pie.
Carter nods. Just the voice again. I don't even think I could do that voice. Hello, I'm Jasper.
Please stop.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, I do think it's unfortunate what happened to Uncle Scar. But this is much better than he was a few months back. You mean all angry all the time, talking to Carter, as if Carter was standing there, driving around in his golf cart angry. He starts laughing.
Having
So-
me help move his power loader down into Woodbury is a threat?
Helping form the fairy tale 8.
So nods. I remember my mom told me the story of all of them being on the golf course, watching Scar as he started to strangle the air, like he was strangling Carter for something.
He almost chokes on the taco he was eating.
Carter nods. Yeah, I can guarantee you he was not the biggest fan of me back then. Well, I suppose I'm sure he loved me, just he was angry at me for all the trouble that I caused.
I remember when I iced walled him out and he just punched through the ice wall.
What did he say again? I smell a bitch.
Eats exactly what he said. Eating more of the salad Ricky made. Exactly what he said. He's just chuckled.
You know, your uncle's intimidating to begin with, but he doesn't even look quite as scary as he can be.
I can't believe he tells people he lost his other eye in a fight with his godson.
Carter starts to laugh. I'm pretty damn sure he lost that eye long before I was even born.
On the Majestic.
I mean, yeah, the old pictures of him back in the days when our parents were in the apartment, he was missing the eye then.
He lost it on the Majestic when he was blown off the Statue of Liberty knockoff of Grandma Davy.
Ah, right, the one where he screams for like 10 seconds before falling into a boat.
Yeah, and then he kept it, I think, because he said it added intimidation factor, and over time that morphed into he lost it into a fight with his godson.
Man, Carter, I can't believe you'd pop his eye out like that.
Oh, what can we say? The tensions were high, fists were flying. I did what I had to do.
You said your girlfriend was gonna bring pizza, right?
Yes, sir.
We ought to done get down there pretty soon. I could go for some pizza. Memory and food seems to level him out. Just holding her hand out.
So looking at Uncle Zap, I think if he has food around him, he is more lucid. Like his mind has something to really focus on.
My hover car's up here on Gateway. We can go pick her up and the pizza. Looking at Zap eating another piece of pie. Sounds like a good idea, actually.
Yeah, we can do that. Here. He's gonna start getting the bowl. You guys done?
Yeah, let's box up the food and go.
Yep, he's gonna start getting the bowls and washing them before they go.
Come on, Carter.
Yes, ma'am. He'll stand up and follow after her.
And they will. As down here, Sasha comes in with 5. She'll clang 2 of the beer bottles together, hand 1 to Towns, because he's first on the list, and then 1 to Pequod and Julius.
Julius lifts it up and will crack open both his and Pequod's for her.
Sasha will open hers as Icy opens hers, and she'll clang her glass with Icy, and Icy just starts chugging hers. Sasha, yep. Start drinking her.
Julius will clang his with Pequod's and start to chug his as well.
He actually outchugs her. That bad of a discussion with Asian R, huh? Holy shit.
Julius lowers the bottle. What can I say? I'm just, the part
You
I was.
drank the whole bottle, Julie.
What, was I not supposed to?
No, it's here. No, it's fine. She'll hand Julius hers. Take a sip and hand it to him.
Oh, thank you, honey. He'll take a sip. We'll share this one, okay?
Yeah, you couldn't have gotten more. Sasha, Tommy's restaurant was locked up. I used the override access to get in, and Yuri was just covered in vomit in the back in a blanket with a bowl that was also filled with vomit. So I just wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Ah, fair enough. I would not want to see that either.
Guess he won't be making it to the snooker party.
I guess not. Julie starts to laugh.
Maybe Agent R went and talked to him too.
Talked to him and gave him a stroke from how much information was given out.
He went laugh. Oh, that is good, Agent R. I'm going to.
That is good, Agent R. Start children.
Well, I wouldn't blame the guy after today.
I honestly would not either. He takes a small sip out of the bottle and will put it up to Pequod's lips.
She takes a sip, and Sasha, I wouldn't mind getting fucking blasted high. Jesus Christ.
I wouldn't mind that either.
It is Friday.
It is Friday.
Pequod, and I mean, the snooker party can only last so long.
What are we gonna do after the snooker party, honestly?
Your parents are going to be home. You can't go get high in their pool house. I will not be caught in your parents' house getting high. Pequod, we have our house. We just do it in their house as like it's like the temptation thing of being caught.
Yeah, it's like a teenager smoking cigarettes in their room. Do they actually like the taste of the cigarette, or are they just doing it with the thrill of being caught?
Besides, it's hard now to find time to get high in their pool house. Benny and Elizabeth are gonna be there all the time too.
Oh my god. I you know what, honey? I am very glad all of our kids moved out when they did. That's one thing I can give all of our kids. They wanted their independence.
Yeah, no, very proud of them. They were chomping at the bit to get their own places with their significant others. Carter and Memory Ann were the last. And that's just because Scar can only build so much.
True, yeah, it takes time to build houses. Julius looks over to Sasha. So yeah, the offer stands if you want to come down with us.
Yeah, after we watch Clive get his shit pushed in. Wouldn't mind after that riveting discussion. She sips her beer again. I see, and we have more black and tans down at the lane.
Julius lifts up the bottle, takes a sip of it. I could go for some more black and tans. You know, the part I was most nervous about for the discussion was asking him to keep an eye on all of our kids.
Same. She sips the beer. I really thought he was gonna say no.
So did I, but Agent R is a damn good man.
He took 2 oaths to defend the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and then EarthGov against all enemies, extragalactic and domestic.
Julius chuckles a bit. Yeah, he's a very good man, and all that we have to do is give him some tickets for some baseball games.
You know, if we're gonna get high and mellowed out, maybe we could talk about this JJ situation. He's joining.
Julius nods. I don't think there's any other way to do it, Sasha.
It's not about him paying for his mother's mistakes. It's just when you're given everything you want, you don't turn out very well.
Julius nods. He has to earn it, feel what it's like to earn it, and Basic does instill some things into you. I didn't think I would need Basic. Hell, I barely even understood what Basic was back in the day, but I didn't think I would need it. But it still instills in you some things of, like, as bad as it sounds, the mindset to kill and things like that, and I don't think he has that just yet.
Basic had to make no fucking sense to fresh out of Gallia mind.
No, it really didn't.
These guys with computers and fucking guns and all this random shit you've never seen before, then you're just getting screamed at for no reason.
I was lucky that I got as good of scores as I did on anything other than martial arts, because, martial arts, or CQC, I guess. It's CQC. There's only so many ways you could throw a punch or twist someone's body into an advantageous situation. But yeah, no, it was extremely confusing. 1 minute I was trying to type onto this, like, magic viewing glass that I was seeing, and then the next I was trying to shoot this gun that looked like a more complicated version of what Ash was using.
And you get fucking woken up every morning at 0500, made to run around in the cold, the wet, the rain. Then they sit you down in random classrooms and you're using this thing called a pen.
Dude, we didn't even have pens. We had, like, ink and feathers, or fountain pens, I guess you could call them, but yeah.
For me, it was lights. Pequod lights. Towns like light switches, Like, everything was, like, candle lit in Gallia, or torches, right? Or natural light during the daytime. Here, you just come and flick a switch on. When Lorelei flicked the switch on to her office the first day I was on Gateway, I almost stroked out.
Julia starts to laugh. I didn't necessarily think of the lights. What I was thinking of, like I said, was the wrist computer. Do you remember towns like uppity up wizards? They would have these little scrying tablets where they could scry on their house to see if someone was breaking in or that kind of thing.
Dale had one, yeah.
Yeah. Only, like, really rich people could ever get one of those. So I thought that's what was just on my wrist. And I was like, whoa.
They gave me this for free!
Exactly. I get this for free and I didn't even have to steal it.
Then you get forced into a chair and they start buzzing your hair off with some strange device.
Honestly, I really needed that buzz cut. Towns saw me back in the day. I had hair to right about here, and he goes down to the base of his neck, and oh my god, it was the most disgusting hair you would probably ever see.
Was it like gangly? Towns, it reminds me of that doll. It was like, he looked more like Jasper back then. Pequod.
Julie starts to laugh. It was just not great hair. I wouldn't put it up. I wouldn't, like, I wasn't able to wash it or anything like that. He shrugs. So yeah, I actually enjoyed having better hair from that point on, and being able to freely clean myself and that kind of thing without fear of, like, guards shooing me out of a river or wherever I would wash myself back in the day.
Soap was crazy, dude. Like liquid soap, body wash, that was insane. Pequod, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god, even just bars of soap, that was crazy. Like, I remember actually asking the quartermaster this, I looked at him and I was like, so you're telling me this kills bacteria off my body and all I have to do is rub myself with it? And he looked at me like I was fucking crazy. But hey, you know what? We didn't even have that on Gallia, so... He shrugs.
Pequod, wait a minute. Takes a swig of Julius's beer. Or the beer they're sharing. You remade Epsilon Squad for the kids and all that to fight, right? Sasha, uh-huh. What were those little roly-poly-oly mines that they had? Icy seeker mines.
Julius looks down at Pequod. Do you want to put those in as well?
Do you have them? Sasha, yeah, they're already in the simulation. Oh my god, Carter's face is gonna be epic.
Julius starts laughing. I think all their faces are gonna be epic.
Just 18 of those mines rolling out.
I'm just glad we are all as powerful as we are, because at least we would be able to take care of 18 of those things. Not that that wouldn't actually be pretty scary to see. That would still probably scare even me.
The last thing to cross Memory Ann's mind in the sim is choke on your fucking spaghetti.
Julie starts to laugh.
Oh, that bitch. Take a sip.
Oh my god. She
You know, we've never had a spaghetti dinner since. Sasha, maybe it's time. Pequod, maybe.
I mean, yeah, we should have a spaghetti dinner with her.
I see, but Coney's stew dinner is like just better. Pequod, yeah.
Oh, I do like some coney stew. As he rubs his stomach.
Do you like Snooker?
I do like Snooker, dear sister.
Do you want to see Clive get his ass kicked?
More than you can realize, I see.
Then I think you have to get your beautiful wife down to Clive's, finishing her beer.
Julius chuckles and nods. I think I do.
First, we should stop for one more beer apiece and check on Yuri. I'm not touching him.
I got it. I can check on him.
Let's go. Sasha stands up and chucks her empty beer into the trash can.
Julius will look at it. You can finish it off, honey. And chuck his empty bottle into the trash can.
She'll finish it off and pat him on the bum. Let's go get one more. And check on Yuri.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. Finishing off the beer as the Snooker party is about to kick off. Hunk and Davine, she's not here yet. Hunk and Davine have come back in from having fun.
Davine walks back up to the stew, looks behind herself. Thank you for keeping an eye on it, Samuel.
Samuel nodding his head at Davine, hanging up a Snooker Queen sign. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look, he even made you your drink, dear.
Oh my god, thank you so much. She'll taste it. Very good, very delicious. She'll hand it to Hunk. Try it out, honey. And she just smacks his ass.
Ooh! He'll take a sip. Having fun out in the pool house?
Yes, darling. Yes, we are. Thank you very much, Tommy.
Well, I wanted to stay for the snooker party, but big acquisition. Buying a planet today. Crazy fucking planet, Davin. Crazy. It's a planet, literally one person living on it. I'm going to buy it and turn it into gigantic, well, hopefully middle-income housing living for people to be able to afford.
Davine tilts her head. Who's the person living on it?
The strangest thing. I talked to him just a few hours ago. His name, Wilgar Fortium. He like a monk. Live up on top of a mountain, ring bell every day. Very peaceful man. I asked about his past. He didn't want to talk about it. Just how you get out here? Why you out here all by yourself, young man? Didn't want to divulge. Don't want to push. That's strange. Scar looks up. I know. He's out there by himself. It's fucking crazy. Build this big temple all for himself. To find peace? Wow. Rubbing his ass where Davine smacked it.
Well, that is very odd, but I assume That made the planet a bit cheaper, given it was only him living on it.
He didn't want anything for it. I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? He said he'd leave material world behind. I said, okay, I will not build any houses around your mountain or within 800 miles, but everything else is fair game. He said, okay, I just have to buy the deed for the planet from EarthGov because you have to have some type of legal paper. That's it. Sounds like a raw deal, man. Just like my ass right now. He winks at Davey.
Davin winks at him, smirking, and then looks over at Tommy. Well, that is probably the strangest acquisition of a planet I've ever heard of.
I heard one guy living on planet, I thought he was going to try to extort me or something, but no, it's totally fine. Either way, I cannot stay for the snooker party. I have to go finish some things up on Gateway, and then back out to the frontier for business. See you later.
Bye, Tommy. She'll wave at him.
He waves and walks up. That is weird. Putting his arms around Davey. He left the material world behind.
Well, whatever helps people escape their past, I guess.
Yeah, it must be one hell of a troubled past. Rubbing her sides up and down with his hand.
Oh, yes, I know we don't necessarily know the fellow, but I hope they're doing okay, mentally, and this is helping them out in a way.
I think Tom will keep an eye on the place. Eye on him.
Oh, I hope so. And plus, maybe some people with housing around and everything like that. Maybe some people can come join his monastery.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, Clive. Uh-oh. Looks over at Clive.
Clive sighs. Wish me luck, hunk.
You've got this. You've, squeezing Davian's ass cheeks, got this.
Clive will nod, stand up, and walk to meet them.
Oh, Clive, you're looking dapper today.
Oh, and you look beautiful as always, ma'am.
She fixes her hair. Thank you, Clive. We've brought snacks.
Clive closes his eyes and nods. Thank you. Thank you, yes. Go ahead and set them anywhere. Anywhere where there's room. You can set them if you need a setup. Or prepare anything. You could do so in the kitchen.
Here, hand me them. I'll take them into the kitchen. Clive, Clive can come with me if you'd like.
Oh, of course, I would love to. JJ will hand over the bag he was carrying, and Lass will as well.
Sam will take out the Twinkies and a Chex Mix out of the bag for herself.
And Laz will steal away some of the Rice Krispies and one of the Hershey bars for her and Oz.
Clive and Suletta will go into the kitchen. Beat Toothless Clive. Crossing our arms, those Snooker Queen signs were great outside. Apparently it's even better in here. Best rainfall reading them.
Laz walks up to be next to Sam, starts squinting in. Oh my god, they are most definitely Team Mom on this one.
No, I can't blame them.
Neither could I. I am also 100% Team Mom. Anyone who's Team Clive is,
Toothless.
Exact toothless. What a wonderful way to put it, honey.
Uncle Blaze, how have the kids been treating you? Oh, lovely as always. No trouble at all. Hale is waiting for Patricia to arrive. Well, more so her stomach, I'd imagine.
Laz nods. I would imagine so. Wraps one arm around Oz's waist, gives his neck a kiss, and then leans down and gives Jace a kiss on the head.
These three. Uh-oh. Watch out when they get big. Thomas with them.
Oh yeah. JJ nods. I'm sure those four together, they're going to get up to some shenanigans.
Sam will walk by, gesturing to the couch. What does Jace do when she walks by?
Jace has been following her with his eye the entire time, and then as her hand swings past, Jace's hand, with the strange amount of speed for a toddler, reaches out and catches it.
She stops and looks down at him.
JJ,
He's a player.
JJ looks at Jace and up at Sam, and Jace is just looking up at Sam, holding onto her index finger, and grabs her middle finger with his other hand.
She'll pick him up, sit down next to JJ. Well, I guess we know where he wants to be.
I think so, and you know what? I cannot blame him.
She'll blow on his stomach.
He starts to laugh, and he'll go for her cheeks again. And JJ chuckles. It seems you have an admirer, darling.
I do. Secret admirer.
Well, I don't think he's so secret about it, even in front of the husband, Chase.
She chuckles and looks at Jay.
Jace, seeing Sam chuckle, starts to laugh, and he does like a raspberry, like she always does when she blows on his stomach area.
He's a cutie.
Oh yeah, he really is. He starts to pet the top of Jace's head.
You two need to hook up and, well, you two need to hook up. That's irrelevant. You two need to have a kid soon.
JJ sighs. Oh, we will. We most definitely will. Just, he looks at Sam. I don't think right now is the right time for it.
Nope, not till after basic. I will escort father out of here. I know you're not fond of him.
Last nods. Thank you, Uncle Blaze.
Take father out of the room.
Les chuckles. Is it just me, or did the air go up a couple degrees once father left?
Doesn't smell like musty dead cat hair and glue.
I really don't like father, and I don't want to be around him at all.
No, and I suppose mother's deep sixth somewhere.
Oh, guaranteed. Nowhere that she would be easy to find, at least.
Who do you like, Jace? Mother Good Ash or Father Good Skull?
The best way he could say it, he points at Sam.
Oh! Well, I think he likes me.
JJ starts to laugh. Oh, I think so. He starts to laugh even more and leans in towards Jace. I do too, Jace. Don't worry, I get it, but I get it.
You'll have to find your own girl that looks somewhat like me.
Jace looks at her, pouts a bit, but then actually gives her like a little nod, or at least it looks like a nod for what a toddler can do.
Definitely Laz and Oz's child.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
High comprehension skills for a 3-year-old.
And very good motor skills for a 3-year-old as well. He was very quick. She, reaches her hand out. He grabbed your hand.
Gets it from his mother. He saw something he wanted and snatched.
Yeah, just like this. She puts both hands on Oz's cheeks and leans in for a kiss.
So glad the drama's over. Pumping her eyebrows up at JJ.
Oh, I am too. He leans in close to her, lets her rest her head on his shoulder, and gives her a kiss on the nose.
This could be me, you, and our kid, maybe a daughter.
I wouldn't mind a daughter. Not at all. I've always really wanted kids. Having a girl that I can, spoil and stuff, while also being good and teaching her everything she needs to know. I wouldn't mind that one bit.
Could make it happen sooner if you don't leave for base. Oh, Christ. Pulling away from the...
JJ kisses her on the top of the head. I have to. I have to earn it, and I have to be there with you. Through thick and thin, no matter what.
Hard to argue that point, huh, Jace?
Jace gives another toddler nod and gives a shrug and then blows a raspberry.
She laughs and rests her head on JJ's chest. I'm not surprised by the Cheetah acquisition. There's no need to be nervous about it, Clive.
I know you don't like them. I asked the Stooges to get a diverse set of snacks, and he gestures to the Cheetos. This is what they consider diverse, I suppose.
Apparently, they went down to the grocery store down in Woodbury. That's where we went to get these snacks. They're all out on the counter now. And all the Cheetos on the double-decker wide shelf were gone, and the store owners were counting their 4 million credit chit booty.
I can guarantee all of this did not cost 4 million credits.
No, it cost, I believe the woman said, 3,000 credits. The rest was left as a tip.
Well then.
Who the fuck tips at a grocery store? He's just looking up at Samuel and just shrugged.
Well, the Stooges do, apparently, darling, and I am sure they were very, very happy about it. She covers her mouth and starts to laugh.
Listen to me, Clive. You do good work around the lane. You're the ambassador. You'll make that 400 million up in less than a month. Or 4 million up in less than a month, excuse me.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure I will. That is 4 million credits, mate, out of my bank account. That doesn't feel great no matter who you are.
For a tip! Samuel shrugs again.
Yeah, for a tip, mate. Clive turns to look at Samuel. You know, I was pretty understanding when it came to the 10,000 credit tip to Tommy, even though he didn't get you any food, and he's the richest man, one of the richest men in the universe. But 4 million credits, goddamn.
Samuel starts beeping, gesturing towards Clive. Yeah, we need to get that Samuel talk box thing working at some point. Because I try to watch sports with the guy all the time, Hunk. He's trying to carry on a conversation with me about the game, and I cannot understand the guy. Hunk, oh.
Clive nods. Yeah, no, me and him have been working together, and this is what I got so far. It's a complicated system to be working with, you know. Old, ancient even, just very complicated.
Well, I'm no electrical engineer, but I'm sure if we work on it together, Clive, inspecting it, might even be fun.
Clive nods. Oh, yes, of course. I can take you through what I have now, and then from there we can start having brainstorming sessions together. Maybe even over dinner we can figure some things out for it.
Oh, absolutely. Amos, or we could go to Absolute Best Steak and Potatoes.
Oh, you know what? I have never had Absolute Best Steak and Potatoes.
Oh, it's very good. Back in the day, it was a favorite spot of General Lorelai's. And then it fell out of favor, changed hands, then Mr. Wiseau bought it, and now it's run up to standard.
Well, that sounds good to me, if it was a Ranger General's favorite. Davine looks behind herself to Hunk and gives him a smile, given the situation that's happening between these two.
He nods his head. I think they're fine, even with the Cheeto catastrophe.
Davine nods, leans in. Just the fact that she's willing to give him another chance by coming to the snooker party, I think these two are fine.
You ready to square off with Patricia, Clive? Oh yes, Clive. Are you going to defeat her to impress?
Oh, you know for a fact I'm gonna try my damnedest to defeat her. That normal CPU, it was giving me some trouble, but I gave it the worth for.
Pulling Davine over here, just holding her against himself against the wall.
Davine pushes her face into his chest and starts to laugh.
Coming through the door are the children with all their... and Uncle Zapanoke here, with all their amenities and snacks. Zap, oh look who it is! Samantha, JJ, Laz, and all sitting down here. Oh, it's our turn.
Laz waves over to Uncle Zap. Hi, Uncle!
How y'all doing today?
I'm doing very good, as she'll give another kiss to Oz.
That's good to see. She don't know about the jet? Yes.
Yeah, me and him had a discussion. Some things were said, but we're all good now.
We done get working on it after the World Championship.
That sounds good to me. And again, she looks at Oz. Any help that you need, just let me know, okay?
Will do. And Oz looks at him. Will do, love. Will do. We'll talk to Tommy about the debt next time we see him. Or just give him a call tomorrow.
I'll give him a call. You never know when you're gonna see Tommy next.
He works in mysterious ways, Oz waving to the rest of the kids. Memory Ann, one moment. Pointing back to the group, don't go anywhere. Let's have a discussion.
Alright.
They'll all... Boop. Gotta get rid of him there. Okira's gonna go ahead into the kitchen carrying stuff. Samantha! She looks at Sam holding Jay.
JJ looks over at Memory and waves. Hi, what's up, Memory Ann?
I heard you wrote a scathing after-action report. She just glares at Memory Ann and Carter.
Carter puts a hand onto Memory Ann's shoulder. We understand why. We could have done a lot of stuff better, and we thank you for it. We believe that this after-action report will help us greatly to grow as a squad and as teammates. Right, honey?
Yes, are we going to get in trouble? No. But you're definitely going to get sat down and torn apart.
Alright. Thank you. Like, legit, because you only learn if someone picks apart all the stuff you're making mistakes on.
Better your parents tear you apart than the enemy.
Carter nods. I would have to agree with that. Again, thank you, ma'am.
She nods her head. Holding her wrist. Her wrist is still in pain.
Love. He'll lean down, start to give her wrist a kiss as Carter. Oh, God.
He just chuckled.
Thank you again for saving me. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you enough, ma'am.
She looks over at Carter, smiles. It was my pleasure. And looks over at JJ and holds up her wrist. She's faking it.
Yeah. Carter leans back. It doesn't matter. I knew she was faking it. It just doesn't feel good to see that.
Yeah, fair enough. Memory Ann, okay. That's all I wanted to find out if we were gonna get in trouble. Walking up this way. You guys would get in trouble? Beat the Toothless Clive? Yes, looking back! Wow, Ricky here.
Yes, he is, and he's got something for you. He's gonna...
Pizza?
That, but he'll reach in his pocket and hand over Ash's credit card that he left there.
Oh! He gasps so loud, everybody in the room and even the kitchen turned. What the hell? Come here!
Was that a loud door squeaking?
I think it was Krellin gasping, dear.
Davey starts to laugh.
Wow! Holds it up to Frederick.
Frederick, oh my god, it looks even cooler than I ever imagined it.
Look, MasterCard, cause Master of Rangers.
That's why he chose it. Hope you enjoy framing it, man.
You Mother Card American Express, cause from America. That's not how it... Yeah, I'm sure it is. Actually, Saris doesn't have credit cards, right, Ricky? She doesn't believe in them. Oh.
Nah, she uses Dad's.
Smart woman. Look, Frederick, hold and behold the majesty of Ash line of credit.
Frederick puts his hands up to it, almost like he's like worshipping it in a way. It looks so beautiful, so unique. And I like to imagine it's just like a normal dark blue credit card or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's 100% nothing special about it.
You guys really like those things, huh? Colt clears his throat looking at...
We think each and every one of them is special for their own unique way, and we like to have a piece of the family close to us. whenever we might need it.
This one, Master, cause said before, Master of Ranger.
Yes, sir, Master of Rangers. Just please don't spend much out of it. I think you'll kill me if you do.
Here you disc pulls something out and brrr, it goes flying around the room. Blaze, Jesus, duh!
He's gonna pull Ellie down with him.
Cuts through all the Cheetos bags. Flies back to Krellin. Got you.
Jesus Christ, man, that thing's fucking dangerous.
Smart disc for you. Hands it to Ricky. Maybe not very smart with disc for me.
Maybe he'll carefully hold it, juggling the 12 packs of soda he has and the bowl of ambrosia up.
Put you fingers in it.
He'll set down the 12 packs and put his fingers in.
It reforms to fit Ricky's hand because it's made for a Star Child hand. Holy crap. What the fuck?
What the hell?
Jesus Christ, do you want my credit card, Krellin? Sure. Looks back at it.
Carter just takes out his wallet. They could have mine too.
You want smart disc? Don't have any more. Take this one off ship before Volcano crash.
Well, I'm damn happy you did, boys and girls. I got a hell of a new toy.
Good for fighters like Ricky and Carter.
Yeah, pretty damn good. Carter chuckles, putting his wallet back.
Still take you credit cards if you want. No, you have to give us something, Krellin. Sorry.
Carter shrugs. Yeah, it's a very unique credit card. A lot like Ash's, in fact. It has to be pretty special to get from us. Sorry, bud.
Frederick walk with air of confidence rarely seen in this day and age, unlike you, Carter.
What? As Frederick would just stand up and walk around with like a strut.
Is that an air of confidence walk?
I guess so. He looks pretty confident, doesn't he?
Benny showered in Cheetos with Elizabeth, just picking some up out of her hair and eating them.
She'll start to clean his hair off as well. That was not on my bingo card for today.
Nope, but you never know what's gonna happen when the Stooges are around.
No, you do not. She'll take one of the Cheetos and bite it and eat it.
I have apple pie if anybody wants some. Benny,
Carter looks over.
just hand me the fucking pie.
Elizabeth looks at the pie and will start eating it.
Frederick really thinks it looks delicious.
Frederick leans over to Elizabeth. Hey, you mind if I have a piece of that pie?
Here, just eat your own.
Oh, thank you very much, boys. He'll start to eat it. As Carter, looking at Frederick, leans over to Memory Ann. He doesn't have to eat.
Samuel opening a compartment of his chest, putting a piece of pie.
Neither of them can taste.
Wow.
Soul starts to laugh. We'll go put the rest in the kitchen. Anything else that we have, okay?
Yeah, let's go.
Soul will also bring in her tacos into the kitchen.
Ooh, I smell tacos.
Soul waves. Hi, Grandma. Hi, Grandpa.
What's up, sweetie?
Oh, nothing much. Nothing at all. She'll lift up the tacos. Just made these for today's potluck, I guess.
All right, set them down. We got coney stew, a bunch of snacks. What was that whole disc thing flying around? Should we be concerned about that?
Oh, no. It was a gift that Krillin was giving to Ricky.
Oh, good. Krellin giving gifts. Normally he's like a child. You gotta give him something. His father's credit card. Oh. I'm staying out of this one. Make me a drink like that, Clyde.
Oh, of course. He'll start making her a drink just like that one.
Because, yes, maybe somebody should call Sherion. Tell him to have the card, closed.
Well, yeah, that's probably a good thing to do. Unless they just frame it. They might
Actually, yes, I think it's only Clive's card they really feel compelled to spend anything on.
Clive sighs and nods. Yeah, I did feel compelled to spend on mine. He starts to laugh and he'll turn and hand Suletta the drink.
She'll take it, sip it, smile at Clive. Colt will. Make one for Soul. Memory Ann, let's make ourselves at home, Carter.
Yes, ma'am, lead the way.
I want front row seats to the snooker meeting. She's gonna sit down on the ground right there.
Carter will sit down next to her and lay his head on her shoulder.
Go drop off your stuff. Don't stand there with your arms full. Get comfortable for when Carter's mother destroys Clive at snooker.
Yes, ma'am. Come on, Ellie. I'll show you where the kitchen is. Oh, you
Put that thing away. She's looking down at the desk. Yes.
It's pretty sick, though, isn't it?
Push button on side.
He'll press it.
It folds up into a little square, kind of like those square wallets you see advertised on the internet everywhere.
He'll put it in his pocket, pick up the soda.
Show to your father. He'd be very jealous.
I think he might be. Thank you again, sir.
Yeah, don't know how to train you with that one. No big deal. Gonna go sit with the adult kids. He goes.
He will pick up the sodas and here, let's get these in the kitchen so we can have some fun.
Oh, would you look at that? She comes in. Somebody who actually knows how to provide food for their guests. She smiles at Suletta.
She's pretty amazing.
Yes, she is, sipping her drink. Look, Clive. In passing, I mentioned to her Chicago-style pizza, and she brought it.
It's very, very good. Clive looks over at Ellie. Thank you for being so thoughtful.
She smiles at Clive. I brought one large one. She'll take 2 pieces for herself, and 2 for Ricky. Hunk, there's so much fucking good food here. Waving at them.
Davy.
Get a coney stew. Get a coney stew. Clive.
Clive will walk over, get her a bowl of coney stew, and then we'll pass it down to her.
Yeah, if you're not around the lane a lot, getting coney stew is like a treat. If you're not around a lot. Actually, didn't really cook it a lot in the past 20 years. Letta groans loud.
Davine shakes her head. No, but I'm going to start cooking it so much more.
Here, I got just 12 packs of soda, and he'll hand the ambrosia over. I made an ambrosia salad. I hope it turned out alright. The berries in it are the first harvest from the berry seeds we got from Anova.
It was good. Memory Ann liked it. If Memory Ann's picky about her food like her mother, so if she likes something, it's gonna be good. Lest we forget Carter punting the bucket we weren't even here for. Yeah, that was something.
Entertaining.
Poor Clive. Eating her pizza, looking at Clive.
Yeah. Sorry about that, man. Here. He'll pass it onto the counter here.
It's fine. Clive will pick up the translator and put it into his pocket so people have room to put stuff down. It's okay. He looks at Suletta. What do you want, a bowl of this ambrosia?
After I eat some of these tacos.
Oh, of course. And
Actually, I don't. I want tacos, I want pizza, and just give me the salad now and some of the stew. She's testing him in Davine's ear.
Davine nods. Yes, she is. And Clive nods towards her. Of course. Would you like a bowl or a plate for the salad?
A bowl would be fine. Let me inspect it.
Of course. He'll present the 2 bowls he's going to use.
Oh my god. Under his breath. I hope he washed the dishes.
Please let him have washed them.
Oh, these are clean! What is Soul?
Soul was crossing her fingers that the bowls would be washed.
Oh, okay, Clive. I see we aim to impress today.
I am trying my best, as I always will, Suletta. He'll prepare her some of the salad, pour her some of the stew, give her a clean spoon, and handful to her.
She eats it with a smile and nods at Clive as Hunk. Do you guys like Cheetos, Ricky? Tell me you like Cheetos. Oh yeah, I like them.
I prefer the cheddar jalapeno ones, but yeah, I'd like them.
You guys are going home with a lot of Cheetos. tonight. Okay.
All
Let
right.
her laugh.
I ain't gonna complain, man. It's something I can snack on while we're working.
No, we could store them at the store. It's nice. It's nice to have snacks there. Good. Because they bought all these Cheetos from that store down in Woodbury.
Yeah, I noticed. Sorry for the mess. I didn't know Mr. Krellin would do that with the disc I was getting.
That's okay. You're starting off on a much better foot with Krellin. He's giving you tech, not trying to have you arrested. Chuckles. Remember that, dear? Oh, rest. Oh, rest.
Oh yes, he would ask everyone. He asked you, he asked Julius, he asked Peacold, he even asked me.
Yeah, that's my dad he was after. I heard about that.
Yeah, but now, we were talking with Krellin earlier. Now your dad is good, Ash, and feeds families at a economic value.
You know, at this point, Tommy should just give KFC to him at this point.
Talking about Ash. Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, we're just talking about my dad a bit, reminiscing, sir.
Ash used his position to feed poor and impoverished good fried chicken, Fudwick.
They all hear Fudwick start to clap very loudly.
Turn new leaf from tech predator to poor feeder. What the hell does that even mean?
That just goes to show you, anyone can turn their wife around.
Yeah, anyone can. It's a great message from tech thief to possessor of a beautiful credit card, right?
Right, as Sam clears her throat loudly, the snooker queen is here.
Oh my, this is gonna be fun, Ellie.
They see her walking out, front row seats.
JJ nods. Yep, here we go. You'll pick her up. I'll try to get you the best seat I can. And he will carry her out to front row seats.
Ace goes with them. As Oz, come on, love. Come on, Ricky. Come on, Ellie. Let's watch. Come on, Clive. You ready?
He cracks his neck. Oh, well, I'm ready as I'll ever be. If you'll accept my leave of absence, Miss Shuletta.
Oh, you can walk me up there. Arm in arm.
He'll offer his arm to her.
She'll take it.
He will lead her out into the living room.
May I carry you out there, Ellie?
Sure.
He'll pick her up and carry her out.
Does he have a ghost of a chance?
Oh no, he's fucked. He's practicing on easy.
That's pathetic.
Even I can beat the thing on hard at this point, and I've been playing games for, what, 3 months?
Good choice in seats. Memory Ann now has Carter on her lap, caressing his ear.
Carter is like hugging around her waist as he gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, here he comes. The snooker champion himself.
They can see him all like stretching out his back and interlocking his fingers, pushing them out in front of him.
Icy out here, Icy holding a blunt up to Sasha. Sasha, I thought you guys used a bong. Pequod, yeah, but the blunts are like... At the end of the day, we prefer the blunts.
Julius nods. It's just more classic, you know?
Are we gonna light that up in there in front of everybody? Icy, oh god, no, we'll never hear the end of it from Mom and Dad. Snooker Queen. She looks up, Pequod, oh god.
Julius looks up. Oh my god, honey.
They hung this on the man's house!
This is just the outside of the house. Imagine what they got going on inside.
I mean, for God's sakes, he doesn't even get home field advantage in his own house.
Everyone's cheering for you. They even put up, he gestures to it, decorations for it.
She'll crack her neck and squeeze Julius's ass with both hands.
Julius looks behind himself, smiles, and pumps his eyebrows. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready to ruin a man.
Let's go.
She comes in, Krellin stands up, Samuel's standing, clapping loud and hard. Colt, pick up your drink and a piece of pizza. I think that's our cue, honey.
I think it is. She'll pick up her drink, a piece of pizza, and nod to him.
Scar looks back at Hunk and Davine. This is gonna be a fucking shit show. He took the challenge, dude.
He's not just the one who took the challenge, he's the one that presented the challenge.
He should have known better. The woman operates the most successful, at least in EarthGov's history, the most successful gaming company of all time. Yeah.
Davy laughs and nods. She looks at Hunk. I cannot wait for this.
You want us to take Jasper and Nora for a while? No, I got him. Picks them up. Alright.
Okay, darling. As they're passing by Scar, she'll pat him on the shoulder and they'll reach where they need to go.
Would have made a good dad, I think, honey. Carrying Davine out here with everybody else.
She would have made an amazing dad, I think.
As Pequod's coming in, Ricky's going to lightly nudge Ellie, nod towards Clive, and start humming taps very lightly.
She chuckles. Literally no chance. Memory end. No, none.
Dude, he has less than a snowflake's chance in hell. She is going to destroy him.
Oh wow, the Ranger General even came. She's looking.
Carter nods. He looks up at Ellie. My mom purposely plays the worst thing she can in pretty much every game, and she still kicks people's asses 10 times to 1.
And I'm not privy to everything, but so did she challenge Clive to this? No!
Clive challenged her to this.
This is like the one thing Clive thinks he's amazing at, Sam, and he's about to find out he's not.
He's probably the worst person on the lane at this.
He's gonna find out like a baseball bat to the head. It's not gonna be pretty.
Pequod Julius coming up with Icy, Sasha, Banksy. Pequod, what the hell's with the Cheetos everywhere? Smart Disco fly round. Brrr. She starts laughing.
Julius starts to laugh.
Give to Ricky, cause get Ash credit card. Oh fuck!
Oh god, oh no.
Thought it a worthwhile trade, ma'am. I thought it'd be good for the arsenal.
You know what? You call and tell Ash later.
Yeah, later on. We're gonna inform Ash about this next time he calls up in like 4 hours.
I'm sorry, what the hell was that noise? Smart Disco brrr. I see laugh.
Julius chuckles.
Wow, come to defeat Clive. Looking up at Clive.
Futwig stands up so he can get a better look at Pequod. Going to kick his toothless ass.
Yes, I am. I'm gonna kick his mouth back to the Stone Age.
Futwig starts to clap as he sits back down. Julius will pick her up and walk her over so she's face to face with Clive.
Icy comes behind Hunk and Davy and holds up her wrist computer. Thank you, daughter. Gonna record it all for us, are you? Yep, got the perfect angle.
Davine smiles and nods as she'll also turn on her wrist computer. Multiple angles, it was never a bad thing, darling.
What's going on with Laz and Oz? They look really happy. Is it fixed, Hunk? Yes.
Davine nods. Yes, it is, darling. Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you, baby Jesus. Or should I say thank you, Smart Disco Brr?
Darling, I think that smart disc put the fear of Jesus into some people here.
Icy laughs. Jasper and Nora being held by Scar. Who do you want to see win, Jasper?
I would like to see Pequod win, obviously.
Her eyes go wide. Jasper didn't talk last week when she was here.
Julius starts to chuckle a bit. Watching the Primarch play a video game is going to be a huge honor, don't you think, Scar?
Yes, it is, and she's your favorite of the Rainfall Girls, huh?
Oh, I mean, I do like myself a blonde.
Is this normal around here? Marianne, you get used to it. Just hold Ricky's hand.
Yeah, the Stoogers are something else.
She'll hold Ricky's hand. That thing is creepy.
Oh, it's insanely creepy.
Julius turns around, leans down to Ellie. They're impersonating my voice because Jasper's just supposed to be a rip-off of me.
Oh, she nods. Sasha, we just spoke to your dad a while ago, Ricky, just to keep you up to date. Everything's good, he's fine.
Good, Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you checking in with me for that.
Dude, do you know, Icy speaks up, do you know those, like, messages people send to the troops when they're out on deployment? Can you imagine Jasper sending one to fucking Vash? Oh god!
Julius looks over at Sasha. I mean, it's been a while since we've pulled a practical joke on Ash, and this one is just so... You know, it won't hurt anyone.
Make it so if we could get some one-on-one time with Jasper sometime before we leave the party, Frederick.
Oh, of course. You can have all the time with Jasper you need.
I think if he got that with that voice from you guys, I think he'd be worried enough he might consider turning around.
So what do you think, Jasper? You want to reach out to Ash and wish him well when he's fighting out there on the frontier to keep us safe?
I want to help out as much as I can, especially if it's the Ranger General, who also makes some of the best chicken that I've ever eaten.
Oh my god, Marianne! Squeezing Carter's side.
Carter covering his mouth laughing.
Well, yep, we will definitely be doing the Chucky doll horror movies starring Jasper. She'll crack her knuckles, but not today, Clive.
No, ma'am, not today. He gestures towards the screen. It's all set up and ready to go. Just gotta decide who goes first.
You're home. I say you go first. It's fair. You should have... Doesn't look like it, but you should have home field advantage.
He puts his hands up. Understandable? The Primarch is gracious as always. He'll walk over, pick up the two controllers, hand one to her, and will take one for himself.
She'll clear her throat. Whew, kinda nervous, Julius.
Julius, knowing she's putting on an act, rubs her shoulder. It's okay, honey. Just gotta breathe. Just gotta breathe.
Have you ever played Snooker? Like the video game? No, will be my first time. Looking back at the screen, wiping sweat off her brow.
Julius clears his throat and rubs the back of his neck. Ow! Oh. Well, I'm sure everything's gonna be okay, honey. He pats her on the shoulder.
Boo! Booing at Clive!
You don't have to be that loud. I'm right next to you. Boo! From Fletwick behind him.
A loud, ear-piercing beep. Alright, Samuel, please! Covering Davine's elf ear. Please stop.
Okay. Clive cracks his neck.
Loser, loser, loser.
Let's get this started. He'll lean forward. And no need to be nervous, ma'am. I'll make this quick.
She smirks at Clive.
Julius just clears his throat to hide a laugh. As Clive will aim for a shot. A very, very difficult shot, in fact. He'll put the spin on it, rear back with the pool stick, and shoot it, just barely missing the pocket as he'll lean back and well, that's okay. We can't hit all the shots we make.
Pumping her eyebrows to Clive, but looks like she's trying to fight back laughter.
Clive puts his hands up. Yeah, it's okay. It was just a shot at the game. It's good to chuckle a bit at that.
Equad, looking over. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Ricky's gonna nod towards one of the banners and go, and here's when the best rainfall is going to end his career.
Pequod looks over at Clive. So that's like a grade 8 on the grading category of shot difficulty. That's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I would have to say so. Maybe like a 7.5, but around that area, yeah.
You almost made it though.
Oh, I know. I practiced extensively at this game, ma'am.
What was it you said? You're going to make this quick, right?
I did say that, yes I did.
Alright. She'll hold up the controller. I'll try not to slow down your game. She makes the shot.
Oh, there you go. Damn good, ma'am.
She makes the second shot.
Okay. And so it begins.
She makes the third shot.
Okay.
She looks away from the screen and makes the fourth shot.
Clive starts to slowly turn his head towards her with the realization crossing his face and pure dread and panic setting in.
She'll put one arm behind her back, hold the controller out, and make the next shot.
Oh shit, she's doing tricks on him now.
Do the one where you throw the controller up, honey.
She'll pitch the controller up in the air and make the next shot.
Oh no, oh no.
Catching the controller, making the next shot. Smirking at Clive now, not even looking at the screen. Glances back quickly to see a ball. Makes another shot.
Elizabeth nodding behind Pequod looks over to Benny. We all knew this was gonna happen.
This is fucking great, dude. Watching Pequod clown on Clive.
She starts to laugh as Clive defeat has set in and he looks miserable.
There's one ball left. Pequod, I don't know the rules of this game very well, but mathematically speaking, I think you've lost.
I think I have, ma'am.
Well, if it makes you feel any worse, she'll close her eyes and make the final shot.
As the final shot gets sank, Clive leans forward, his elbows on his knees, and Julius picks Pequod up. You're Snooker Queen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay! Carlin stands up and claps. Everybody I play claps.
Everyone that I play starts to clap as well. Even Jace.
Was it quick enough for you?
It was very quick, ma'am.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh ho oh ho oh ho 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 oh ho 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 ho.
Jesus Christ, she didn't just beat him, she fucking executed him.
Na 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 na, you lose snooker and have no teeth.
No, you have no teeth.
Beeping laughs at Clive.
As Clive stands up and walks over to Soletta. So I didn't win.
It's fine, Clive. It was an inevitability.
Clive slowly turns his head towards the screen.
She is the owner of the most successful games company ever. You had no chance.
That is true. But next time I'll have a chance.
Next time, you really want to go again against that woman. Look at her, just resting in Julius's arm.
He looks at Soletta. With practice, of course. It'll always come back to Snooker.
Oh my god, Clive, let it go.
Carter's eyes widen when he hears Clive say that, and he pats Memorian on the thigh. He said it. Oh my god, he said it.
We were talking about that earlier. He would have some vendetta with Snooker. Sasha laughed.
Oh my god. The most one-sided rivalry of all time was just born.
Snooker! Looking at Soul.
Soul starts to laugh very hard.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, Clive? It always went.
It'll always come back to Snooker.
Clive, let me get you a drink. You've earned it.
I suppose I can join you in the kitchen for a drink, ma'am.
I'll get it for you. I'll bring it right back to you. She goes into the kitchen. Sasha, food, Towns. If we're gonna get high with them, Towns will take her into the kitchen. Pequod, suppose you know what that means, Clive. Watching Sasha walk off.
Clive looks towards Pequod. I suppose I do know what that means.
At a date and time of my choosing, you'll be gracing our office in a bathrobe, boxer shorts, and slippers.
Yes, ma'am. I will be doing just that.
Just remember, you the one that challenged her, nerd.
Yeah, stupid nerd can't even make a bet that he will win.
Pequod go boo and just beat Clive at snooker.
That's exactly what she did. She went boo and beat him very easily.
In Clive's head, he just hears, it always comes back to snooker.
And he'll say out loud one last time, It'll always come back to Snooker.
And I'll always be here to throttle you and Snooker.
We'll see about that, Primark.
She chuckles and Soletta, come in here for a second, Clive. Have some pizza.
You'll come in and walk up to Soletta.
Ha 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 ha! Pointing at him, laughing as he walks.
Miss Primark,
Yeah, she looks over at Ricky. What's up?
can we please get the footage of him walking into that office in his robe?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I'd like to wait for your father to be back to maximize the viewing audience for it live. Sam.
I'd love that, ma'am. Be nice to watch it with Dad.
So you really have never played snooker? Pull? No. She looks at the screen. Not once, but it's a simple game. You just line up the ball and go. I don't know why you struggled so much with it. 'Cause no teeth.
Because you need teeth to play it good, and he didn't have any Pequod.
Cock like this. She starts laughing.
Yeah, ma'am, you basically rammed that controller down his throat.
It was my pleasure. Kissing Julius on the lip.
Julius kisses her back. The throwing the controller up, that one was really impressive.
Really? Did you like that? Did it turn you on?
Oh, everything you do turns me on.
Oh, good. Take me to get food.
He winks at her, and he will take her to get some food.
It always comes back to Snooker. Marianne imitating Clive very poorly.
Carter looks up at her, his like forehead on her chest area, looking at her in the eye. Honey, I just want to tell you, it'll always come back to Snooker.
We were talking about that earlier too, like he would have some vendetta saying or something like that. Oz and Laz coming over. Yes, we were. It's quite interesting.
Laz is just laughing. This is the weirdest rivalry I think I'll ever see.
Yeah, that's right. What did you think, Ellie? Was it worth the price of admission?
Oh, absolutely. I thought he'd at least put up a fight.
Nah, he went for the hardest shot on the board and missed.
Reminded me of my fucking boxing match with Frederick. Gesturing up to the screen.
You know what's even funnier about that? He had a dead easy, almost guaranteed shot and went for the hard one anyways.
You remember that boxing match, Frederick? That was fucking whack.
Frederick crosses his arms. I thought we said we wouldn't talk about that, Skull.
Sorry, brother man. Sorry, brother man.
You cheated.
What do you... I cheated?
I was swimming like a fish and stinking like a stingray, man.
I pulled my punch!
Yeah, you pulled your punch with brass knuckles on.
Why ruining moment of Clive get destroyed? Let's just all make fun, Clive. Oh god.
Yeah, let's all make fun of the toothless guy.
Poor fucking Clive. He walks off to go be with the children.
Has to clean up crushed Cheetos out of his carpet after getting his ass kicked.
Yes. Well, we clean up. We do cleaning at house. Have to keep clean if want to impress Suletta.
Frederick nods. It's the least we can do for him letting us live in his house.
I'll wait back. I can't talk like that guy. He just goes to get food.
JJ nods. This was certainly a good party to come to.
So we're not going to get in trouble for the after action. No. God, you guys are such kids.
Hey, man. To be honest, we don't... It's making your mom angry. Anyone with a brain would be at least a little apprehensive.
Well, not angry. Just... Hopefully, they know now that, we have to improve as a squad.
Elizabeth nods. We're talking about the after action report, right?
Mm-hmm. She smiles down at Elizabeth.
Right. She nods. I gotta admit, I'm really nervous for that.
Just get used to them if you want to be on the squad.
Oh, I'm sure I will. Just I guess you could say first time jitters.
Hopefully you learn something.
Hopefully I will, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We'll be there together. Don't worry about it. Well, I'm awake now. Look at me. Marianne, thank God.
Thank God. You're looking a lot better, bro.
And, well, I might not be there in the fights with you all the time, but the day may come where we have to provide air support like the Moog.
Last night's one of those days might be coming, and we would like to be there with you guys just in case. We could learn something useful as well.
They're actually kind of fun after action reports. It's like being on a sports team. If you ever played any sports, which I'm sure you did living around here.
Yeah, we played sports with, like, the family and stuff. Well, us kids did. The parents, they had, like, their own little leagues they would play in, right?
Makes sense. She nods her head and, lifting her wrist up to JJ's mouth. In professional sports, you have basically the same thing. You watch footage. This is that, just with our parents.
JJ kisses her wrist. From all that I have gathered about it, it's really nothing to be worried about. You just have to take the advice and instruction they're giving you and take it to heart.
After action report with Clive, this is why you should not do this. I suck at everything.
This is why you don't challenge the Primarch to Snooker.
I suck at everything.
Cutter starts to laugh. This is why you should always have teeth.
You always come back to Snooker.
It'll always come back to Snooker.
Always will. And, thanks, Sam, for looking out for us. Never really got to say it, but sorry, I was such a shithead when we first met.
No problem. She nods her head. Krellin, smart disco burr.
Smart disco fucking burr. I'm gonna cut some people in half with it, man.
Snooker go burr. Loser.
Fledwick turns around and yells out so Clive can hear him in the kitchen. You was Clive at the Snooker!
Siletta popping open one of the Mountain Dews. Just ignore them.
I'll try my best. They won't be able to say that next time.
Oh my God, eat your pie. Just hold a piece up to his mouth. My daughter made it. It's going to be excellent.
He'll take a bite. Oh, she's very skilled.
Hunk watching Suletta and them eat, or I'm sorry, Sasha and them eat. Sasha's eating the coney stew out of the bowl. Hungry today, kids, are you? Or are you prepping for something?
Julius turns to Hunk. We had a very, very stressful conversation that we were all really nervous for. So we were all nervous and we couldn't eat, Dad.
Town shrugs. We'll give you the footnotes of the conversation later. Tonight we're gonna actually kick back and just spend the weekend together and have fun. It's rare Sasha comes down to the lake and get high. You've really dragged her down to that level, Julius. Nicole?
What the hell you mean drag her down to that? It's a normal thing to do. Just rest after a weekend. Who cares? You know what? It's just the same drinking some beer.
Dear?
You are not going to get high in our house, and... She looks at Sasha. Well, Sasha, you really listen to them, don't you?
It was a bad conversation, Davine. She keeps eating the stew. Really bad. If you want the transcript or the footnotes, Towns will give them to you.
I would enjoy those, but... She sighs. If it really was that bad, then I have no objection to you all resting in that way.
When's Ash coming back? Still no ETA. Hunk nods his head. Right. Well, Can't be that bad if he's still out there looking. Sasha, oddly enough, it is that bad.
It's somehow worse than we even imagined it. So, you know, that's always fun to hear.
Worse than the ass whooping Clive just got, and look at him, he's just staring at that Mountain Dew can.
You know,
Drink the goddamn can, Clive.
sorry, I was just thinking about Snooker.
Clive, she spent her, I guess, I think Ricardo bought this. That would be Ash's son. They spent their money on it. Drink it.
Okay, I'll drink it. He'll start drinking this Mountain Dew.
She chuckled.
You know, I don't think it was as bad as how bad he's feeling right now about it.
You know, if we can't get high at Mom and Dad's house, we could just do it at the beach house. You make sure all the fucking windows are open and the doors, Julius.
Oh, yes, sir. All the windows, all the doors, anything that can keep the smoke out.
Please and thank you.
Of course. Julius will go over here, act like he's getting stew, and whisper so both Sasha and Pequod can hear. Yeah, but he never said anything about the shed.
She snickers eating out of the bowl. I'm sorry, yeah, the cooking pot of the Coney stew. Pequod, we know all the good spots.
Julius nods. They never did think about that shed. And you know what? They won't, because they barely even go in there.
They never did think about Snooker. Town's picking up a piece of pizza.
Julius starts to laugh.
Clive, drink the drink.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be in the moment. That was really rough, I gotta be honest.
It's fine, it's over and done with. I'm impressed at the party you put on, Clive.
Ah, well, thank you. Just thank everyone else too. They all brought food and stuff. It was quite helpful to me.
Now I'd like to go sit out with my son-in-law and my daughter, so let's go sit with them.
Of course. He'll offer his hand to her.
She'll take it and lead Clive out. Snooker. God, you fucked that guy.
You absolutely positively fucked him.
Hey, I'm sorry. He's the one who issued the challenge. I never wanted to play that stupid ass game.
No, hey, it's understandable. You really had to send it home, didn't you?
It's like multiple shocking revelations today, but somehow the biggest is I actually suck at snooker.
He is so bad at it.
Out here, Clive sits down with Suletta. How was your day? Carter, Memory Ann, Squad. Oh, wonderful. Uncle Zap dogged us for a while, but it's okay.
Yeah, pretty good. We got to work in the kill house, did some more training, and then just got food and came here.
Any more glasses thrown at you for forgetting an ice cube?
Not today, but hopefully not again at all.
That was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that one was, I would have to actually say, a bit far on that one.
He gets so wild and crazy when it comes to that fucking SWOTOR game. But we've figured out food levels him. I brought the pie out of the oven and sold the tacos and Ricky his salad, and he just went back to normal. So I think we just keep food on standby.
Yeah. Make something easy like some sandwiches or something like that.
He still has his snarky, cutting, guilt-trippy nature to him. Yes, food can't stop that, but it's only in short bursts at the worst.
Yeah, I mean, I can make sure to have some fruit salads ready for when we're doing SWOTOR training too.
And I can always cook us more pies up. It's quite easy, and if people like it, I'd be glad to make more. Carter seemed to like them.
Those pies were some of the best things I've ever eaten, honey.
Clive, are you even listening to my daughter and son-in-law and their friends?
Something about pies and making more of them. I'm talking about a game that they're going to be playing with Zap.
What is going through your head right now, Clive?
He looks back at the screen.
He has turned it off.
How I'm going to beat the Primarch next time.
Good luck, mate.
There doesn't have to be a next time. You lot look, she is the best rainfall. Clearly. Is Krellin sitting over?
There will be a next time. With chances that I'll even one-shot her like she did to me this time around.
This is so pathetic. Into JJ's ear.
JJ leans in. Oh, but honey, it always comes back to Snooker.
It always comes back to me naked at the house, instead of standing here.
JJ leans back. You want to go right now?
She'll hand Jace back to Laz. Bye, Jace. Pats him on the head.
He waves at her.
Let's go.
JJ nods. Ask and ye shall receive, my love. And he will carry her out.
As Clive watches them leave, look, Clive, you're being such a poor party host that they're leaving. Clive! She snaps her fingers in front of Clive's face.
Clive jumps. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
What were you mumbling to yourself, Clive?
I was just mumbling that it always comes back to Snooker.
Good God. She lets out a loud groan as everybody here chuckles and starts to eat, and we'll cut there.